Good morning. This is the third day of our March 2021 board meeting, and seeing that board members are present, Brooks, can you please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Of course. Good morning. Member Burr.
Here.
President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Fatah.
Here.
Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Morning. Here.
Member Navo.
Here.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Rucker.
Here.
Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Sun.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. I'll start with the announcement that in closed session yesterday, the board discussed the following legal matter: CAPEM versus California Department of Education and State Board of Education. And we'll launch into our agenda. I want to begin by noting that today we'll be taking up an opportunity to take steps toward confronting and ultimately transforming racism in our society and in our state as we take up the ethnic studies model curriculum. This day has been a long time in coming, and we're reminded daily that the racial injustice it reveals is not only a legacy of the past, but a clear and present danger. And as we have struggled for years with the ongoing spate of police shootings of unarmed Black men and women, George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and many more, we mourn this week for the shootings of 8 men and women in Atlanta, 6 of them women of Asian descent. Not all of them had been named by the police as of yesterday, but today we say the names of Delana Young, Chao Shi Tang, Da Young Feng, as well as Paul Andre Michaels and Elcias Hernandez Ortiz, who remained in critical condition as of last night. And all of our prayers are with their families. I want to just take a moment to respect and reflect on the events of the week. And we know that this latest moment is built on a past that includes Chinese exclusion and Japanese internment, as well as xenophobia directed at South Asian, Middle Eastern, and Muslim communities after 9/11, racial slurs from U.S. government officials, which contributed to a major wave of anti-Asian violence in cities across the country. And as we will discuss today, hate speech and crimes, as well as other forms of discrimination directed at people because of their race, ethnicity, language, appearance, religion, country of origin, are a familiar part of our history and our contemporary reality. We must understand this history if we're finally to end it and usher in a new day in California and in the country. And with that goal in mind, I want to introduce our first item of today. Item 9 is the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. By way of announcement for public comment, members of the public who wish to dial in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time we will ask for public comment for each item on the agenda. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number and participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We will also ask the public calling in for public comment to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they're following the live feed to avoid an echoing effect. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. And board members, please mute your microphones when not speaking. Keep your cameras on, except when you are taking a break, to ensure that we can maintain a quorum throughout today's virtual meeting. For each item on the agenda, there's an opportunity for you to raise your hand using the Zoom participant window if you'd like to make a question or a comment. And I'm going to ask our colleagues from CDE to be ready to present item 9, the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. The item will be presented by Shanine Coates of the CDE, followed by State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, who will make a few comments and introduce our lineup of guest speakers. Shanine, please begin.
Thank you, President Linda Darling Hammond, Vice President Strauss, and members of the board. It is truly an honor to be here today to present the recommendations for California's Ethnic Studies model curriculum. Although we are in a virtual space and all inhabiting different places, I would like to begin with a land acknowledgement to recognize that this land was and still is the land I'm on, the tribal land of the Nisenan people, as well as any tribes or peoples that may be unnamed. We recognize their rich history and their current presence, and that we are guests of the land and that we benefit from the use of this land. By offering this land acknowledgement, we recognize that in our educational system, we need to celebrate and place high value on the pre-colonial ancestral knowledge, narratives, and communal experiences of Native peoples, including ensuring that the teaching of Native peoples in our classrooms is in present tense and a reflection of their voice. In 2016, when the legislature voted in favor of AB 2016, authored by Luis Alejo, we could have never predicted what we would have gone through as a country from then until today. Today, I am joined by our Superintendent, Chief Deputy Dr. Gregson, guest speakers, and 3 members of the Instructional Quality Commission. Together, we will explain how the model we will present fulfills the legislation and is a necessary step to continue the important conversation of ethnic studies course development in our great state and in our local educational agencies. The model curriculum focuses on the 4 foundational disciplines of ethnic studies while giving districts the flexibility to shape courses to meet their local needs and reflect California's diversity. The model is not a step-by-step blueprint, but it is written as a guide. The great value in the document is that it will be used to help local districts as they continue to develop their ethnic studies courses. Designed to be discussed in the context of community and used alongside other tools such as the History Social Science Framework and the English Language Arts English Language Development Framework. This document provides tools, resources, and information that can be used as another entry point in the conversation. It offers a space for historically marginalized voices to be raised and to honor those that have paved the way, and for those who have never heard those voices to have the opportunity to hear the narratives of various experiences in our country. It offers space for a more complete history to be heard, known, and understood. For me personally, my parents' and grandparents' story is part of that narrative. My grandfather and grandmother voted for the first time in their 70s after the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was passed, and my mother attended segregated elementary schools and couldn't try on clothes in the store due to her race. I have witnessed the impact of systemic inequities within the educational system that have failed some of my family members and even allowed my high school counselor, who could not see my value, to feel comfortable telling me to not bother to apply for college because I would not be accepted. These experiences are not just examples of implicit bias. They are examples that highlight systemic racism. My narrative, your narrative, as well as the narratives that are included in this guide alongside the thousands of voices in the local context are the narratives of perseverance that can empower students, give them a sense of pride, and inspire them to be involved in our democracy. That is why it is my pleasure to serve under our Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, who has strengthened the conversation around ethnic studies and how we use education as a platform to end hate of all kinds. And at this time, I would like to turn it over to our Chief Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Stephanie Gregson, for remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanine, and thank you for sharing your story. It is one that I have not heard before, and I appreciate honoring and hearing your story. I'd also like to appreciate and acknowledge that this journey started in January of 2018 for many members of our team here at the California Department of Education. And I would like to acknowledge those members of our team. There are too many to name individually, but I would like to appreciate and acknowledge Shanine Coates as the Director of the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division, who has worked tirelessly since she began in her role on Ethnic Studies model curriculum. We so appreciate her work as Executive Director of the Instructional Quality Commission as well. She has a team behind her in the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division who has been working on this since January of 2018, when I was Director of the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division. And I would like to thank you and appreciate for your hard work during this past 3 years. This work crossed many divisions within the department, and so I would like to acknowledge and appreciate all who contributed to the work behind the scenes of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum. It truly is a first for us here at the California Department of Education, and it is a first for California. So thank you for all of the work that you have done to get us to this moment today. And with that, I would like to introduce our State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, who, as Shanine said, has helped amplify the conversation around ethnic studies, but also has empowered and amplified the voices of our students, whose experiences are so incredibly powerful. And so with that, I thank our superintendent for uplifting those student voices, and I hand this off to State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond.
Thank you, Dr. Gregson. Good morning, Madam President, members of the board. It's an honor to be with you today on this important journey as we continue our discussion about the role of ethnic studies in California's education. I also want to thank Shanine Coates for her incredible leadership and stewardship of this enormous opportunity and with all that comes with it. Thank you, Shanine, and to your team and to all of the staff at the California Department of Education and all the staff at the State Board of Education, of course, the IQC, and the state board members themselves for all of your work. I'd like to contextualize my thoughts really through the lens of what we've heard from our students. After the killing of George Floyd, we sought to provide support to our students for the trauma that the nation, that the world had witnessed. Our students said to us that they wanted to see representations of themselves. They asked us why they didn't learn about their own histories in school. We recognized then how important it was to us and to them that we introduce ethnic studies in a way that everyone can learn. And at that moment, we created a mini series on ethnic studies to introduce what ethnic studies is to many students, thousands of students across the state. And so it is for those reasons that we are hopeful that we will be moving forward in a way that supports our students. We know that when students haven't seen representations of themselves, that now we have an opportunity before us to support the self-esteem of our students, that they can see their ancestors, that they can see the contributions of people of color and what they have done to make California a great state and to make this a great nation. We also recognize that learning those experiences of people of color and their contributions is a benefit to students of all backgrounds. And so that's why today's work is so important. I want to thank the many who have contributed. Obviously, we have had lots of public comment and lots of interest. I want to thank the original advisory board members for their hard work. I want to thank our staff, multiple professors and others who have helped us. What you have before you and what you've been reviewing, we believe, are just excellent lesson plans, robust content, a focus on historic 4 disciplines that traditionally have been taught in ethnic studies, but yet we've added a bridge to interconnectivity for other groups that, while they may not have historically been part of what has been traditionally taught in ethnic studies, represent other groups whose stories are worthy of being told, who've experienced oppression, who have contributions to share. And you will find all those lesson plans together, but we wanted to acknowledge this bridge of interconnectivity. We are proud of what we have to present to you. And we acknowledge that when you do something of this magnitude, it is not going to make, it will not make everyone happy. But what we strive for is balance. What we strive for is how to put forward the message that can be helpful as a guide to all of our school districts. It is not intended to be perfect. I don't know that anything could be, but we're very proud of what we put forward for you. And we look forward to the process that will go forward around its implementation. As Shanine mentioned today, this is a guide for school districts. It is not a mandate. And ultimately, school districts will create their own versions of ethnic studies that are tailored uniquely to fit the needs of the communities that they serve. But this guide is an important launching point. And there are opportunities this year to talk about what implementation might look like, as there are resources currently in trailer bill, currently proposed in the governor's budget from January that would actually send resources to school districts for implementing ethnic studies in a way that is unique to the districts. And so we continue that conversation. As we continue today's conversation, I'd like to invite a few colleagues, partners, and friends who've helped us to get to this latest round of fine-tuning and edits that you have before you, to share with us their experience and to help frame for us the importance of ethnic studies. I'd like to begin with, first, Assemblymember Luis Alejo. Assemblymember Alejo currently serves as a member of the Board of Supervisors in my home county, in Monterey County, where I was born. He is, as you heard from Director Coates, the author of AB 2016, which created the opportunity to create the Model Ethnic Studies Curriculum Guide. Assemblymember Alejo, we welcome your remarks.
Good morning and buenos dias. Thank you to the State Board of Education members and to my good friend, State Superintendent Tony Thurmond, for allowing me to say some words on this historic day as you consider finalizing this high school ethnic studies model curriculum created under my legislation Assembly Bill 2016. There's no question that our students need and deserve an education that more truthfully and completely reflects the experiences and contributions of people of color. Today, 77% of students in our California's K-12 schools are students of color, and our students speak over 90 different languages in their homes. In a state with the most diverse student body anywhere in the nation, our students must see themselves reflected in their schools, their curriculum, and in the knowledge they learn. This year marks 19 years since I drafted the first bill on ethnic studies as an Assembly Fellow back in 2002 for then Assemblymember Manny Diaz. Your decision to approve this first-in-the-nation model curriculum on ethnic studies will show other states what is possible and will inspire them to follow our lead. Since my curriculum legislation was approved in 2016, Indiana, Oregon, and most recently Connecticut have also passed landmark legislation to standardize and elevate ethnic studies in their high schools. So there is now movement across our nation. But in the wake of the racial unrest and the resurgence of hate and bigotry across our country, especially for the API American community, who were victims of violence once again last Tuesday in Georgia. Now, more than ever, the need for a comprehensive and inclusive ethnic studies model curriculum cannot feel more urgent. Today, we have the opportunity to use the power of education as a force for lasting change in the pursuit of racial and social justice, while keeping true to and expanding the curriculum of the 4 core traditional curriculums of ethnic studies. Educators will also have more resources to explore additional identities whose experiences intersect here in California. I believe this curriculum will also be a catalyst for more high schools to offer ethnic studies, for a greater demand of ethnic studies trained teachers, and for more grade appropriate books and materials to be produced in ethnic studies, not to mention more professional development for our teachers. It will truly be transformative, more than anything else in our high school since ethnic studies was created 53 years ago. I want to remind everyone that this curriculum is voluntary and that school boards are already empowered to use the curriculum or not, to supplement their curriculum in their schools, and to provide for the distinct needs of their students. And let's be clear, this curriculum was also intended as an introductory course for our high school students. I understand that adopting a model curriculum today that is balanced, focused, and bold is an extraordinary task that may not please everyone by the end of today. But facing our history is an uncomfortable endeavor, and making landmark educational change is never easy. It is time to do what is right for 1.7 million high school students in California. This is long overdue, and I urge you to approve this model curriculum today. Let us send a strong message to the rest of the nation that California's public schools can be the change we want to see. Thank you, y muchas gracias, and back to you, Superintendent.
Gracias y de nada. Gracias, Assemblymember Alejo. Thank you for guiding us in your original legislation and for getting us to this point. Thank you for your continued leadership. The next person that I want to introduce is Dolores Huerta. She needs no introduction. She is a civil rights icon in her work to support human rights and labor rights. She's also been a champion for bringing ethnic studies to the forefront throughout her career. She gave us the pleasure of having her as a guest on our mini-series to introduce ethnic studies to our students. I'm honored to call her a friend and mentor, and it is an honor to present to you Dolores Huerta to share some remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Thurmond. And, you know, we cannot undo the horrific acts of the past against people of color that unfortunately still continue today, as we saw this week in Georgia. But what we do have to do is take steps to start preventing these horrific acts against people of color. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said that racism is a sickness, and we have to, excuse me, we have to become the healers to erase that ignorance. And the way that it is affecting our students, Ms. Coates shared what happened to her when she was a student, and that was not very long ago. We work in 17 different school districts in the Dolores Huerta Foundation, working with students and with parents. And I cannot tell you how often I have heard that same story from students, where teachers tell them that they are not qualified to go to college. I had one student tell me that her teacher told her that her brother would probably end up in prison, so there was no need for him to continue to go to school. So we know it is not enough to say I am not a racist. What we have to do in today's world is we have to be anti-racist. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, racism is a sickness, and we have to become the healers. And there is no place that has the greatest responsibility than our educational system. And so we have to really bear down. We have to support this measure that, yes, we have to have ethnic studies as a mandatory requirement. But we know that probably that will not even go far enough. It is a beginning. We have to start the ethnic studies program in our elementary schools. We know that children are not born racist. They learn racism from their culture, from the families that they grow up in. And so we are the ones that have to take the responsibility. Excuse me. You know, I live in Kern County, and Kern County, Bakersfield, California, I can say is one of the most conservative, and we have a lot amount of racism in our county. And even with our local high school, which we sued for the expulsion of over 2,000 Black and brown students in 1 year. And yes, we got that expulsion down to 21 students, but they are still putting students in alternative schools, and the graduation rate for African-American students is dismal. So we know that the racism continues. Part of our lawsuit was we asked them to do a Latino Heritage Month, to do a Black History Month. It didn't happen. And this is before the pandemic. So the Board of Education, you have a huge responsibility. And we really have to bear down on these school districts, and we have to make them understand that the racism that is perpetuated in our school system is hurting Black and brown students. I graduated from high school a long time ago, way back in 1947. And it really pains me to think of the racism that I suffered as a Mexican-American student in my high school that is still happening today to many students of color. Ya basta. It's time to end it. And, you know, we have to use all of the power, all of the authority that we have to make sure that we can heal our society. We should not in any way prepare any more children to be neo-Nazis. When you have people that deny the Holocaust, that they pretend it never happened, and that people of color keep getting killed. And it's not just the mass shootings, it's that the everyday, the microaggressions and the macroaggressions that people of color feel. You know, we have a huge responsibility. I know that this board is up to the task, and that we can do everything that we can to dig down deep into our schools. I would love to see in our curriculums, for instance, that before 1848, a third of the United States was Mexico. So when we tell our Latino children, or they are told by their classmates, go back where you came from, we have to say, I have to say, as a Mexican American, my family was here before the United States was the United States of America. So, si se puede, we can make it happen. And it's time. It's time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. It's amazing. Thank you for bringing us Si Se Puede. Thank you for all the work that you've done and that you continue to do. And as you have said, it is indeed time. Thank you for your incredible leadership. Thank you. Also, a pleasure to introduce someone who is very well known to this board. She's a former IQC member, and she is the first African-American woman to serve as California's Secretary of State, none other than my colleague, Dr. Shirley Weber. Dr. Shirley Weber, in her role, has really helped to center us in our focus on ethnic studies. It's something she knows quite a bit about as a 45-year educator, as someone who I think is a foremost educator on many subjects, and who is a distinguished professor of Africana Studies. It is a pleasure and an honor to introduce a colleague and friend, Dr. Shirley Weber. Dr. Weber, we are looking forward to your remarks.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Thurmond, and I'm always honored when I'm in the presence of Dolores Huerta, because she is such an icon and an inspiration to all of us as she continues the battle to make sure that everyone has an opportunity in the state of California and across the nation. So it's always good to be with Dolores. You know, I am honored to be here today, and I want to thank your staff and those who have worked so hard on this particular issue. Little did I know when I was appointed to the IQC that I'd be walking in the middle of the storm, but I'm accustomed to that, having been in ethnic studies for so long. When I accepted responsibility to serve, I had no idea that this would be one of the major issue that we would be confronted with on the IQC. I want to thank your staff who's been so diligent and patient with all of us. And the IQC experience for me as a member of the legislature was quite a unique and honored experience. And even though I've moved on now to the Secretary of State position, I still have ethnic studies in my soul and in my bone, and it will never leave because of the power of it and the fact that it continues to inform us not only in where we are at the legislature, but throughout our schools, but also at the Secretary of State, and the responsibility of ensuring that our communities have the same opportunity in terms of voting rights and opportunities that are there. The movement for ethnic studies has, and that lifts the voice of many marginalized individuals, has often been met with resistance and has a long legacy of over 50 years. I would have thought when I came to San Diego State University in 1972, merely to help out with a project, that I would become the center of the storm and that it would begin a life journey to basically create ethnic opportunities and ethnic studies, not only for African Americans, but working with Chicano studies and Native American studies and Asian studies across the state and the nation. Even the establishment, as we know, the first ethnic studies department was born in struggle, born in difficulty that resulted in student protests and school shutdowns and a host of other things that took place. But it was so important, this journey was so important for them that many students risked their academic careers to establish ethnic studies. I had friends at various campuses in Northridge, in the Valley, and other places who fought so hard for ethnic studies that they were expelled from the university. And maybe 20 years later, they were allowed to come back and to get their degree. But they believed so strongly in the power of ethnic studies. As a department chair for many, many years, of the 40 years I was at San Diego State, it became real clear to me that this would be a battle, an effort to try to eliminate and not to downgrade ethnic studies. And so it's interesting and ironic to me now that as we have fought to maintain and to keep ethnic studies, when I came into the legislature and we authored our first resolution to basically make ethnic studies a requirement across the state, and working with Mr. Alejo and now with Mr. Medina, we have continued to fight the battle. And so it's always interesting that every now and then others want to join ethnic studies, which shocks me because I know 50 years ago, being in ethnic studies was not a place of power nor position, nor was it desirable. And those of us who put our careers into ethnic studies were often told that we were participating in a dying experience, that it would not live, and that it would ruin our academic careers if we continue to talk about ethnic studies. And yet many of us persisted to do so at the peril of the fear of losing our career. But more importantly, we were excited about the fact that we were establishing something that had possibly changed the very nature of the state. You know, despite decades of resistance, it's interesting that the National Education Association Review of Ethnic Studies supports that those of us in the discipline have known all along. What we have known is that a well-taught ethnic studies curriculum is beneficial to all students regardless of race, that every student's life is enhanced by the knowledge of ethnic studies, about learning about the 4 major groups that they have interacted with, and it transforms and changes their lives. And I say that as a professor of 40 years who I've taught students across the board. My first classes were almost all African Americans. By the time I left the university, I could look into a classroom and not tell whether it was ethnic studies or not, because it was so diverse in terms of the number of students who were taking the class. And as I've interacted with my former students, I've come to realize that they are different professionals, better professionals, whether they're Black, white, and Native American, Asian, Hispanic, whatever it is. They are different professionals because they have a different level of respect for others. They have a tremendous and profound knowledge of themselves, and they walk with pride and dignity in the profession in which they exist. These benefits are overwhelming for our students, and therefore we must make sure that our students have it. You know, as I listened to the students and I sat on the couple of lectures for the superintendent, they were persistent and consistent. They were saying over and over, we want this information. We are concerned that we don't have this information, that this information will propel us forward. And I know when I was at the university, students would come to the university who had no knowledge of themselves at all. And then they would be angry in the course. They'd first be angry because there was so much information that they did not have and had never been exposed to. And then they would become inspired that they had a strong legacy that they had to live up to, that they were building on something greater than themselves, and they had respect for the ancestors and those who had come before them. So it was a transformation that I saw in every class with students as to who they are and where they are. And I stay in touch with these students across the nation, across the world, who are really very different kinds of professionals who make a difference. This model curriculum that we have is critical. It is very, very important, because without it, there is very little structure to ethnic studies across the state. If we're going to have a discipline that we respect, one of the things we learned in developing ethnic studies when I was at San Diego State is that in the beginning, we were just struggling to survive. And then once we had to survive, we had to develop some disciplines and guidelines that helped to develop the curriculum so that students could go from campus to campus or from university to university and discover that they had the core knowledge and the basic knowledge to basically survive in ethnic studies. This will give us the parameters of a discipline, and it will help the instructors to know exactly what they need to be working on, what the outcome should be, and how they can basically discuss the section. It's interesting that this criticism will continue. I can guarantee you that it will continue, that the robust conversation will continue to go on. It has in ethnic studies. After over 50 years, we still have these robust conversations about what is in the discipline, what is not in the discipline, what's appropriate kind of material to use, and we will find that robust discussion. It will continue, but most importantly, we must understand that we must take this first step. That curriculum is not a static thing that doesn't grow, that doesn't expand, but you have to take the first step. And we cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. That we will not find the perfect curriculum, but we have found a good curriculum, one that is strong. We have found some course outlines that will give us the kind of focus that we need, and we have to move forward. It is about time. It is about time that we finally take that step. We took the step at the Cal State University, and this coming fall, all students will be required to take at least 3 units of ethnic studies, a requirement at the CSU. That's 500,000 students at Cal State University will be exposed to ethnic studies. They then should lay the foundation for our teachers and the training of our teachers so that they then too can begin to have the kind of support and resources they need to be excellent educators in our K-12 system. So I'm honored to be here with you today. I strongly urge you to move forward with this proposal, that we do not dilly-dally and wait for any more, because we have done the work. You have done the work. You have basically developed a strong curriculum, and it is time for California to move forward with this curriculum on behalf of our students and those professionals who have invested in this. As I said, there will always be an opportunity for criticism. There will always be an opportunity for expansion. Nothing is perfect, but we must move forward to make sure that this moves forward with us, and that we will at some point, hopefully this year, arrive at an understanding that ethnic studies is not only recommended, but ethnic studies will be required. Thanks so very much.
Thank you, Secretary of State Weber. Your story is a powerful testimony to the importance of ethnic studies when you talk about your father coming to California to avoid the racist acts of the Ku Klux Klan and others, your journey to become legislator and Secretary of State, the powerful stories you share with our students as part of our Black History Month and Ethnic Studies series. We're grateful. As you have said, as Dolores Huerta has said, it is time. Thank you, Secretary of State Weber. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Assemblymember James Ramos. Assemblymember Ramos is the first person of Native American descent to serve in the California legislature. Assemblymember Ramos has worked on many important pieces of legislation, but he has made at the forefront of his tenure of how do we create a stronger and robust Native American studies curriculum in California. He has contributed to this particular curriculum draft. He has served in our conversations with students in our mini-series on ethnic studies, and he is continuing to work with us in the state on how we change the narrative about what we teach California students about Native American studies and Native American people so that it is correct and accurate and does no harm to our people. He's one of our newest members to the IQC. It's a pleasure to introduce Assemblymember James Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for that introduction. I just want to start with acknowledging California's first people who have been in California since time immemorial, and all of the ancestors that have come before me so that we could have this voice to speak on their behalf. This model curriculum, ethnic studies, is something that's needed for the first step to start to educate the state of California on all the different culture and diversity that's here in the state of California. When we talk about the mission systems, when the Spanish missionary period came, yet we don't have a sound document talking about the atrocities, genocide that was inflicted upon the California Indian people. When the state of California has the largest number of tribes, when the Spanish missionaries started their incursion here, we have to make sure that those voices are not forgotten about. And this ethnic study starts to pave the way to enjoy that relationship and to that advocacy to make sure that awareness is coming out. Also, when we talk about atrocities in the history of the state of California, we cannot talk about the history of the state of California unless we're going to be able to talk about the atrocities and genocide that took place against California's first people. For my own tribe, in 1866, a militia was formed and paid by the state legislature to go into the San Bernardino Mountains, to rid the mountains of all Indian people. In my clan, the Yohaviatham clan, was one that was pushed to almost extermination. Our clan dwindled down to less than 30 members, but we're still here. It's those types of stories, those types of history that needs to be told throughout the state of California. This certainly happened in the San Bernardino Mountains, but it also happened throughout the state of California, where many tribes have those same stories to share with educating the state of California. We also know that tribal governments many times outdate many governments here in the state of California. So we also want to look at, when we start to move forward in the governmental scheme, when we learn about the federal government, state government, local government, that we're also learning about tribal governments and the sovereignty that they have. And why this is important. I was able to sit on the State Board of Education. I was appointed by Governor Brown in 2011, and there still is some members there that we sat with for that period of time. But myself and Jim Eshwandon and the board that's there, we appointed a special superintendent to the Round Valley School District, where the Native American population in that district was as high as 70%, yet the graduation rates were not there. People weren't even getting into the high school level. They were there at the junior high level. So we see that educational attainment gap is still very real in the state of California, particularly to the California Indian people. And so why this is important, because when the governor comes forward and issues an apology for atrocities and genocide inflicted upon the California people, it's through education that we start to be aware of what truly happened And then that starts to build that individual to be able to overcome those obstacles, because now what we've been saying in Indian country is now validated throughout the system in education, therefore allowing people to achieve their educational dreams. These are things that are very much important. This is a first step in moving forward. And we also do have different pieces of bills and legislation that we're continuing to move forward to reaffirm the standards in the educational system to continue to teach on California's first people, of the atrocities and also the contributions that makes the state what it is. One of the things that a lot of times people don't know about is the different music and the different stories that are individually to the different tribes in the state of California. And one song individually talks about how the world was dark. And the moon says, well, I light the way for the people at night. And the sun said, well, I light the way for the people during the day. And the cottontail rabbit said, well, I'll make a trail for the people at nighttime that will lead them to water. And the jackrabbit, the brush rabbit, says, well, I'll make the way for the people during the day so they could find nourishment and the water that's there. I truly support ethnic studies and this model curriculum as the first step to addressing California's first people. And Mr. Superintendent, if I can leave you with a traditional Kauai bird song that talks about how the world was dark and names the moon and the sun. This is culture from the state of California that we're able now, because of this curriculum, to start to engage the students here in the state of California. Veni tanya emwakame even pe munu emichi even pe munu emwakame ameni tanya emichi am suish tavut emwakame even pe munu emichi even pe munu emwakame ameni tanya emichi am suish tavut emwakame Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Ramos. Incredible. Thank you that you would share traditional birdsong with us, that you would share some of the origin of the music, that your advocacy for what we teach about California's first people be accurate and correct and true, that it talk about some of the very difficult things that have really not been told truthfully in history, but also the important contributions of California's first people. We're grateful for your leadership and your friendship. Thank you again, Assemblymember Ramos.
Thank you.
We have a number of Assembly members on. Many of them have to be in committees and also have to report to the legislative floor. We appreciate you staying with us as long as you can, but we also recognize that legislative business does call you. Thank you again, Assemblymember Ramos. It's a pleasure now to introduce Dr. Karen Korematsu. Dr. Korematsu is the founder and leader of the Fred Korematsu Institute. It's named after her late father, the civil rights icon, Fred Korematsu, who was detained in an incarceration camp, in a Japanese incarceration camp, who later challenged the orders and really created a lifetime of work of civil rights and speaking up and speaking out that Dr. Korematsu has continued through this wonderful institute with a focus on racial equity and racial justice. I want to thank Dr. Korematsu for her personal time and work in challenging us to do more, in challenging us to do better, to strengthen many parts of the curriculum, and in particular, many of the sections that speak to the experiences of Asian American and Pacific Islanders in California and in the nation. I want to thank you, Dr. Korematsu, for always speaking truth to power and speaking about how we need change in this country as it relates to racial justice. It is an honor to introduce for some remarks, Dr. Karen Korematsu.
Thank you, Superintendent Thurmond, for that kind introduction. Good morning, President Darling Hammond and State Board of Education members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I'm a native Californian. I was born in Oakland and attended public schools in the East Bay. All during that time, I experienced racism and prejudice because of my Japanese ancestry. This occurred year after year, especially around the time of the anniversary of Pearl Harbor on December 7th. My classmates would say, it was my fault for the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Go home. Go back to where you came from. You don't belong here. And it was a very difficult time, and I kept all that to myself. Made excuses not to ride the school bus. Just was waiting for the Christmas break because usually by the time school started again, the students had forgotten. But the problem also was because the teachers did not really have the education about Japanese American culture, about the different cultures in this country. And so they were not able to change the minds of these students. In some ways, they perpetuated it by saying, oh, the Japanese were very bad people. They came over and killed over 2,000 servicemen, in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. And so that was the kind of education that I had. And unfortunately, it hasn't changed that much. And that's why the ethnic studies model curriculum is important. It's a starting point. It's not an end point. And we all need to remember that. This is a pivotal moment in our California education history. And, we continue to face not only a global pandemic, but also an epidemic of prolonged racial, ethnic, and social injustice in our country. That's quite obvious. The anti-Black and anti-Asian hate violence is on the rise. Each day, I'm reminded of the importance of what my father said, of standing up for what is right. And in honoring my father's legacy, Fred Korematsu, who resisted the incarceration during World War II and fought to uphold justice for marginalized groups throughout his life. This is not just a Japanese American story or a West Coast story. It's an American story. And those are the kinds of stories that we want our students to learn, this generation and future generations. The fight for justice and racial equity and human rights begins with education. There is no place more important than the public education classroom for sharing the truths, histories, and voices of all peoples. The work that we do at the Korematsu Institute is to bridge my father's story with varied topics in history, including civil rights heroes and movements of World War II, the Constitution, global human rights, and Asian American history, and the intersectionality of ethnic studies. We make connections to present-day civil rights discrimination and political scapegoating, and as mass incarceration, the anti-immigrant sentiment, and Islamophobia. Fundamental to our work is how we raise awareness by developing programs to promote civic education and supporting policy and legislation. We build partnerships and educate our communities on the importance of broadening the narrative to include historically marginalized groups, and we bring people together on issues of race and social justice. Ethnic studies promises a higher level of engagement for traditionally marginalized student groups, heightened awareness of civic and cultural engagement, and a broader acceptance for the experience of others. It's been a noble challenge, ambitious, and certainly not without its detractors. Still, the progress has been vigorous, including tremendous stakeholder input, multiple rounds and revisions, and significant debate, as we well know. Also, I want to thank Superintendent Thurmond and his staff at CDE, who have really made an effort to be inclusive, to show diversity. I've been through countless Zoom meetings, I can tell you, in trying to work especially on the API lesson plans, which has been numerous, because some people don't realize there are so many different Asian ethnicities, especially in the state of California. And certainly everyone's story wants to be told. But even, for example, for Japanese Americans, I could have said, okay, we want a lesson plan about Fred Korematsu. No, this is not what ethnic studies is about. This is about learning our different cultures, the history that we all bring to this state and to this country. You know, unless we are indigenous American Indians, we are immigrants, and immigration is an important story that we need to tell. That we have more shared struggles than we do differences. You know, we are more alike than not. That's what ethnic studies brings, to our education for this generation and future generations. And as I said, this is a starting point, not an end point. You know, there is going to be a repository, as I think the board members know, of the 4 other lesson plans that can be added along the way. That, you know, they certainly have to comply to the California state standards, which is going to be important. But this is a framework, and the essential part in helping to shape the formation of ideas and the robust content-rich curriculum and experiences of the Asia Pacific Islanders. I am so proud to have been a part of that. It hasn't been easy, and certainly, you know, I'm even hearing this morning a lot of pushback. But I can tell you, I am committed to also making sure that this curriculum evolves. And I want to also encourage the Board of Education members to be sure that there is a budget in there that will help with teacher development. You know, for ethnic studies, teaching ethnic studies is a different approach to our education, and it's like, you know, not everyone. I can tell you, teachers are going to be mad at me, but not every teacher can write a good lesson plan. Well, not all teachers have the tools to teach about ethnic studies, because there is a diversity. That also the humanity behind ethnic studies is one that we want to promote. You know, we want to promote also teaching respect. I never thought I would get to this age in my life where we would have to teach about respect and moral principles. These are kinds of lessons that we will come out of ethnic studies. I know we have a long ways to go, but, you know, the path ahead will not be without controversy. The struggles against injustice need to be embedded in the lessons that become our common history. I strongly support the ethnic studies model curriculum, and I hope that the Board of Education will vote this through. That, as my father said, stand up for what is right. And, you know, prejudice is ignorance, and the most powerful weapon that we have is education. We have an opportunity, and now is the time to take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Korematsu, for your wonderful remarks, for your leadership, for all of those Zoom meetings. You are correct, it was extensive, but you helped us to connect with other leaders who had stories to share. And thank you for stewarding many of the conversations that allowed us to really broaden and strengthen the Asian American and Pacific Islander content. And as you said, any curriculum must evolve, and it will continue to evolve. And there are proposed resources in the proposed state budget that would do, as you say, support teacher development. We all know that these are difficult topics sometimes to unpack, and it really requires training and support to be able to facilitate that. So thank you again for your leadership and your commitment to the ongoing evolution of this process. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Dr. Darling Hammond, and I'm state board members. I'm Dr. Dan Lee, the Deputy Superintendent of Equity. I'm here to introduce our next speaker, which is Dr. Molefe Asante. He is a professor and chair of the Department of African American Studies at Temple University. He's a leading expert in African studies and also African American studies. He's published over, I think, 77 books and probably still counting, at least 500 articles. And he's the president of the Molefe Asante Institute. And I would like to say friend. So Dr. Asante, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. And I want to say to Madam President Darling Hammond and to Superintendent Thurmond, I am very delighted and happy to be here, and I give praises first to the ancestors of the First Nations people. Our meeting today has been so powerful already. I've learned so much from so many of the outstanding speakers, and I've been inspired already over again with the powerful presentations. And there's a confluence for me with this meeting, and that is that Secretary of Education, Superintendent of Education, Thurmond, and also the Secretary of State, Shirley Weber, both have crossed my path as students, either at UCLA or at Temple University. And I have heard quoted one of my recent students, Ibram Kendi, who wrote the book, How to Be an Anti-Racist. So I'm feeling quite happy today with this discussion and with the discourse that has gone on around this whole question of ethnic studies. And I do give a lot of credit to Shanine Coates and others on the panel who have been really profoundly focused on ensuring that we get this right. California is a leader, and California will be a leader in the nation. I am familiar with many parts of this country, and of course I traveled the world, but in my judgment, there is no place on the earth more significant for ethnic studies to create the model for the rest of the world than California. And you have done it already with what you have achieved. This achievement, it will go down in history as a historic moment where we have taken into consideration a number of things. And I think that if we understand what we have done, we will see that we can advance it. And many people have said that the ethnic studies curriculum is not static. And that is true. But the nation is not static. It's dynamic. America today, the United States of America today is not what it was 100 years ago or 200 years ago. And it will not be the same 100 years from now. The nation is dynamic. But the nation was born with a number of strikes against the proper understanding of culture and ethnicity and relationships. It was born with the genocide of the native peoples. It was born with the enslavement of the Africans, the dispossession of the Mexicans, and the mistreatment of women. It was later developed with the Exclusion Acts against Asian people and the incarceration of Japanese people I went to school with at UCLA in the 1960s had come out of the concentration camps. So I understand that what we have done in California, and particularly as we have developed this curriculum, what we have done is something that is unique in this country, but has to become the model for everyone else. It cannot remain the same. And here's the problem. I mean, we recognize that a number of people have spoken to it today. The problem in the American society, and we know this from the killing of the 8 people and the 6 Asian women in Georgia, is that there still remains among many of our citizens in this country this racial ladder, this perception of other people as less than. And this means that the ethnic studies curriculum is not just for those of us from particular ethnicities, but it is also, it has to be enlarged to take into consideration many of the white citizens in this country who have no understanding of the notion of humanity. Because basically, and one of the reasons I've always thought that interconnectivity was a better word, at least for me, than intersectionality, is because one of the things that we have to understand, there's only one race in the world, and that's the human race. If you know that there's only one race, and it's human race, I don't care who comes to me or who I meet, I see that person as a human being. And if you see that person as a human being, then there is no racial ladder with hierarchy and patriarchy. These are the things that create this need for people to talk about intersectionality. But if you talk about humans, there's a whole different thing. And you can talk about culture, because culture is different. But to talk about racial ladders and the perception of, that the police, for example, we often say the police they have a perception that African-American males will bring trouble. Where do they get that perception from? Who created that perception? Who created the notion that white people were superior to other people? African people didn't create that. Who created the idea that African people were lazy? Which is, of course, no truer or falser than any other group of people. Why would you create that? Who created that? And who acts on the basis of those hierarchies? That's what we have to get rid of. The ranking, the racial ranking. And if we can get rid of the racial ranking, and we get through that with the ethnic studies curriculum, we are approaching that. That's why many speakers have said it's an initiative. It's a first step, because the ultimate step is to get to the point where people see that, and they won't see it unless we keep training and teaching that, yes, you're not alone in the world. You don't exist in the society by yourself. I was talking to a group of students last week, and I was telling them, we talk about the GPS system, and everybody looks to figure out, how do I get from here to there? And I said, you don't know, you don't realize that Gladys West, who invented that system, was an African-American woman. Because we only think in terms of the perceptions that have been given to us. And so I was very happy and pleased to have worked with the African-American content area, and we have a very robust area. I mean, when you start thinking about this history, more than 100 different African ethnic groups were brought to this country. The African-American community is in many ways the quintessential American community, because we have people from many of the, if you look at people from the African-American community, you have many different African groups that have come together. Africa is not a country, it's a continent. And there are over 3,000 languages spoken on that continent. And over 100 of them came with those languages and ethnicities were brought to America during the slave trade. Millions of people crossing the Atlantic and then forming a community and creating a language and creating music out of that experience. It's a very profound experience. And when you think about it, in the African-American community, we have We have people who represent almost all of the ethnicities in the country. Because in the African American community, we don't talk about purity of the ethnicity. We don't talk about, well, you can only, because in all of our families, in my family, I'm thinking particularly of my family, I have people from several ethnic communities, or in my family. They're African Americans. We accept African Americans that way. That's the future. The future of America is that we see people as humans and we accept people as humans. And when we do that, we will be profoundly rewarded with a community that is the model for the rest of the world. California, I am so happy that I went to UCLA. I'm so happy that my wife grew up in Pasadena. I'm just so proud to know Superintendent Thurmond and Secretary Weber because and all the people that I have met and known about, certainly Dr. Kuromatsu's family, I know very well. I'm so happy to just be with all of you and appreciate it very much and give honor to all the ancestors of Assemblyman Ramos. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Asante. I don't dare say anything after that, just to let that land, but would take a moment of just thanks with all of your writing and all of your teaching, that you would help us to fine tune and strengthen this draft, in particular, the stories of the African American experience. We are grateful. And just a moment of personal pride to be a graduate of Temple University. I also want to acknowledge that our distinguished board president, Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond, is also a member of the Temple University family, and Dr. Daniel Lee. And just want you to know that Temple Owls are everywhere. Thank you, Dr. Asante.
Good morning, Board President Darling-Hammond, Superintendent Thurmond, and State Board members. I'm Dan Thigpen, Deputy Superintendent for Communications at the California Department of Education. As we've heard here today, and in many instances from many of our powerful speakers, we're hearing about the power of the classroom and of ethnic studies to help advance equity and justice for all students, and to amplify the voices that have often been ignored in public education. And as we've seen throughout this past year, we know that there are multiple lanes for education to have the power to end hate in all forms, and bigotry and bias against so many communities. Our AAPI communities, we saw tragically earlier this week, anti-Black violence, our LGBTQ communities, and our state superintendent has worked hard to engage all stakeholders and educators in areas where we can leverage and create paths in the classroom to help end hate of all forms. We've seen rising incidents of anti-Semitism and other forms of hate. And I'd like to introduce now, to talk a little bit about that, Tyler Gregory. He's the Executive Director of the Jewish Community Relations Council.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Superintendent Thurmond and the CDE staff, members of the SVE, the governor and his team, and our friends in the legislature like Senator Allen and Assembly members Gabriel, Chu, and Medina for your friendship with the California Jewish community throughout this process. I'm the descendant of Holocaust survivors, and it's my duty to ensure that this state and this country remain safe for the Jewish community. We come together just 2 months after a Capitol insurrection that saw sweatshirts emblazoned with 6 million is not enough, and just 2 years after synagogue shootings in Pittsburgh and Poway near San Diego, which is my hometown. And the chilling chant heard in Charlottesville of Jews will not replace us still echo in all of our ears. So while anti-Semitism extends far beyond America's borders and history, it is also quite often a symptom of other sicknesses in our country, like declining faith in our democracy, like white supremacy, like hyperpolarization and division. With this in mind, we must walk and chew gum at the same time, combat anti-Semitism wherever it appears, while working with our neighbors to chip away at the deep rot beneath other forms of oppression, like racism, sexism, xenophobia, Islamophobia, homophobia, and transphobia. So as our Asian Pacific Islander neighbors reel from Tuesday's tragic Atlanta shooting, as our African-American neighbors call for national reckoning after the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and so many others worth naming. As our Latino neighbors are targeted and scapegoated by xenophobes, and as the stories and lands of indigenous peoples are erased, we recognize that the systemic injustices facing our neighboring communities of color and Jews of color often stem from the same root causes of rising anti-Semitism in our country. Education is an essential strategy in combating these injustices. To that end, I say that we need ethnic studies now. Ethnic studies gives marginalized communities the agency to define and share their own cultures, stories, histories, and traditions. As Jewish Americans, we relate to this urgent need. For too long in our classrooms, and I know from my own experiences in San Diego public schools, Jewish identity has been flattened and distorted to that of a white religious minority, taking little note of our global peoplehood, history, diversity, and oppression, not to mention erasing Jews of color and Jews from the Middle East and North Africa almost entirely. We appreciate, for example, that Holocaust education appears in social studies courses, but education about Jews must be so much more than what has happened to us. For consideration today are the inclusions of 2 Jewish lesson plans that obliterate the notion that Jews are a monolithic group and that lift up segments of our community that have too often gone invisible. Our crucial inclusion presents our own chance to impart the richness of our people so that future generations hear the dog whistles of anti-Semitism and other forms of oppression that too often fall on deaf ears. The Department of Education has devised a curriculum that honors the 4 founding disciplines of ethnic studies and lifts up 4 additional communities with a deep history and commitment to our state, with the interethnic bridge building section for Jewish Americans, Arab Americans, Armenian Americans, and Sikh Americans. We know that we cannot rest after today's deliberations. My organization, the Jewish Community Relations Council, and our Jewish community partners will work tirelessly in partnership with the CDE and school districts across our state to ensure this curriculum is used inclusively in our classrooms, to elevate the stories and experiences of people of color, and ensure the teaching of Jewish and other lessons in the interethnic bridge building section. Thank you for having me.
Good morning again. My name is Dr. Daniel Lee. I'm the Deputy Superintendent of Equity with the California Department of Education, and I'm here to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Maha El Ghanadi. She's the founder and Chief Innovation Officer of the Islamic Network Group. She has authored handbooks on outreach to Muslim American communities and also trainings on cultural competency with Muslim and Arab Americans. You may also know or remember her from our Ed to End Hate webinar series, where she presented on strategies to combat Islamophobia. But I want to also elevate one award today that she received, and she received many of them. But the one that stood out for me today was she was presented with the Civil Rights Leadership Award from the California Association of Human Relations Organizations. So we're honored to have you, and the floor is yours, Ms. El Ghanadi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. I really appreciate it. The wonderful introduction, and I'm so honored to be among the group of speakers that I heard, and I was in tears throughout listening to all of you. Let me begin by saying good morning and also by thanking State Superintendent Thurmond for the invitation to speak with you all today. I am thrilled that finally, based on AB 2016, that we're seeing the first version of the ethnic studies model curriculum being voted on today. This comes after years of input by community groups, of which some continue to seek additional changes. And I expect that the process will never be complete because the subject matter of ethnic studies is both deeply personal and directly impactful to marginalized groups, as we've all heard. Speaking as an Arab American and a Muslim American, I grew up in the 70s and 80s at a time when Arabs were taught about, not in the context of the rich history of Arab Americans, but rather in the context of American foreign and domestic policy interests. So in the 70s, Arabs were framed in the context of the oil embargo by the Saudis and the October War between Egypt, Syria, and Israel. where Arabs in both cases were portrayed as enemies of the state working against the interests of the United States, which was and continues, of course, to be interest in oil. That image of the Arab as enemy continued to get worse and conflated with Islam and Muslims after every major conflict in the Middle East where the U.S. was involved, from U.S. involvement in Iran, not an Arab country, by the way, which led to the hostage crisis in 1979, to our military involvement in Lebanon in the early 80s, to the first Persian Gulf War in the early 90s, our invasion of Iraq in the early 2000s, followed by the NSEERS special registration program here in the United States for people of the Middle East, the war against ISIS in Iraq, and so forth, where it got to the point that in the presidential elections in 2016, as many of you will recall, the candidates were literally competing with each other on who disparaged Muslims the most, all of which continue to reinforce a completely distorted representation of Muslims / Arabs today, both completely different communities, by the way. And these misrepresentations, of course, didn't begin in my lifetime. They began as early as the Crusades and really take concrete form during the colonial period and become incorporated in the creation of whiteness in the United States. So distorted narratives about Arabs and Muslims who are now racialized as non-whites have a very long history in the United States. So as an Arab, as a female, in hijab like myself, who is Muslim and not white, experiences the cumulative effects of multiple forms of discrimination, which for our children in schools is especially critical. And of course, for educators, much of this requires knowledge and lesson plans, as has been pointed out, and that are part of which are included in the model curriculum. And so this is the kind of material that makes ethnic studies so important and so relevant. It's not just about marginalized groups. It's really about understanding America from the perspective of the American people. Therefore, the California government attempting to do this is quite remarkable if you think about it, and not without its challenges, as we've all experienced. And so this current ethnic studies model curriculum is a very good start for the government and a work in progress. And it will be one of many useful documents that will be made available by the state, including documents by community groups that will guide teachers in their teaching of ethnic studies in the classroom. Our organization, Islamic Networks Group, is one of these community groups offering material for educators. We were very happy to contribute to CDE lesson plans relating to Islamophobia and its relationship to other forms of bigotry. In fact, 2 of our lesson plans were incorporated in the model curriculum, specifically on dominant narratives. You can find the rest of our anti-racism lesson plans on our website at ing.org. We were also very happy to join the CDE's Education to End Hate, as Dr. Lee pointed out, by conducting a webinar on Islamophobia, which provided educators with tangible teaching tools. And again, at our website at ing.org, we have dozens of other lesson plans relating to Muslims in the context of religious and cultural pluralism. And we also provide educators with panels of live speakers and presenters on dozens of related topics, where we go out with Jews, Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, and people of various ethnic backgrounds to give these presentations. Finally, I want to end with my very sincere gratitude to State Superintendent Thurmond and his entire team for working so hard and for being great allies to work with. I know how hard they've worked because I was there with them, and the pressure that they were under in pulling it all together. I encourage the board to approve this version of the model curriculum, as I do community groups, to continue working with the CDE and each other on this incredibly important project of ethnic studies for the sake of our children. Thank you.
Buenos dias, Madam President Darling Hammond, Superintendent Thurmond, and board members. My name is Jenny Carrion, and I am the Deputy Superintendent of Strategic Planning and Special Projects. I arrived to this country in third grade from Juarez, Chihuahua to East Los Angeles, and I remember very vividly my ancestors' history and contributions never being taught in any of my classrooms. So today I'm very excited that I get to introduce one of my favorite authors. He was once an LAUSD student and went on to be a member of Stanford University's History Department. Dr. Albert Camarillo is a founding scholar of the field of Mexican-American history and Chicano studies. He was also instrumental with the Latinx studies portion of this curriculum, and we're fortunate that his invaluable knowledge on why diversity matters will now be taught in classrooms across the state, not just in universities. Dr. Camarillo.
Thank you, Ms. Carrion, and thank you to Superintendent Thurmond. Good morning to all board members. I'm going to share a few comments with you about the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. And I followed the path of this both curricular project and political project for many years, and most recently was invited by Superintendent Thurmond and his staff to review parts of the document, especially the sections on the approaches to Latino studies and comparative studies in race and ethnicity. I recently reviewed the document with the edits by the Instructional Quality Commission, and I strongly endorse the revised and edited document. And this document, I know you are aware of this, reflects a huge commitment of time and energy and expertise by so many thoughtful educators and others to develop an outcome that is both substantive and informative. Now, this ethnic studies model curriculum is an important reference guide for teachers, for school administrators, for staff, and others. Now, as Shanine mentioned in her opening comments, it is not a blueprint per se for the incorporation and implementation of ethnic studies curriculum, but it is a critically important roadmap and guidepost that is greatly needed in public education. Others have spoke to this, and appropriately so. The lessons of the past and the realities of the present day tell us that the time is now. It is now to adopt this ethnic studies model curriculum. And as one of the founding historians of Chicano studies and Latino studies, it gives me enormous pride to see that our state, California, is on the threshold of including an ethnic studies curriculum for, and I want to underscore, all teachers, underscore all students. Now, I've seen firsthand the impact of a culturally relevant, culturally sustaining curriculum. Over the last dozen years, I worked with history and social science high school teachers in 2 charter schools in the San Francisco Bay Area, first with the East Palo Alto Academy, and more recently with the Luis Valdez Leadership Academy in East San Jose, to implement a curriculum required of all 9th graders in Chicano studies, Mexican American studies. I have seen firsthand in working with the teachers and working with the students the transformative nature, the motivation that is gained by students engaging with ethnic studies. And of course, at Stanford for the last 45 years, I've taught ethnic studies related courses. I've seen there too that all students benefit tremendously from a foundation of knowledge about diversity in our society. And that's why I think it is so fundamentally important at this moment, at this time, at this moment of racial reckoning once again in our society, that we move forward in a creative and innovative way to bring this curriculum to our students. And I will tell you up front, I've been working, and Superintendent Thurmond and the staff know this as well, I've been working based upon the implementation of that pilot project in charter schools and ethnic studies to move forward with the online comprehensive comparative studies and race and ethnicity curriculum for all California teachers and all California students, so that in one stop on the internet, they can go to, in the next few years, a comprehensive online curriculum that will make ethnic studies so available to all. So I thank you again for the chance to meet with you this morning, even if only for a few minutes. Good luck with your important work during this unprecedented period.
Good morning, State Board members. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Mary Nicely, and I'm the Senior Policy Advisor to the Superintendent. As a Burmese American, I am so proud to have been able to work with the API community to bring the community's voice into the ESMC. Thank you, Dr. Korematsu, for all of your guidance and the API School Board Members Association. Right now, I have the honor to introduce Manufo Anawai, a champion of the Pacific Islander community. Over a decade ago, Manufo founded Camp Unity in Daly City to have a summer camp where Pacific Islander Polynesian youth could learn about their heritage and feel seen and heard in a community that saw them as others. Manufo is a trustee with the Jefferson Elementary School District in San Mateo County and co-chairs the Superintendent's Closing the Opportunity Gap Initiative. Thank you for your support in convening Pacific Islander educators and stakeholders for input and bringing the Pacific Islander voice to the ESMC. Welcome, Trustee Anawai.
Greetings, everyone. Talofa and Tayamanwia. I too would like to pay respect to our First Nation, and I'm deeply honored to be able to share this space with everyone on this meeting. I'm really emotional. I say to myself, who am I? Who am I to share this time, to be able to offer and lend my voice with such esteemed leaders in this work? I say that I am ethnic studies. That is who I am. That is who I am in my community. That is the voice that I will continue to lend in this work. I want to extend my gratitude to the honorable members of the Board of Education, to the IQC, and especially to State Superintendent, my brother, Tony Thurmond, for ensuring that the Pacific Islander community had the opportunity to revisit the initial draft. When we saw that we didn't feel that it was a reflection of our community, he allowed us to go in together. It was important to him to ensure that this was an inclusive conversation. And for me, ethnic studies is just an opportunity for us to formalize ethnic studies outside of the classrooms, because this continues to happen. We've seen all of the teachings happen in our homes, in our neighborhoods. What ethnic studies allows us to do is to bring it into our learning circles. So my ask was to come to you today to share some of the successes that we have had in our Pacific Islander community in building into this model curriculum, but also to share what we continue to do and are tasked to do as community members and as community leaders. As a Pacific Islander woman, being elected as a board trustee in a school district 6 years ago, it is a rarity. That is ethnic studies. To know that the first Samoan American board trustee and public official was elected right here in California and still serves in San Rafael as a product of public education, as someone who went to UC Berkeley, who was allowed to play NFL, a dream that many Pacific Islander young men aspire to, and come back to his community in Marin County, San Rafael, and say, I want to serve, how can I do that? I'm going to do that and secure a seat in education. He has served there for over 20 years. But what his story has allowed for me and many other Pacific Islanders, it has allowed for 5 other Pacific Islanders to run for similar seats in our communities and be successful at serving in those roles. That is ethnic studies. Today, we are having a conversation of an opportunity and the urgency that we must embrace to support this model curriculum. But I would be remiss if I didn't share the stories of the contributors from my community that allowed for many of these things to happen and will continue to be able to contribute to this ever-evolving work. As a team member of the Institute of Human and Social Development, we have served our early learning communities for over 35 years in San Mateo County, and we are the only Head Start provider in this region. It's amazing to see our young pre-K learners receiving doses of Pacific Islander culture in our classrooms and having educators that look like them, along with many of other ethnic communities that are reflective of our student population. Additionally, I love that our school district, which is an elementary K-8 school district, embraced ethnic studies early on, and we are not waiting for our students to get to high school. We are introducing ethnic studies curriculum in the fall. In San Mateo County, we have Big Lift, which supports literacy and continues to work towards closing the academic and achievement gap by ensuring our students become successful and confident readers by the end of the 3rd grade. This platform provides opportunities to immerse our students in Pacific literature. And I'm particularly proud of our Pacific Islander investors, from educators to community leaders to parents and to allies who took on the task to build out this curriculum. From our oceanic community, we have been able to contribute and add nuggets of wisdom that are authentic to our outlook and our history. I must mention our Pacific Islander pathways are in place because of organizations such as TOFA Inc., who serve the greater Sacramento area. And we have to make note to San Francisco Unified School District under the leadership of Commissioner Fa'unga Molinga, who have built out the Matua Advisory Council and the Fa'asamoa Initiative, which is the first in the nation. They have provided a template for many of us to embrace and follow. Pacific Islander community built Camp Unity 10 years ago, as shared by Mary Nicely. We are at the forefront of building this initiative and ensuring that allies that need to be recognized are continued partners in this work. Samoan Solutions, and more recently, PIFest, which is a new initiative of Pacific Islanders encouraging fun, engineering, science, and technology with a twist of Pacific Islander culture and history that has been birthed right here in the home of Genentech in South San Francisco, California. The pipeline has been built by our Pacific Oceanic community. AA degree is now offered in Pacific Islander Studies at the City College of San Francisco, the first in the nation. That pipeline has been extended to the San Francisco State University, and our partners at UC Berkeley, as well as De Anza and College of San Mateo, are just a few who have embraced this work. We did not wait for this initiative, but we embrace it open arms. And I want to close out with my deep gratitude. I am a mother of a special needs child, and I ran for office to make sure that she was seen. And when she saw Camp Unity identify with who she was, and that we were able to share this in our local school districts, something went off in her. She had her aha moment. Camp Unity does not just serve Pacific Islander students. And I have to share this. 65% of our participants are either mixed race or non-Pacific Islander. They have stayed with us since the inception of the program to this very day, because them and their families understand the meaning of embracing and respecting other cultures and other histories, because what it does, it expands their cultural antenna and their human dignity and love for others. So I want to close out with a wonderful quote that represents my people in my community from Professor Epeli Hau'ofa. We should not be defined by the smallness of our islands, but in the greatness of our oceans. We are the sea. We are the ocean. Oceania is us. We are ethnic studies. So today I stand with all of you and urge and encourage you to support and vote yes on the current model ethnic studies curriculum. Thank you for this time. Again, I appreciate the opportunity that has been extended to me to share my voice and the voice of my people. Fa'afetai, soifua, maia manuia.
Trustee Lea'ano'i, thank you so much for your wonderful words, for that beautiful quote, for your advocacy in the community and early education and supporting youth development and your leadership in the Pacific Islander community, and for all the time you took to work with us, bringing leaders together from the Pacific Islander community to fine-tune and improve the lesson plans to make sure they were reflective and culturally competent, and an important addition and a wonderful addition to this draft. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Dr. Camarillo, for your words and your work. Thank you, Dr. El-Ganaidi, for your leadership and your work and your help with the lesson plans. Thank you, Mr. Gregory, and again, Dr. Asante. To the members of the board, Madam President, and members of the board, this concludes our presentation. I just have to say, I hope it was for you as it was for me. It was a very emotional moment and a powerful moment. You heard not all the voices that have been a part of this, but you heard from many of the voices who have been helping us steer and continue to amplify the importance of ethnic studies and to continue to build out robust content for our students and educators to have access to. I'm grateful to all of our speakers. As has been said, this is an evolving process, and we look forward to the next step of the journey. And so with that, we conclude this part of the presentation. I'll turn it back to Director Coates, who will take us further from here. And of course, one final thanks to Director Coates and to Dr. Gregson. I think these are two people who have lived this curriculum draft since its inception. They probably know every section of it, can cite any reference of it. We're grateful for them and all of the staff who've worked on it. Back to you, Director Coates, and back to the State Board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm overwhelmed, really, by the community that is here today. So right now we're going to transition to the next portion of the presentation, which is the presentation of the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum and the recommendations by the Instructional Quality Commission. So if you just give me one moment. Okay. And I'm joined by commissioners, and will be additionally introducing them as well. So the recommendation for the day is on the screen. The California Department of Education recommends that the State Board of Education adopt the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum with line edits described in Attachment 2, as well as additional recommendations as outlined on slide 55 of this presentation. The CDE also recommends that the State Board of Education authorize CDE staff, pending approval of the State Board of Education Executive Director, to prepare revisions requested by the State Board of Education and correct any typographical errors and non-substantive clarifying edits. The State Board of Education item before you contains Attachment 1, which is a summary table of public comments, Attachment 2, which summarizes the CDE recommended edits to the third field review draft, which was recommended by the Instructional Quality Commission. And the item also contains a link to the draft recommended by the IQC, as well as a link to the draft as it would appear if the State Board of Education chose to accept the CDE recommended edits to the third field review draft. So as you know, the Instructional Quality Commission is one of 5 of the State Board of Education's advisory boards. This 18-member board is responsible for advising the State Board of Education on matters related to curriculum and instruction. Its members are appointed by various parties, including the State Board of Education, the Governor, the Speaker of the Assembly, and the Senate Rules Committee. It also includes a state senator and a state assembly member, and the State Board has also elected to include a student member. This advisory body represents a diverse cross-section of California geographically, ethnically, and a wide range of expertise specific to California curriculum and instruction matters. Curriculum and instruction projects, after receiving the advice of specific subject matter committees, such as the Model Curriculum Advisory Committee, or for example, when we work on frameworks, the Curriculum Frameworks and Evaluation Criteria Committees, are provided to the Instructional Quality Commission for further development and to ensure consistency with the State Board of Education guidelines and to be responsive to the needs of California students. Presenting alongside with me are three commissioners from the Instructional Quality Commission. David Pantai, IQC member of the History Social Science Committee, is a high school English teacher of 18 years and works with diverse urban youth in various capacities in Sacramento. He is a proud product of public education and believes the classroom should be a safe, comfortable, and welcoming environment for all students. Additionally, IQC co-chair Dr. Costa Hernandez is currently serving as the executive director of the California Reading and Literature Project, part of the network of 9 California subject matter projects. Dr. Costa Hernandez is an experienced educator with 30 years of leadership experience at the classroom, school, district, and state level. Through her career, she has been an advocate for underserved students and their families. And the IQC chair, Dr. Manuel Rustin, who also served as chair of the History Social Science Committee last year during the project's development and is a proud believer in the promise of public education. Dr. Rustin has spent all 16 plus years of his career teaching marginalized populations in underserved high schools. He currently teaches United States history, American government, economics, and a hip hop studies course, infusing ethnic studies teaching all the while. He is a proud member of the Ed Trust West's Educator Advisory Council and earned his doctorate in educational leadership at UCLA. He is also a recipient of prestigious awards such as the Milken Educator Award by the Milken Family Foundation and the Ruby McKnight Educator Award by the Pasadena NAACP. Today, we will present the model curriculum in its 4 phases of development. Those phases include phase 1, from statute to the development of the first draft, phase 2, from the first public comment period to the posting of the second field review draft, phase 3, from the second public comment period to the posting of the third field review draft, and phase 4, from the third field review public comment period to our final recommendations today. At this time, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Pantai to lead us into the discussion of the first phase of development.
Thank you, Director Coates. I'm honored and excited to be here. AB 2016 was enacted on January 1st, 2017 as Educational Code 51226.7, which requires the Instructional Quality Commission to develop and the SBE to adopt, modify, or revise a model curriculum in ethnic studies. The statute also requires that the model curriculum be written as a guide to allow school districts to adapt their courses to reflect the pupil demographics in their communities. The statute also requires that the model curriculum is written as a guide to allow school districts to adapt their courses to reflect the pupil demographics in their communities. It requires that the model curriculum includes examples of courses offered by local agencies that have been approved as meeting the A through G requirements of UC and CSU, including the course outlines to the extent possible. It was also the legislature's intent that LEAs submit course outlines to the UC CSU A through G system so that the database could continue to be built. The original statute required action by March 2020. But we actually received a 1-year extension of that time that we'll discuss a bit later. But the statute required a minimum of 45 days of public comment period before the state board approval. As you know, the IQC has held 3 public comment periods and have accepted public comment throughout. A vast number of people and organizations have contributed to shaping and forming this project. The project has received over 100,000 public comments in our frameworks. The most we've received has been 20,000. This is a reflective of the level of engagement by a broad body of stakeholders and the desire and need to continue to address ethnic studies in California. I'll hand it over to Commissioner Rustin, who will walk us through some additional key points and framing.
Thank you, Commissioner Pantai, and good morning, everybody. It's a true honor to be here in your presence. I've been an admirer of your work in education as individuals and as a collective for quite some time, so I'm really happy and really honored to be here with you this morning. Now, when the legislature enacted AB 2016, they found and declared in part that there are 92 languages other than English spoken throughout the state of California. There's a growing body of research that shows the importance of culturally meaningful and relevant curriculum. They cited the National Education Association's publication, The Academic and Social Value of Ethnic Studies, which stated that the inclusion of ethnic studies has positive impacts for students. They also declared that ethnic studies benefits students in observable ways, boosting academic engagement, increasing performance on standardized tests, improving graduation rates, and developing a sense of self-efficacy and personal empowerment. They acknowledge that the state's educational standards should be guided by core values of equity, inclusiveness, and universally high expectations, and that the state is committed to its efforts to provide all students with excellent educational opportunities, including its obligation to ensure its youth are college prepared and ready to be global citizens with an appreciation for the contributions of multiple cultures. Now, as a teacher who has incorporated ethnic studies myself, I've seen students engage to a whole new level academically when using ethnic studies as our guide. For example, students who I've had who have really struggled with in-class presentations when we did a youth participatory action research project and presented at a youth summit at a local university. The same students that really struggled with a basic in-class presentation really came alive when presenting their own research when treated as intellectuals, which is what ethnic studies, of course, does with our students or for our students. Now, we can see here that there are many districts that are teaching ethnic studies already, and some have it as a graduation requirement. Based on the figures presented on this slide, we can see that statewide student enrollment in ethnic studies courses has steadily increased over the last 4 years. This is a good indication that there is growing interest as well as a growing body of ethnic studies courses across the state. According to DataQuest, when we compare enrollment from 2015 to 2018, we see enrollment in ethnic studies courses increased by around 60%. There was a 12% increase in enrollment between the 2017-18 school year and the 2018-19 school year alone. Now, before we begin to talk more in depth about the model curriculum, it's important to give a clear look at the various other tools that California utilizes to discuss history. Now, in California, we have a landscape for curriculum and instruction. There are 3 main components: the standards, the frameworks, and instructional materials. The standards are essentially the what for students and teachers, and they provide the language of student expectations for each grade or proficiency level, as well as where we want students to be at the end of the school year. End of their school career, I'm sorry. Standards come about as the result of legislation. A content-specific advisory committee comes together to develop standards, and they then turn their work over to the IQC for further development. Once standards are approved by the state board, a content-specific group of educators draft the frameworks. Frameworks are essentially the how. They serve as guidance documents to help educators implement the standards. A content-specific advisory committee for frameworks recommends its draft to the IQC, and their work concludes. The IQC then further develops the draft, including being responsive to public comment. Now, once the State Board of Education approves a framework, publishers participate in the K-8 instructional materials adoptions. Instructional materials are a tool to help teachers provide standards-aligned instruction. Now, model curricula are supplemental to this established core area of curriculum and instruction, including the history, social science framework. Now, speaking of that framework, in California, instruction in history, social science is guided by the content standards and the 2016 history, social science framework. The 2016 framework emphasizes 4 major shifts in instruction. One is discipline-specific inquiry. The framework encourages teachers to organize their instruction around questions of significance for students to explore, and after analyzing relevant evidence, developing their own interpretations. The frameworks also include expanded content. Although California history social science standards haven't changed, the framework adds content on a variety of different topics, including, for example, to incorporate the latest historiography, like a more connected and less regional approach to world history. The framework also emphasizes student literacy. The disciplinary demands of history, geography, economics, and government align with the literacy expectations outlined in the Common Core and California's English language development standards. And the 2016 framework offers strategies to integrate content and literacy instruction. The framework as well includes citizenship, although previous iterations of the frameworks also included significant attention to developing student understanding of our democratic system of governance. The 2016 version extends that work by offering concrete examples of how schools may not only teach our students how our government works, but it also goes one step further to support student participation in civic discourse and to promote public service. With this framework, students in my U.S. history class, for example, learn about major events of the 20th century. We recently completed our study of the 1920s, and the framework includes the question, why were the 1920s filled with political, social, and economic extremes? And we explored this through a variety of investigations using documents ranging from newspaper clippings from the 20s to contemporary research about Chicana flappers in the 20s to poems and music written in the 20s. So that sort of encapsulates how we use inquiry and literacy to explore the past. This model curriculum, which we're talking about today, is anchored to the history social science framework and serves as a baseline to model the state board guidelines, which includes the emphasis on student-based inquiry, consistent with the instructional shifts in the history social science frameworks, and promote the values of civic engagement and civic responsibility. If used to its fullest capacity, the model curriculum will be but a fraction of the ensuing rich dialogue and programmatic experiences provided by districts in partnership with their local communities to continue, and in some places begin, the journey of affirming, seeing, and giving voice to the diversity of California. So to be clear, a model curriculum is a guidance document that provides support to teachers and administrators in developing courses and or instructional content in a specific topic area. It does not impose a mandate on schools, and it is not a complete curriculum or a set of instructional materials. It is intended to be a resource, and it is to be used in tandem with the history social science frameworks and ELA frameworks and other tools available to the local educational agency. So the model curriculum cites the 2016 State Board of Education adopted history social science frameworks for public schools, kindergarten through grade 12, which defines ethnic studies as follows. Quote, ethnic studies is an interdisciplinary field of study that encompasses many subject areas, including history, literature, economics, sociology, anthropology, and political science. It emerged to both address content considered missing from traditional curriculum and to encourage critical engagement. It goes on to say that as a field, ethnic studies seeks to empower all students to engage socially and politically and to think critically about the world around them. It is important for ethnic studies courses to document the experiences of people of color in order for students to construct counter narratives and develop a more complex understanding of the human experience. Through these studies, students should develop respect for cultural diversity and see the advantages of inclusion. Because of the interdisciplinary nature of this field, ethnic studies courses may take several forms. However, central to any ethnic studies course is the historic struggle of communities of color, taking into account the intersectionality of identity, gender, class, sexuality, among others, to challenge racism, discrimination, and oppression, and interrogate the systems that continue to perpetuate inequity. And again, that's from the 2016 framework.
So this slide provides a high-level overview of the process for developing the model curriculum, and we will continue to address each of these steps as we walk through the 4 phases of the project. And here we see that phase one, some key milestones in phase one of the development of the model curriculum, which include the public input webinar, the appointment of the Model Curriculum Advisory Committee members, and approval of the State Board of Education guidelines, all the way through to the development and posting of the first draft for public comment. In January 9, 2018, the CDE held a public input webinar. This was open to participation by anyone and posted on the CDE website. 74 scholars, teachers, and interested parties attended, including various ethnic studies experts throughout the field. And the purpose of the webinar was to receive input from ethnic studies educators statewide on the development of an ethnic studies model curriculum. 4 questions were asked of the participants. 1, what kind of course outline should be included in the model curriculum? 2, what are the essential components of effective ethnic studies pedagogy? 3, what are some of the current challenges educators are encountering while teaching ethnic studies? And 4, how can the model curriculum best support districts, administrators, and teachers that offer or are considering offering ethnic studies courses at their schools? And participants attested to the efficacy and success of concept or thematic approaches to ethnic studies. They expressed that course outline should be grounded in challenging systems of oppression. They expressed that validating and creating room for lived experiences was essential to teaching ethnic studies. They tied this discussion to socio-emotional development and pedagogy, a need for ethnic studies to be seen as engaging multiple disciplines. And then from there, the guidelines were developed based on feedback received not only during the public webinar, but also the requirements in the authorizing statute and the public comment. And they were considered by the Instructional Quality Commission at its May 2018 meeting. The commission met thoughtfully regarding those guidelines and recommended them to the State Board of Education, who approved them at their meeting, your meeting, on July 2018. The guidelines set the expectations for the development of the model curriculum, including for the Model Curriculum Advisory's work and the board in creating the first draft of the model. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Cosa Hernandez to discuss those State Board of Education guidelines.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here today representing my colleagues at IQC. The State Board of Education guidelines developed based on the input from focus groups and further recommendations by the IQC were approved by the State Board at your July 2018 meeting. They contain 5 parts: statutory guidelines, general principles, course outlines, audience, and administrative and teacher support. I will provide a few highlights on each section. You're already familiar with the statutory guidelines, which require that the curriculum is a guide and the inclusion of UC A through G course outlines. So let's move on to the general principles. These general principles laid the foundation for deliberations and discussions in the IQC, resulting in what you see today. The guiding principles align with the content and instructional shifts in the 2016 History Social Studies framework, as we discussed earlier. This is one reason why it was important for the IQC to ensure that there are concrete history social science connections throughout the model. The body also wanted to ensure that the curriculum aligned with Common Core state standards for English language arts and literacy in history social studies to provide students with skills that are applicable across the curricula. Each lesson contains standards alignment with history social science, as well as Common Core state standards in English language arts literacy. The guidelines called for self and collective empowerment. And importantly, the guidelines ask that the ES&C is written utilizing language that is inclusive and supportive of multiple users. The SBE guidelines, your guidelines, wanted to ensure that students are provided with a deeper understanding of each other and themselves and how different groups have historically worked together to further equality and racial justice for all. The inclusion of information on the ethnic studies movement, another guiding principle, works in tandem with the principle of empowerment by providing students with the foundation, intent, with the founding intent of ethnic studies. Additionally, the ESMC was designed to promote critical thinking and rigorous analysis of history, systems of oppression, and the status quo, and consider what the world would look like if equality, justice, and equity triumph over society's current ills. The guidelines recognize the importance of a thematic approach to allow a space for educators to build in examples and case studies from diverse backgrounds for use in standalone or integrated courses. This is why the IQC recommended building out the thematic portion of the model. This was accomplished through expanding and refining the themes in the first draft, as well as the sample questions that teachers can use to link across ethnic groups, and is reflected in the draft before you today. Beyond that, the outlines are there to engage a range of disciplines beyond traditional history and social sciences. This is why some of the course outlines are, for example, in AP English. The State Board guidelines consider the audience for the document. They express the desire for sensitivity to the needs of students at various grade levels, but specifically targeting grades 9 through 12 in the outline in the legislation. The guidelines stated that the pedagogy should be responsive, validate students' lived experience, and address social emotional development, which also created an inclusive space for all students, regardless of race, ethnicity, class, gender, sexuality, or citizenship, helping students to learn from different perspectives. The guidelines also address administrator and teacher support, including educators who do not have a background in ethnic studies. The IQC had considerable conversation regarding the balance of the academic language of the discipline and the need to make the document easy for teachers who may not have a background in ethnic studies. The balance is reflected in the document that is presented to you today. This model also provides examples of instructional methods and pedagogical approaches and assist in and encourage collaborative teaching among colleagues across disciplines as a way of highlighting the interdisciplinarity of ethnic studies. This is one of the reasons why the IQC chose to incorporate multiple frameworks and theories in order to offer various instructional and pedagogical approaches that local educational agencies will consider as they develop their own local ethnic studies courses. Further, the guidelines ask for resources to lesson plans and other resources.
And as mentioned previously, the State Board of Education guidelines set the expectation for the work of the model curriculum, including the work of the Model Curriculum Advisory Committee members that were appointed to review drafts of the model curriculum and provide feedback. In August through October 2018, the CDE publicly requested applicants for the advisory committee to provide a review of the initial drafts of the model curriculum. In November 2018, the Instructional Quality Commission recommended the committee members, and in January 2019, the State Board of Education appointed the 20 committee members. The Model Curriculum Advisory Committee met over 6 days in February, March, and April 2019 to develop the first draft of the model. Similar to other projects, their work culminated at the final committee meeting in April 2019 when they recommended to move the draft to the Instructional Quality Commission. We are appreciative of the work of the advisory committee, and the culmination of their work brings phase 1 to an end.
Leads us to phase 2. Here are the key dates for phase 2 of the model curriculum's development. In this segment, we will cover the posting and the first public comment review period. IQC action on the draft and the extension of time at our May 2019 meeting, the IQC reviewed the first draft and approved it for the posting for the 60-day public review period. The review period, which took place June 15th through August 15th, resulted in over 20,000 public comments during the field review. and an additional 12,000 comments between the end of the field review and before the posting of the IQC's next meeting, immediately surpassing the amount of public comment received for any other curriculum project. In September 2019, the IQC postponed its expected action in order to provide adequate time to fully address the public comment. We secured a one-year extension to the project's timeline by the passage of Assembly Bill 114, signed by the governor.
And then the CDE took advantage of that time to review the public comment, to convene expert panels on ethnic studies, conduct listening sessions, and worked with the Comprehensive Center to conduct focus groups with teachers, teachers and administrators, as well as students. And to learn more about the voice of teachers and practitioners, the Region 15 Comprehensive Center assisted us by holding listening sessions about ethnic studies implementation. And here to present on the teacher focus groups are Deb Sigmund and Rose Owens-West. And I will now turn it over to them to discuss more information on the focus groups. One moment.
Thank you, Director Coates, and President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Strauss, Superintendent Thurmond. We so appreciate being part of this really extraordinary effort and decision today. So I am Deb Sigmund. I serve as the co-director of the Region 15 Comprehensive Center. And I am joined today by my colleague, Dr. Rose Owens-West, who serves as our Director of Equity Projects for West Ed. Let me see if I can share my screen. Having a little trouble here. Dr. Owens-West, might you be able to share the screen? I'm having some difficulty.
Okay, thank you. I'll open the PowerPoint. Just one moment, please.
Oh, okay. I think I've got it, Rose. Apologies. So as Director Coates mentioned, we were asked to help the California Department of Education and the State Board of Education really reach out to practicing educators. Just a little bit of background about what the Region 15 Comprehensive Center is. We are one of 19 federally funded regional comprehensive centers. Our charge is to build capacity building and provide technical assistance to our state educational agency partners in an effort to improve education for all students. Here at West Ed, we operate the Region 15 Comprehensive Center, and in addition to California, that region includes Arizona, Nevada, and Utah. Back in I believe it was the summer of 2019, the department and the State Board of Education reached out to us and really wanted to gain some feedback from practicing K-12 educators across the state. As you've heard in the last presentation, critically important for if in fact the model curriculum would be used and be successful, it was important to hear from those educators who would actually be using the model curriculum. And so our charge was to convene some focus groups to get some feedback, some really deep, engaging feedback from both administrators and teachers who may have experience with teaching ethnic studies, as well as those folks who may not have, but would be, certainly that would be part of their path if in fact the ESMC was put into practice. So as I said, our charge was to gather key ideas and feedback from the practicing educators, and it was really focused on what is needed and how can we inform the state policymakers to successfully implement K-12 ethnic studies. So in that effort, we designed our focus groups, as I said, to be very engaging and really not an hour conversation, but some lengthy conversation. And so actually each of our in-person groups, this was pre-pandemic. I think we conducted our last in-person group in January of 20, so shortly before we closed our schools and such. So we included practicing educators, both teachers and administrators, as I said, some implementing, some not, and administrators that might be responsible for implementing. We really encouraged interaction between the participants to, as I said, provide this deeper understanding of the local context and experiences. To get that deep engagement, we limited each of our groups to 6 participants and had facilitators for each of those discussion groups. Dr. Owens-West was one of our lead facilitators in this endeavor. And as I said, these went up to 5 hours to provide ample time. In addition to our in-person groups, we also worked with the California Teachers Association and the department to hold a virtual focus group in the spring. The design, the questions, the protocols were built from the in-person, but obviously we had to modify slightly due to the nature of the virtual structure. And again, all the participants were participating teachers, either currently implemented or would be responsible for implementing or interested in implementing an ethnic studies course. So this gives you a sense of how widespread and how representative the engagement was. As I said, we had 4 in-person sessions. We held those in Sacramento, Shasta County, Fresno County, and Los Angeles County. As I said, we had 1 virtual session. Across all of these, 19 counties were represented, 35 school districts were represented. And here's how it broke down. So we had, across all 5, we had 48 teachers, we had 17 administrators. You can see the counties that were represented. It was important for us to gather information from across the state to really get a sense from our educators about the local context and the challenges they might face and really what they wanted to share with the policymakers about how to make this successful. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Owens-West. As I said, Dr. Owens-West was one of our lead facilitators for our focus groups. Dr. Owens-West.
Thank you. The discussion in the focus group focused on 3 key areas related to successful implementation: professional learning, content knowledge, instructional strategies that are needed for effective ethnic studies implementation. Next slide, please. We provided the definition from the California History Social Science Framework in order for the focus group participants to have a common language to use during their discussions. Please take a moment to read the framework definition. Okay. In the focus groups, we heard broad agreement from participants about what is needed for effective implementation. We heard about what to teach in ethnic studies, including academic relevance, as well as high-quality curricula, how to teach ethnic studies, including academic rigor and effective strategies, and about professional learning, learning for ethnic studies teachers. And next, we'll describe a little bit more detail about what we heard in these areas. Next slide, please. Next. So in the area of content, participants emphasized that K-12 content should be challenging for students. We heard that content should include the history of ethnic studies, addressing its origins as a student-led movement in California, and what ethnic studies is and is not. The content should have academic relevance, helping K-12 students to learn about their communities and histories, and it should address student identity, helping students to learn about themselves, and student empowerment, encouraging their voice. We also heard that an essential focus of ethnic studies content is critical theory and critical framing, which involves critiquing social, political, and economic issues. They noted that K-12 ethnic studies differs from post-secondary ethnic studies in that it adheres to the California History Social Science Framework, is interdisciplinary across the social sciences, and must be age and developmentally appropriate. These K-12 educators emphasize that historical perspectives of marginalized groups are part of ethnic studies content. Further, we heard that ethnic studies content should promote inclusion, equality, and justice. Participants emphasized local context for K-12 ethnic studies, stating that local communities provide both a focus for ethnic studies and resources for ethnic studies content. Next slide, please. Regarding instruction in K-12 ethnic studies, participants indicated that content and instruction are closely aligned. The focus group participants indicated that strategies need to be incorporated that would promote academic rigor, such as youth participatory action research projects that involve analysis, evaluation, and creativity. They also noted the importance of students engaging in discussions in Socratic seminars about challenging content. These teachers and administrators emphasized that instruction needed to be age and developmentally appropriate in order to meet the needs of K-12 students and can be taught at all grade levels. We heard for effective ethnic studies at K-12 levels, instruction should reinforce content, allowing students to engage in critical analysis around the topics of critical race theory, critical literacy, and critical media. Interdisciplinary strategies employing themes drawing from multiple subjects was also important. And finally, addressing the social emotional learning needs by providing appropriate instructional supports for students, grounded in relationship building and building a sense of community among students in the classroom is paramount. Next slide, please. The focus group participants talked about the need for professional learning opportunities to help K-12 educators effectively deliver ethnic studies content and instruction. They also pointed out the need for time for teachers to collaborate, to develop curriculum, and to share resources. We heard that professional learning for K-12 ethnic studies educators should build their capacities to employ instructional strategies to specifically teach relevant ethnic studies content, such as engaging students in participatory action research, helping students understand their own biases, helping students discover their own voice. In addition, building educators' capacities to facilitate student discourse, allowing students to engage in difficult conversations and help students navigate those conversations. The focus group participants also discussed that professional learning should address how to effectively engage communities by drawing on them for resources and building local support for K-12 ethnic studies. Next slide. We asked the focus group participants what help needed and what could the state do to promote effective implementation of ethnic studies across K-12 grades. They told us that the state could help by lending clarity to what K-12 ethnic studies is, to provide guidance to districts and schools for implementation, Participants addressed the need for resources for teachers in different parts of the state and the role of the state in providing those resources for teachers. Next slide, please. Again, broad summary, in summary, again, there was broad agreement among the participants across all focus groups. Generally, we heard that the things that are needed for effective implementation of K-12 ethnic studies are the same as those needed for effective implementation of any K-12 instructional program. Specifically, we heard that K-12 ethnic studies is important because of the diversity of the general population in California and the diversity of the school population in particular. And California history and K-12 curriculum should be inclusive, reflecting the state's diversity. In K-12 studies, students are challenged and students relate to the ethnic studies content and can see themselves. Teachers need professional learning to know content and for effective instruction. And last, the state guides the K-12 curriculum, and K-12 ethnic studies must be age and developmentally appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Coates. Turn it back over to you.
Dr. Coates, I believe you're on mute.
Well, there had to be one today, right? So thank you again to the Comprehensive Center. We appreciate your partnership. And I wanted to note that the focus group work and the comments and the feedback were all carefully reviewed and were reflected in the recommendations that went forth in the second draft that the Instructional Quality Commission put forth for field review, including things such as including that ethnic studies is presented in a way that is rigorous and relevant, stressing the importance of inclusivity while acknowledging and challenging systems of power. They're highlighting the need to engage students in critical thinking while also empowering students to be civically engaged, citing the importance of professional learning and administrative support in developing successful programs in ethnic studies. And that in particular is one reason why the district implementation guidance chapter was developed. The focus group participants also pointed out that ethnic studies in high school courses is not the same as it may be presented in higher education. And so we, again, appreciate the focus group reports as it was instrumental in the shaping of subsequent drafts. I would also like to point out that during the extension of time, the superintendent began his web series to continue to engage ethnic studies experts, teachers, local educational agencies, and to lift student voice. He also engaged with numerous communities regarding ethnic studies, and all of the information received during the extension of time, including the public comment, informed the recommendations that the IQC considered during its August 2020 meeting. And the superintendent has continued his commitment to ethnic studies, and you can see the additional webinars that have been held on this slide, and there are more to come.
At its August meeting, the IQC reviewed and approved recommendations to the draft. The IQC committed to anchoring ourselves in the legislation and the SBE principles. A few highlights of the changes that were approved for the second draft are as follows. One, reflects the values and principles of the ethnic studies movement that started in California in the 1960s and continues today. Two, reaffirms that ethnic studies is a discipline that allows students to explore the experiences of people of color in the United States. Three, builds out guidance for thematic instruction to help all students grapple with themes of identity, history, and movement, systems of power, and social movements and equity. Adds concrete connections to the HSS framework, and last, allows flexibility for schools to tailor a course to meet local needs. These revisions reflect the original purpose of the legislation and the guidelines adopted by the state board. The goal of the model curriculum is to provide a guidance document for teachers and administrators, not to provide an exhaustive curriculum or instructional materials that cover every potential topic. The Instructional Quality Commission voted to send the second field review draft for another public review period that took place during the month of September. This then leads us to phase 3. In this phase 3, we have the second field review for public comment period and the November 2020 meeting, a short but mighty time span. The second field review received over 13,000 comments. The IQC reviewed the public comments to the second field review draft at its November 17th through the 18th meeting. During that meeting, we thoughtfully deliberated on the public comment, which resulted in over 200 changes to the model curriculum and additional lesson plans, all of which were reviewed for alignment with the statute and State Board of Education guidelines. Ethnic Studies is a course that focuses on the experiences, struggles, scholarship, and contributions of people of color whose historically marginalized populations are inextricably tied to our state and nation's history, but whose stories have largely gone untold in public school classrooms. The IQC's recommendation to the draft Ethnic Studies model curriculum expanded resources that reflect California's diversity, promote critical thinking, and empower educators to lead courageous conversations that are relevant for students of all backgrounds. These changes were presented in the third field review draft, which the IQC recommended to the State Board of Education. That meeting was designed to ensure consensus on the recommended changes. At the end of that meeting, with 16 yes and 1 abstain, the IQC voted to recommend the draft to the State Board of Education following the final 45-day public comment period.
And this leads us to phase 4. So after the November IQC meeting, the third field review draft was posted for a 45-day public comment period from December 7, 2020 to January 21, 2021. And then following the review period, the CDE compiled the feedback and subsequently posted its recommendations to that draft on March 5th, 2021. And that brings us to today's State Board of Education meeting. And then last but certainly not least, one key date is March 31st, 2021, the deadline for action on the model curriculum. So what's inside? So today, this final portion of the presentation is to discuss the components of the model curriculum. And while I'm not discussing CDE recommendations in detail at this particular juncture on this slide, I did want to call attention to this particular recommendation to avoid any confusion regarding the chapter names. So the contents of the chapters are here on this slide, and CDE has suggested an ordering and name change to the chapters to ensure that we are using language that is inclusive, which is the intended purpose of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum. So at this time, I will turn it over to Commissioner Reston to begin the presentation of the chapters.
Thank you. So the model curriculum begins with a preface that expresses the intent of the document referencing the original legislation of the state board's guidelines. It also sets forth the focus of the model curriculum, which is a focus on the 4 foundational disciplines of Asian American, Native American, Chicano, Latinx, and African American studies, while per the legislation affording local educational agencies the flexibility to adapt the curriculum to address the demographics and diversity of their classrooms. The preface is clear that this model curriculum should not be seen as exhaustive, but rather a guidance document to pair with the existing State Board of Education adopted content standards and curriculum frameworks, including the History Social Science Content Standards and the History Social Science Framework and the California Common Core State Standards in English Language Arts and Literacy in History, Social Science, and Science and Technical Subjects. Sorry, I butchered that title. It's a handful. And also the English Language Arts, English Language Development Framework, and as well as the California English Language Development Standards. So the History Social Science Framework in particular provides support for the implementation of ethnic studies, including a brief outline of a 9th grade elective course in the field. And the document overall emphasizes key principles of ethnic studies, teaching and learning, such as diversity, inclusion, challenging systems of inequality, and support for student civic engagement. Now, Chapter 1 begins with a discussion of why we teach ethnic studies. Ethnic studies, of course, affirms the identities and contributions of historically marginalized groups in our society and helps students see themselves and each other as part of the narrative of the United States. In this way, the focus on the 4 foundational disciplines benefits the whole. Further, ethnic studies is not meant to gloss over differences. It is designed to bring students and communities together by, 1, addressing racialized experiences and ethnic differences as real and unique, and secondly, building greater understanding and communication across ethnic differences, and finally, revealing underlying commonalities that can bind individuals and groups together. Chapter 1 defines ethnic studies for K-12 using the definition of the 2016 History Social Science Framework, and provides the history of ethnic studies as described by members of the original movement, and speaks to the benefits of ethnic studies, which we discussed earlier in this presentation. Chapter 1 further emphasizes the danger of a single story and emphasizes that each ethnic community has its own unique history, struggles, and contributions, and that these are to be taught, understood, and celebrated as ethnic studies focuses on United States culture and history from the perspective of marginalized groups. Teachers are guided to present topics from multiple viewpoints and represent diverse stories and opinions within groups, of course, staying within the realm of inclusion and humanizing discourse. And this chapter also states that resources should represent a range of perspectives and that lessons are structured so that students examine materials and come to their own conclusions. The guiding values and principles, including in this chapter, were, of course, a matter of careful discussion, given that this is a resource and not a comprehensive day-by-day package of curriculum. The IQC ultimately recommended to keep the guiding values and principles and also reference them in the sample lessons so as to ensure that the ongoing development of ethnic studies courses, teaching, and learning remain true to the foundational values of ethnic studies. And to assist with K-12 implementation of ethnic studies, 8 outcomes were added that emphasize various aspects of inclusion, civic engagement, and understanding of self and of others.
Chapter 2 provides district implementation guidance. Much of this chapter was developed based on the listening and learnings from the focus groups. As we know, ethnic studies courses will look different across our state because they are largely based on local development and community engagement. Chapter 2 helps districts think through implementation, including defining what ethnic studies means in their own districts based on their local context and considering plans for supporting instruction and course development. From the IQC perspective, this guidance for school and district leadership offered in Chapter 2 is about highlighting the importance of alignment of purpose and strategy at all levels, and creating the context for a successful implementation and possible expansion of ethnic studies. Chapter 3 includes content related to development and ethnic studies pedagogy, the purpose, identity, content and skills, methods, and in-class community building. It includes approaches to ethnic studies that include standalone courses in the 4 foundational disciplines, integrating ethnic studies into existing course, grade level considerations, and thematic approaches to ethnic studies. It also includes an introduction to ethnic studies course outline, including 4 themes which have been affirmed in our discussion. They can also be used in standalone courses. Those are identity, history and movement, systems of power, and social movements and equity. Finally, it includes lesson plans and unit plan lesson templates. The content and resources in Chapter 3 are designed to support all educators, but we believed at the IQC that it will be particularly helpful for those of us who do not have a background in ethnic studies.
Now, the newly named Chapter 4, which was Appendix A in the 3rd field review draft, it contains sample lesson plans, and we voted to expand this section of the document to include additional lesson plans that are more reflective of California's diversity. And it's important to note that these are just samples. They're a window's view into what a lesson can look like in ethnic studies, but not what they must look like. Local educational agencies can build upon these lesson plans. The lesson plans do not represent a scope and sequence for any topic area, and it's impossible for this model to include every possible iteration or option available. So these sample lessons can spark ideas for how an educator may wish to approach specific topic as their programs are developed and developed locally, of course, and in concert with the planning team and the local community. I myself, being a history teacher, one lesson that I'm particularly drawn to is the one on Afrofuturism, which is an art form and practice that calls on artists to reimagine Black life beyond the status quo and to explore the infinite possibilities of the world of tomorrow. And I think this lesson in particular is a reminder that ethnic studies help students conceptualize, imagine, and build new possibilities for a post-racist society. Being that I teach at the alma mater of Octavia Butler, this lesson is particularly close to home for me, and the lesson asks for students to engage in Afrofuturism and reimagine their community's future, which actually pairs well with the Youth Participatory Action Research lesson plan, and that's something I've been doing for a few years now. And in doing youth participatory action research that engages students in examining their own community's present through systematic investigation. And this provides young people with opportunities to study social problems affecting their lives and then determine civic actions to address these problems and usher in a brighter and more just future for everybody.
Chapter 5. So for this chapter, as recommended by the IQC, it includes the 6 main sections that you see on this slide: sample safe spaces and community building activities, affirmations, chants, and energizers, critical conversations, resources for connecting ethnic studies to local demographics, California museums and historical sites, and other model curricula. The sample lessons and resources in Chapter 5 are helpful, especially to new teachers who may not have previous teaching in ethnic studies, and the lessons and units are all created to support teachers. In Chapter 6, the course outlines are selections of what currently exists from the UC CSU A through G database, and were developed by local educational agencies. This chapter includes a variety of UC A through G approved course outlines, in general, ethnic studies, as well as the 4 foundational disciplines. The legislation encourages LEAs to continue to submit course outlines for the UC CSU A through G approval, so that those can also continue to expand and reflect California's diversity.
Thank you so much, commissioners, not just for your time today, but for your thoughtfulness throughout this project's development. So CDE followed the following guideposts when making revisions to the draft. You see them here on the slide. We accepted edits that corrected errors or inaccuracies, including grammar, clarified language without substantially changing the meaning, and we rejected edits that substantially reversed or changed a decision that was discussed and voted on by the Instructional Quality Commission. And there we also, we had some discussion and review. And so today there are just a limited number of changes to what the Instructional Quality Commission recommended, again, utilizing these general guideposts for recommendations. And so our line edits are noted in attachment 2 for you, as indicated by this slide. And again, in our very high level overview of our edits, they were designed to clarify language, to add resources, to curate lessons, to align formatting, and to resolve accessibility issues. We also have these additional minor recommendations that are not listed in attachment 2. Which brings us back to our recommendation to you today, which is recommending that you, the State Board of Education, adopt the Ethnic Studies model curriculum with line edits described in attachment 2, as well as the additional recommendations as outlined on slide 5, as well as authorizing CDE staff pending approval of the State Board of Education, the State Board of Education's Executive Director to prepare revisions requested by this body and correct any typographical errors and non-substantive clarifying edits. Thank you. I now turn it over to you, President Darling Hammond.
Thank you so much. Wow. I am going to recommend that before we go to public comment, we'll take a 30-minute break, allow people to get lunch and a break. But before we do that, I want to thank all the presenters that we heard from for their knowledge and commitment to this work and to their lifetime commitment to human and civil rights. I want to thank Dr. Emmanuel Rustin and all of the IQC members for their determination and stamina and guidance. And in particular, thanks for your reference to Afrofuturism and Octavia Butler, one of my all-time favorite authors. I want to thank all the CDE staff for their unbelievably hard work, from State Superintendent Tony Thurmond to Deputy Superintendent Stephanie Gregson, and especially our IQC and Curriculum Frameworks Director, Dr. Shanine Coates, plus all the many staff who supported, wrote, cataloged comments, and persevered through this process. I do want to note in response to one of the questions that came up this morning that the governor's budget does propose $5 million specifically for training in ethnic studies, plus an allocation to the subject matter projects that do offer training in ethnic studies, plus a specific mention of ethnic studies in the $250 million professional development, a pot of money that has been proposed. So there is an express commitment to not only ensure that we get to a model curriculum, but that we really enable people to learn it. So it has been a journey. This has been an amazing start to our conversation. I do want us to come into public comment fresh and ready to listen and hear. So with that, it's about 11:16 at, let's say at 11:45, we will reconnoiter and we'll be ready for both hearing from our liaisons and launching our public comment, and of course, asking clarifying questions of the staff and the committee as needed. And with that, don't go far. Don't turn off your, don't leave the meeting. Just turn off your camera and your microphone. All right, thanks very much. We need to reestablish our quorum. So Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Burr. President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Fatah.
Here.
Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Navo.
Here.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Rucker.
Present.
Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Sun.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. Thanks so much. We are going to open the phone line for the public comment queue, and I would ask that we put up the public comment slide. Members of the public who will wish to provide comment can do so by calling the telephone number and entering the access code as noted on the slide. We ask, as always, that all callers be respectful and comments must be related to the item before the board. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask Member Glover Woods, as our Ethnic Studies liaison, if she has any initial comments, and then I'll ask our IQC liaisons if they want to add to those comments before we proceed to public comment. So, Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm just very appreciative of the comments and the presentations that we were able to hear this morning. I'd like just to take a couple of moments to reiterate some very key pieces as we consider the draft that is before us today. First and foremost, again, an extension of gratitude to all those who have contributed to the draft that is being presented to us. We think about the thousands of Californians that have contributed their thoughts, their ideas via written or verbal feedback, inclusive of those who will be sharing with us today. Again, much appreciation to the IQC. We were able to hear from 3 of the phenomenal commissioners of the IQC today. And I do have to share with the board that, again, over 22 months, 3 field reviews and 4 revisions for this document. And the IQC has listened intently and had some very focused conversations to ensure that the draft presented to us was in alignment with the field of ethnic studies, as well as AB 2016 and the SBE guidelines. And again, an extension of gratitude to the California Department of Education, State Superintendent Tony Thurmond, and most importantly, Director Coates, who has, again, spent countless hours to ensure that the document presented before us aligns to all of those important areas that I just shared. Just to reiterate, again, a few points that I think will be important for us to keep in mind. Even though this is considered the ethnic studies model curriculum, it's not a curriculum in the general sense that many educators and parents and communities think of a curriculum to be. This is a guidance document. We heard that reiterated multiple times this morning. This is a guidance document. It's not a document designed for students. It is designed to be a guide for local education agencies that would like to strengthen existing ethnic studies courses or to develop ethnic study courses themselves. It's a very strong resource. However, there is no mandate that this resource be used in that development. Another piece that I would like to reiterate is that the bridge that State Superintendent Thurmond mentioned has been included with the sample lessons so that we are able to ensure that the draft has a sample of lessons that represent the diversity of our state. While it's not all inclusive, a lot of effort has been made to include as many voices as possible in this particular document, because AB 2016 requires that the ethnic studies model curriculum be written as a guide to allow school districts to adapt their courses to reflect the pupil demographics in their communities. So we know, again, that this is a first step in conversations that will take place at the local level as they make determinations on their ethnic studies courses, either the development or, again, extension or strengthening of existing ethnic study courses. As I conclude my comments, I would just again like to point out another area of the guideline. And the guideline says that the ethnic studies model curriculum shall promote critical thinking, rigorous analysis of history, systems of oppression, and the status quo in an effort to generate discussions on futurity and imagine new possibilities. And one thing that we know, and this has been historical, discussions about race and ethnicity and the lived experiences of people in our country and in our state have always been difficult conversations. There are varying thoughts and ideas, and that it has just been what is typical and what we know. What we also know is that discussions and conversations around how the systems, the policies, and the practices that we have and how they've impacted people within our country, those who have been marginalized, underserved, and the rest of the communities are very difficult as well. But what we want to be able to do, and this guide definitely provides an opportunity to do so, is allow for students to engage in that critical thinking, to engage in that rigorous analysis of those systems, so that there can be a knowledge and understanding of the lived experiences, not of just themselves, but lived experiences of people where they may not have those same lived experiences. And this particular document provides a very strong resource in which to enter into those conversations in the ethnic studies classroom. Lastly, I will say, and President Darling Hammond spoke to this right before our break, that we know this is, again, a first step of many steps that will take place at the local level, and that it's important that teachers who are teaching ethnic studies and who will teach ethnic studies are supported in being able to do so. So just as we allow for professional development in areas of mathematics and science and English language arts and the like, professional development for teachers who will be teaching ethnic studies is critical. And the governor has allocated funding in his budget, as well as the use of the Effective Educator Block Grant dollars can help to support in that regard. So again, just want to provide some of those framing comments to the board as we prepare to receive public comment and as we engage in discourse around this very thoughtfully developed document that has, again, is reflective of the tens of thousands of comments, as well as the many months that have gone into the draft that we have before us today. Thank you, President Darling Hammond.
Thank you. And I'm going to see if Vice President Strauss and Member Rucker have any additional comments as our liaisons to the IQC.
Yes, I'll make a few comments just to support Member Glover-Wood's comments and just thank everyone who's been part of the process, but particularly this morning for the Superintendent Thurmond and his guests that set the context, and for all the work that Director Coates and the team have done at CD and the State Board to get us this far. I mean, it's been a lot of work getting here, but I would just say and support Member Glover-Woods, there's a lot of work ahead. And so 4 years, 4 drafts, 100,000 comments, and I think it's a lot better. Nothing's perfect, but I think it's important to remember that this is a guidance document, and that while it's not a mandate, it's our hope that districts will take a look at their current coursework, at future coursework, and use this as a resource. I think this document that we see now is balanced, it's focused with a lot of resources, and is inclusive, and that's really important. And all the edits are in alignment with the State Board guidelines and guidelines of AB 2016. I so appreciate the work of the Instructional Quality Commission that helped guide the process. You got to see some of our amazing leaders today on IQC. Our new chair, Dr. Manuel Rustin, and Dr. Deborah Costa Hernandez, our vice chair, and David Pantai is a member. They are incredibly valuable and reflect our State Board Advisory Commission that really helps to guide all of our work and all of our frameworks. So let me just say, as the former high school principal of a very large, diverse high school, I so understand the importance and benefit of ethnic studies for all students. And also as a former assistant superintendent of educational services, I understand the process that districts will now have to engage in as they move forward with this. In order to write a course, they're going to have an advisory group. They're going to have to include teachers. They're going to have to get community input. They're going to have to look at the local context of their district. They're going to have to look at informing their board and going through a board approval process. And then, as Member Glover-Woods and our presenters from West Ed said, there's a huge amount of professional development that will need to be done to address content knowledge, professional learning support, and instructional strategies. I'm so appreciative the governor's budget has professional development funds in it. And I know that we will count on county offices and our subject matter projects to continue to support professional training for that. But I do believe all students will benefit from this foundation of knowledge. And I think it's important that we acknowledge the most amazing, thorough, thoughtful process to get us to this point. So I look forward to hearing the public comments and the deliberation that will follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Member Rucker?
Thank you very much. I need to begin by saying that as a person of color sitting on this dais, this has been a very important, personal, and passionate conversation that I've been privileged to be a part of. As a professional and as a person who has come through California public education, I know that I stand on the shoulders of Linda, Ruby, Ernest, James, Dolores, and Fred. Ethnic Studies is a class for all students to learn about the struggles and contributions of Californians that many traditional history books probably overlook. You know, when I was in high school here in California, I learned about the colonies and the 13 colonies in Great Britain and the triangle trade between Africa, Great Britain, and the colonies that was anchored by the slave trade. But it wasn't until I was a student at UC Davis in the Black Studies department that I understood that the letters of marque that were issued by the Crown in England to allow people we now call pirates to raid Spanish ships turned those same individuals into criminals only because they began interfering with the slave trade that Britain so greatly depended on. I'm happy to know that this ethnic studies curriculum will be in place. And I was inspired by Dr. Weber to talk about the threat and the career and the sacrifice that many ethnic studies professors have made for a long time. Normally, during the April meeting, I would talk about a teacher who has inspired or honored me. It's important for me today to remember the contributions of the Black Studies Department at UC Davis, and including one professor named Carl Mack. That's the department when I started at UC Davis. I started at the program. There were 450 African-American students who started with me as an undergraduate, and 4 years later, 65 of those African-American students graduated with me. We were all bonded by the connection and support we received from those Black Studies professors. And that program was the smallest department on the campus, and we were just proud to see the word Black Studies on a building at the UC Davis campus that we were attending in the aftermath of the Bakke decision. That program was not supported by the university, and by the time I left that campus, it was gone. I suppose the bad news is it was gone. The good news is Carl Mack became the superintendent in the Del Paso Heights School District, and years later, he hired me, and I began my public school career. So if anybody ever wants to know where I came from, the next time you see him, you can blame him. But those are my stories and my personal stories. What I heard as the liaison for the History Social Science Project and as the curriculum and framework was being developed were all the personal stories that became very important to many different communities to represent, to be understood, and to be expanded into the History Social Science curriculum. That conversation continues here. What teachers need to know about supporting the learning of pupils of color, how to communicate core messages in powerful ways that are going to influence the beliefs of students about themselves. Teachers have to know how to do that, how to communicate to each child that he's valuable and important and that he's capable in so many ways and that he has potential. I have to know, if I'm that child's teacher, how to communicate that child his impressive energy is an asset. His creative ways of thinking about issues is a talent to be nurtured. I have to know how to help this child understand and believe that he is loved. And with my help, there's so much more that students can accomplish. And that's the role and the passion that we hear in the conversations that we have received in the comments that we have already heard about the ethnic studies curriculum, and I know that we are about to hear. So I will stop making these, I will stop my comment here by simply saying I'm so pleased and so honored to have been able to work with the IQC and listen to the passion, conversations, and the impassioned work that the IQC members did to consider, listen to, nurture, and figure out ways to incorporate all of the concerns and ideas into a unique approach to implementing an ethnic studies curriculum in California that will not only be truly historic, but that will meet the benchmarks that we have come to define as the California way of patience, persistence, and most of all, humility. So thank you, Dr. Darling-Hammond, and my members on the panel for allowing me to begin to give that statement. And I look forward to the conversation we will have after the public comment.
Thank you so much. That's great framing. We're now going to open the phone line for the public comment queue. Members of the public wishing to provide comment may do so by entering the telephone number and the access code as noted on the PowerPoint slide. I'll open the floor to public comment.
Yes, we now have 136 callers on the line. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Molly Suzokin. I'm a parent and student of two students that were at Santa Fe High School and who've attended UCLA and UC Davis. While I appreciate all the work that's been done to revise the EFMC, I would urge you to make certain needed further changes and to resist pressure to make the curriculum worse, as that would further systemic racism rather than uproot and eradicate it. First, please include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressure to remove it. This definition reflects the real-life experiences of Jewish students and is being used by the Biden administration. The IHRA definition does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California around the world. Regardless of what you may hear today, polls show the vast majority of Jews agree that anti-Israel rhetoric sometimes crosses the line into and is experienced as anti-Semitism.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Lydia Person. I am a parent, an attorney, and I am married to a Jewish man. I oppose this curriculum. I'm going to give you my conclusions first. The Department of Education, teachers, school, politicians have created a hostile environment for many students by the critical race theory. You should anticipate civil rights lawsuits because this is a divisive agenda based on the color of skin. It's causing emotional distress in students as it teaches hate, blame, victimhood, animosity, guilt, and helplessness in children who cannot help how they were born or the color of their skin. You should anticipate a massive exodus from public schools and anticipate a decrease in support for public schools, teachers unions as a result of this curriculum. This process was not balanced. We voted on Proposition 16. We rejected affirmative action, and the Department of Education is ignoring the last election.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Next callers, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live.
Hello, my name is Lisa Aberbach, a parent, a Californian, and daughter of Holocaust survivors. While I appreciate all the work to revise the ESMC, I urge you to make further changes and resist pressure to make the curriculum worse. First, please include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressure to remove it. This definition reflects the real-life experiences of Jewish students and is being used by the Biden administration. The IHRA definition does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California and around the world. Regardless of what you may hear today, polls show the vast majority of Jews agree that anti-Israel rhetoric sometimes crosses the line into anti-Semitism. Lastly, please keep all the guidelines for critical thinking in Chapter 1 and repeat them throughout the curriculum, just like the language about values and outcomes. We need critical thinking, not one-sided political agendas and hate in our classrooms.
Thank you, caller. Your time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Yes, hi. My name is Eric, and I'm a parent of the student in California system. While I appreciate all the work for the revised ESCM, I want you to make further changes and resist pressure to make the curriculum worse. First, I agree with the previous comments that the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject the pressure to remove it. The definition reflects the real-life experiences of Jewish students, including my own, and is being used by the Biden administration. The IRHA definition does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that the hate speech about Israel harms the Jews in California and around the world. Regardless of what you may hear today, polls show, and the vast majority of Jews agree, that anti-Israel rhetoric often crosses the line, which it does with my students who have been made with hate in the schools because of that. Second, fix the numerous problems with the new Arab American Studies lesson. The lesson should not pressure students to do political activity or erase the unique stories of Jews of the Middle East in color.
Thank you, caller. Your time has expired. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Yes, my name is Deborah Barish. I'm a parent of two daughters in the California public school system. While I appreciate all the work that is done to revise the ESMC, I urge you to make further changes. Please fix numerous problems with the new Arab American Studies lesson. The lesson should not pressure students to do political advocacy or erase the unique stories of Jews in the Middle East. Second, please approve all changes requested by Jimena and move their lesson to the Asian American Studies section as part of the South Asian community as they are. This section rightfully addresses Islamophobia, but is missing Jimena's crucial lesson about anti-Semitism. Lastly, please acknowledge criticisms of Third World Liberation Front, including its promotion of anti-Semitism and celebration of brutal dictators like Lenin, Mao, and Ho Chi Minh. I urge you to make these revisions today for the sake of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Chloe Levion, and I'm a student at UCLA. My parents escaped the Iranian Revolution to flee anti-Semitism to the safety of the United States. It was supposed to be different here. However, as a Jewish college student, I feared for my safety on campus. I constantly got harassed, and now that harassment has shifted to social media threats. While I am grateful for the work that has been done to revise the ESMC, more changes are needed. Do not retract line edit 100. Instead, fix numerous problems with the new Arab American Studies lesson. The lesson should not pressure students to do political advocacy or erase the unique stories of Jews in the Middle East. Approve all changes requested by Jimena and move their lesson plan to the Asian American Studies section. That section rightfully addresses Islamophobia, but is missing a crucial lesson about anti-Semitism. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Scott Shane. I'm a grandparent of two school-age kids from the San Francisco Bay Area. While I appreciate all the work that has been done to revise the ESMC, I urge you to make further changes. First, please fix numerous problems with the new Arab American Studies lesson. The lesson should not pressure students to do political advocacy or erase the unique stories of Jews in the Middle East. Second, please approve all changes requested by Gemma and move their lessons to the Asian American Studies section. This section rightfully addresses Islamophobia, but is missing Gemma's crucial lesson about anti-Semitism. Third, please acknowledge criticisms of the Third World Liberation Front, including its promotion of anti-Semitism and the celebration of brutal dictators like Lenin, Mao, and Ho Chi Minh. Lastly, please do not retract.
Thank you, caller. Your time has expired. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Amina, and I'm a student at San Diego State University. I'm a college student deeply concerned with the draft of this curriculum. As many of you have claimed, it is not aligned with the true values of ethnic studies. It is watered down to cater to the interests of right-wing groups. I am so disappointed with the empty promises and empty words spoken today given to us time and time again, but I will not lose hope. I demand that you reinsert the key terms critical to understanding these complex issues and stay true to the values and principles of ethnic studies. I demand you reconnect the racist and colonial framework affecting these groups. Take action to ensure that California's children grow up to be anti-racist and informed. Take action to ensure that California's children do not feel discriminated against, do not feel unheard, do not feel the pain and shame I once did as people called my mother a sand terrorist, as people misunderstood and hated us. Ensure California's Arab children don't feel erased and voiceless from this lacking Arab lesson plans. California teachers oppose this draft. Do not accept this draft. Do better and reject it. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Jaden, and I am currently a junior in LAUSD. I trace my Jewish roots all the way back to Iran, which my parents fled after an increase in anti-Semitism. Time and time again, I have experienced hatred or biased comments for being a Mizrahi Jew. My hope is that the ESMC can help prevent this and act as a pathway to peace. However, I am concerned. The ESMC process is favoring certain groups over others. Recently, there were many ethnic group studies added as subsections under Asian American studies, and the Jewish community, specifically the Mizrahi community, was not, even though we also trace our ancestors back to Asia. Do not retract line edit 100, as it would take away a voice we really need to fight the hate. Right now, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is just in the appendix, mentioned in Jimenez's lesson plan, which covers Middle Eastern Jews like my family. It's important to push for this to be in the main sections, to help battle ignorance and hate. 68% of all California religious hate crimes target Jews. The solution is education. It's more than fair to include the Jimena lesson plan in the main curriculum to make a safer future for students like me. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Leora Cava. I grew up in Sacramento public schools from K through 12, and I am now an assistant professor in the College of Ethnic Studies at San Francisco State University. As an educator in the field of ethnic studies, I urge the State Board of Education not to pass this version of the ESMC. The edits do not reflect the full ethnic studies, and it truly addresses systems of power and systems of oppression. This is not about appeasing the we cannot add in everyone in this draft. This is about addressing the deliberate watering down of the ESMC. This current draft does not align with all of its components with the original ethnic studies concepts and principles. This draft also does not fully represent an Arab American lesson plan inclusive of Palestine, written by Arab American studies experts and educators. This erasure is unacceptable in a document like this. In its current state, the ESMC document is not ready to serve teachers in teaching of full ethnic studies. I therefore urge the State Board of Education not to pass this version of the ESMC. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, I'm Barbara Wyndham, a California parent. The critical ethnic studies approach has corrupted the ESMC, forcing a narrow ideological agenda rather than fostering student inquiry. Please remove the critical ethnic studies lens from the guiding values and principles and the subsequent chapters of the ESMC, replacing it with a balanced, constructive approach. This isn't a question of if ethnic studies should be taught, but how it should be taught. The critical approach in the ESMC fuels hostile racial divisions rather than finding common ground, and judges students based on arbitrary skin color rather than their character. Fanning the flames of conflict and judgment among ethnic groups in an increasingly polarized country will have disastrous consequences for our children and for democracy. Ethnic studies could combat racism while increasing empathy and a sense of community if it was taught with a constructive approach like LAUSD. Please revise and remove the critical ethnic studies lens before approving the ESMC, as recommended by Alliance for Constructive Ethnic Studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Justin Feldman. I'm a proud Israeli American and former member of UCLA's Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Student Advisory Board. I want to share my appreciation for all voices that have elevated California's ethnic diversity for CTE. I also want to affirm solidarity with Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in this disturbing time and emphasize that we must oppose binaries in critical ethnic studies of oppressor and oppressed that are too often weaponized against Asian Americans and Jewish Americans when white supremacy and terror hits our communities. This starts in the classroom. We must instead support an equitable curriculum in constructive ethnic studies focused on joint solidarity between all marginalized communities, not animosity between our communities. Asian and Jewish integration in ethnic studies is not an exception, it is essential. I affirm support for the inclusion of both Jewish lesson plans and Asian American studies as we are a Southwest Asian community in origin. Do not retract line edit 100. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Mandy Dees. I'm with the Southeast Asia Resource Action Center. I'm calling in to provide our support for the adoption of the latest ESMC and this important resource to uplift the diverse experiences of our students and their communities. Southeast Asian American youth in particular have unique experiences with intergenerational trauma in the school to prison to deportation pipeline caused by personal and refugee experiences with war, genocide, and displacement. In addition to high rates of poverty and criminalization, Southeast Asian American youth report invisibility, bullying, the lack of culturally relevant support in schools and classrooms as key factors to their marginalization. So it's really critical to pass the model curriculum to take a step toward addressing these challenges and ensuring visibility and inclusion for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Rachel Ravinsky. I'm a mixed-race Asian American student at UC Berkeley from Los Angeles. I support Take Care as suggested edits to the model curriculum and the Safe American Arab American Studies suggested edits for the Ethnic Studies model curriculum. Militant resistance and figures from communities of color like Angela Davis and Yuri Kochiyama must be included in the model curriculum. Our resistance will never be as violent as white supremacy, so it's a myth that including these figures encourages violence when colonialism and imperialism are the most violent forces of them all. Imagine a lesson taught about the Atlanta murders flooded with questions from students about both sides, or this was just an attack on women, not Asian people. This is not open discussion. This is just harmful to Asian students. And it's exactly what will happen if the model curriculum allows any room for bigotry. I urge the board to revise the model curriculum to showcase all forms of resistance from communities of color and stand firm against charges of oppression the way that the original authors intended. Once again, please incorporate Care Eds and Save American Studies suggested edits to the model curriculum. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Ryan Simpkins. I'm a resident of Anaheim, California. And I've heard a lot said here over the last several hours. In fact, I believe the gentleman that wrote the bill, he's got a picture of La Raza in his background, which means the race. And so it's very important if we're going to speak about race that we do bring the Bible into the discussion. Before we took the Bible out of schools, we didn't have such issues. We didn't have school shootings. We didn't have mass shootings, probably because we had the Ten Commandments that the children learned. They learned how to pray. They learned how to love one another. And so when you take thou shalt not kill out of school, it's no wonder that we have mass shootings and we have so much division among the students. So I think that's really the key, is getting back to the biblical standard. And the biblical standard teaches that there is one race and there is one God, and we're all God's creation.
Your time is up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Anna Maya, and I am a junior at Bonita Vista High School. As a Latin Jewish woman with Arabic and Turkish descent, I am well aware that my ancestry and culture is very diverse, although I have close to never seen myself represented within a school classroom. Too many times do I get odd looks when I tell my peers that I am part Arabic, Turkish, Latin, and Jewish. They tell me it is impossible and that I do not look it, so I must be lying. Although I am grateful for the work that has been done to revise the curriculum, more changes are needed. I urge you to include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressure to remove it. This definition reflects the lived experiences of Jewish students like me and is being used by the Biden administration. It does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California and around the world. A definition of Islamophobia is mentioned in the Asian American section of the curriculum and has every single right to be there. Therefore, there is no reason why anti-Semitism isn't just as important to mention. I also urge you not to retract line 100 of the model curriculum.
Thank you, caller.
In the Asian section of the curriculum.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
I'm Jody Sokolauer, a Jewish teacher educator. I totally support ethnic studies, but this sad mishmash is not ethnic studies. You have to vote no. The CDE and the Board of Ed have to stop letting pro-Israel lobbyists and legislators police ethnic studies, including Jewish American studies in the AAPI section, the erasure of Palestine, and the deference to the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which does equate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, are clear examples of how much the CDE has let the Anti-Defamation League, the JCRC, and the Simon Wiesenthal Center control the ESMC. The increasing violence Jews face is not a result of BDS or naming Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib as leaders. It's rooted in the white supremacy on which the U.S. was built. For all students, including Ashkenazi Jewish and other white students, learning the truth about U.S. history doesn't create a hostile environment. It's liberating. Respect our youth enough to give them the tools to work together to make a better place.
Thank you,
Vote
caller.
no.
Please state, next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Liz Lewis, and I'm a modern U.S. history major at UC Berkeley. I'm calling in support of critical ethnic studies and discussion of colonialism, imperialism, and white supremacy, which the curriculum hardly emphasizes. I'm alarmed about what the curriculum does discuss, though. I'd like to read a quote. Hearing two buses near the Texas border stopped with Beto signs full of illegals, which had $100 and were headed to the polls. This was stated in 2018 by Larry Swaycart, who is known for spreading misinformation, and wrote A Patriot's History of the United States. This text is included as an excerpt in the Sample Lesson Plan 26 for Indigenous Studies. This is the same curriculum that many speakers this morning strongly endorse. As a Black woman born and raised in California, I am disappointed that people like this are included in the curriculum, but figures like Angela Davis and Yoriko Chiyami are not. I urge the IQC to review the CARE Ed suggested edits made by a group of 400 scholars in the field that have been endorsed by the matriarchs for the Third World Liberation Front. I'm disturbed about the comments today that have used the word anti-Semitism to disrespect the BIPOC activists of the 20th century.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Joyce Reynolds, and I am a California voter and parent. Please revise and remove the critical ethnic studies lens before approving the ESMC. I support ethnic studies and believe ethnic studies, when taught constructively, as in the Los Angeles Ethnic Studies curriculum, can build empathy and understanding while combating racism. Unfortunately, the proposed ESMC is based on critical ethnic studies, which pits students against each other by defining them as victims or oppressors based on the color of their skin. Please use a constructive ethnic studies approach and reinstate the Los Angeles curriculum as a resource for teachers. In K-12 education, it is imperative that students are exposed to multiple perspectives, taught to think critically, and form their own opinions. ESMC's guiding values and principles must be revised to reflect a diversity in viewpoint and open inquiry and discussion, not the current political indoctrination approach.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Amira Jarmakani. I'm president of the Arab American Studies Association, a professor of women's gender and sexuality studies at San Diego State University, and a parent of 3 children who attend California public schools. I wholeheartedly agree with Dolores Huerta, Shirley Weber, and others that it is time to introduce ethnic studies in K-12 curriculum. But this version, gutted of its anti-racist, decolonial, liberatory tenets, doesn't serve anyone. The model presented today shamefully censors lessons that mention Palestinian Americans, and this act of censoring represents the predominantly white, right-wing interests that have helped shape this latest draft, while experts in the field are ignored. Ethnic studies has always had to fight. Indeed, Shirley Weber mentions that scholars used to be warned that it would sink their careers to be in it. Few scholars understand that experience better than critical SWANA scholars who have been censored for decades for incorporating analysis of Palestine in relation to structural racism and U.S. imperialist legacies. Don't censor us now. reinstate the model that ethnic studies scholars and educators originally
Caller.
worked on.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller.
Hello.
Go ahead, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Iman, and I'm a member of American Muslims for Palestine's Bay Area chapter. I'm speaking today to ask the State Board of Education to vote no on the current ethnic studies model curriculum. The last draft of the curriculum was so deficient that the entire advisory committee and designated writers of the original ESMC requested that their names be removed from the document. The curriculum needs to be rewritten by ethnic studies educators of color to reinsert Arab American studies, including lessons on Palestine, within Asian American Studies section of the ESMC, with pedagogy developed by Arab American educators that's true to the discipline of ethnic studies. The decision to purge Arab American Studies from Asian American Studies marginalizes Arab American history and Arab people and perpetuates the shameful history of Islamophobia and anti-Arab racism in this country. All students of color deserve to see themselves in the school curriculum and understand their histories and to have lesson plans which are anti-racist, decolonial, and liberatory. Please vote no and ensure that the curriculum is rewritten to include Arab American Studies. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Sophia Arman, and I am a scholar of Southwest Asian North African American communities, specializing in Armenian American studies. The voices of Armenian Americans have been erased from the ethnic studies model curriculum, even though we've submitted over 9,000 comments in this process. We've been engaged for over 2 years. Armenian American studies must be included in the main curriculum under Asian American studies, together with all West Asian American studies. Item 09, attachment 2, must be rejected. It's actually offensive at this point because we've been engaged so much. This draft is not ready. You all need to consult ethnic studies scholars who specialize in studying West Asian communities as a racial group within the U.S. Part of the problem that keeps happening is that many of you are falling into the traps and tropes that our students face. And we have experts in the field who know how to do this. Reject item 09, attachment 2. This draft is not ready. You need to hear the calls of our communities. We will not be erased any longer.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Samir. I'm a recent graduate at the University of California, Riverside, and a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement. I'm calling this afternoon to encourage the board to vote no on the current ethnic studies model curriculum. Growing up in the Gateway Cities community of Montevideo, I was the only Palestinian in most, if not all, settings, and I grew quickly accustomed to being the chief spokesperson for the community at large, defending it under assault from right-wing talking points and racist slurs without even knowing much about my own community. As a result of this, there was a disconnection from my community and a lack of awareness where I even came from for most of my life, only being revealed in snippets thrown about in dinner table conversations from the few living family members. Ethnic studies must be preserved and protected to give students the power to fight back against an assault on their identities and their communities and empower them to go beyond the defensive posture I was used to growing up. We need an ethnic studies curriculum that is truly decolonial, anti-racist, and liberatory, and to not allow the true discipline of ethnic studies to be washed away by right-wing interests. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Cindy Shamban. I call on you to reject the current version of ESMC and make sure that ethnic study educators are the ones to rewrite it. Ethnic studies is oriented towards teaching the history of U.S. racism, colonial conquest, and enslavement, and its impacts on others who live in or have immigrated to the United States. As the original draft referenced Palestine and Israel's settler colonial policies, there has been a backlash from several Jewish Zionist organizations. It is highly unusual for the Jewish caucus of the California State Legislature pro-Israel interest groups such as ADL, JCRC, and the Simon Wiesenthal Center to be involved in the shaping of the ethnic studies curriculum. One cost is the loss of the writers of the original draft, who are experts in the field of ethnic studies. Another cost is the loss of the entire concept of ethnic
Thank you,
studies,
caller.
which
Your time's up. Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Ellen Brodsky. Vote no on this curriculum because it doesn't meet ethnic studies standards. Anti-racist Jews oppose the hijacking of the curriculum by anti-Palestinian Zionist organizations. An ethnic studies educator eloquently stated, these groups don't want students to learn about systems of power and oppression because they themselves feel threatened by the loss of their own power. Jewish studies does not belong in AAPI studies. Arab American studies does belong because the study of colonialism and its impact on immigration to the United States is central to the principles and pedagogy of ethnic studies. Zionist organizations have worked overtime to censor ethnic studies educators who correctly included information on Israel's oppressive settler colonial policies toward Palestinians because a decolonially anti-racist curriculum challenges Zionism's racism and their power to control the narrative about Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Celine Kusini, and I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement. I'm calling today to urge the SBE to vote no on the current ESMC as it does not meet the standards of ES or the mandate of 2016. It is completely unacceptable for the CDE to allow predominantly white right-wing interest groups to define ethnic studies. Such groups should not be able to override the work of actual ethnic studies scholars in determining what should be incorporated into the ESMC. Ethnic studies emerged as a discipline in order to resist the history of U.S. racism, colonial conquest, and enslavement. However, the CDE enlisted non-ethnic studies scholars and right-wing institutions, and as a result has completely sanitized and watered down the curriculum to exclude an analysis and critique of racism and other systems of oppression. This draft is not ethnic studies. Multiculturalism is not ethnic studies. We demand a true ethnic studies curriculum that is anti-racist, anti-colonial, and liberatory. We demand the ESMC be rewritten by ethnic studies educators of color to reinsert Arab American lessons, including Palestine, within the Asian American Studies section of the ESMC. Ethnic studies scholars agree that it is impossible to understand Arab American issues without understanding Palestine. So then where would the exclusion of Palestine leave Arab youth? This current draft is
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Thomas Simsarian Dolan, and I'm a proud Armenian American descendant of Armenian refugees in California and member of the next generation of ethnic studies scholars. The voices of Armenian Americans are being erased from the ethnic studies model curriculum, even though we have submitted over 9,000 comments in this process. Armenian American Studies must be included in the main curriculum under Asian American Studies, together with all other West Asian American Studies. The status of the bridging section is unclear and must be clarified to the public and added in the main curriculum. The SBE and IQC must bring in ethnic studies scholars who specialize in studying West Asian communities and all West Asian American communities as a racial group within the United States. We will not allow our histories and struggles to be ignored, especially in the state with our largest community in the U.S. This moment of crisis demands that we dramatically reimagine our collective liberation and sharpen our vision to see that the struggle is not only global, but it must be radically inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live.
Oh, hello. Hello. My name is Liz Jackson. I'm a Jewish parent of 2 children in California public schools and an attorney with Palestine Legal. I urge the State Board of Education to reject this curriculum and vote no. I want to speak specifically to the IHRA definition. It needs to be removed completely. It is a censorship tool by design that promotes ignorance and classifies essentially all criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic. The IHRA definition endangers Jews by distracting us from white supremacist hate, but, worse, it routinely is wielded as a censorship tool in our schools. My organization has fielded over 1,700 calls since 2012 of students and scholars and community members who have all been censored, harassed, falsely accused of anti-Semitism because of their advocacy for Palestinian rights, and they wield the IHRA definition as the tool to make these false accusations. So it is time for ethnic studies, but it is not a so-called good start to have a curriculum that excludes Arab American studies and reifies censorship tools.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Haig Manassian. I'm an Armenian American student concerned about our erasure in the curriculum. Throughout my education in the California school system, I was always so disappointed to never find my background represented, and personally I've had to deal with the racism on many occasions as a result of ignorance on who Armenians are. The voices of Armenian Americans are being erased from the ethnic studies model curriculum, even though we've submitted thousands and thousands of comments in this process. Obviously, this is something our community is not okay with. Armenian American studies must be included in the main curriculum under Asian American studies together with all other West Asian American studies. Item 9, Attachment 2, must be rejected. We are not included even though we have been saying the same thing in all these comments for these 2 years. The SBE must bring in ethnic studies scholars who specialize in studying West Asia communities as a racial group within the United States. We will not be erased. Our histories and struggles are often ignored, but we won't allow them to be in the state with our largest community in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Dr. Suzy Badjian. I'm an academic, K-12 educator, Syrian-Armenian immigrant, a third-generation refugee, an English language learner, and an elected member of the South Pasadena School Board. I'm here to represent the Armenian School Board Association, comprised of elected school board members across California. We are and have been from the beginning strong supporters of a critical, anti-racist, and decolonial California ethnic studies model curriculum. But we are here today because we are concerned that Armenian Americans are being erased from the model curriculum, even though we have submitted over 9,000 comments in this process. Armenian American studies must be included in the main curriculum under Asian American studies together with all other West Asian American studies. Item 9, Attachment 2, must be rejected. The SBE must bring in ethnic studies scholars who specialize in studying West Asian communities as a racial group within the United States. We cannot be erased any longer. Many Armenian American students are immigrants, refugees, children of immigrants, and English language learners. They have been subjected to racialized and discriminatory practices.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Larry Hendel, and I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. The current draft of the ESMC does not meet ethnic studies standards or the mandate of AB 2016. You should vote no. As a Jew, I am particularly upset over the 18-month effort of pro-Israel, anti-Palestinian organizations such as the JCRC, ADL, and Wiesenthal Foundation to remove Arab American studies from the curriculum. And I'm greatly disappointed in the CDE for rolling over in this regard. Arab American studies must be strengthened and considered a bona fide part of Asian American studies, with its lesson plans prepared by Arab American ethnic studies educators, and the Palestinian narrative must be included. The latest idea of adding Jewish studies to Asian American studies, frankly, is a joke, and it is a racist trivialization of ethnic studies. Last, do not include the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism in the ESMC. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Larry Christian. I am president of Karama, a nonprofit in San Diego that focuses on issues of the Arab and Islamic world. This proposal capitulates to political pressure groups and in so doing offers a misleading narrative on Arabs and Arab Americans. It is colonialism redux. Its refusal to address Arab American identity while propounding the unprecedented proposition that Jewish American studies are part of Asian American studies is a modern-day rerun of the history of the Arab world, from the Balfour Declaration to the League of Nations mandate to the present-day occupation of Palestine. It is bad historiography and is antithetical to the principles of ethnic studies. Adopting it would be an embarrassment for public education in California and a betrayal of the courageous students whose sacrifices led to the creation of modern ethnic studies. Don't do it.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
I'm Daniel Adeniak, retired public service for a year and a member of quite clear service.
Caller, we seem to have some technical difficulties. Please call back. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're
Hello?
live. Yes, caller, you're live.
Am I live?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm Rana Spall, California educator of 35 years, parent and grandparent. This curriculum is based on critical race theory, which is discriminatory. Martin Luther King said a person should be judged on the content of his character, not on the color of his skin. According to the California Education Codes, instructional materials must not contain any matter reflecting on persons on the basis of race, and educators must promote harmonious relations in the classroom and not foster discriminatory bias on the basis of race. There are many white students coming from other countries. Should a poor white boy whose family emigrated from Russia and who lost family in the Holocaust be judged as having white privilege? I urge the board to adopt a constructive ethnic studies model rather than the critical ethnic studies model that is there currently. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller.
Hi, my name is Naz Hanif. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Naz Hamid. I'm calling from Irvine, California. I'm here to support the API School Board Members Association's position that the SBE approved the ESFC today. While we understand that it is not perfect, we also know that history is living and there will be opportunities to incorporate changes when implementing locally. The AAPI community consists of about 50 ethnic groups with over 100 languages. Thus, the breadth of sample lessons in the AAPI section of Chapter 4 is critical for the relevance of the ESMC in local communities. With the rise in anti-Asian violence and xenophobia, now is the time to say yes to enabling our students to build bridges and connections through ethnic studies. I also highly encourage you to add lesson plans for the Pakistani American and Bangladeshi American ethnic studies communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
4 to 5 month plan, and then we compare them.
Caller, you're live.
We sort of give an explanation.
Hello.
Yes, there seems to be some background noise.
Yes, my name is Cynthia Chen, API School Board Members Association President, and also a board member of Los Gatos Saratoga Union High School District. Recently, our board has approved a one-semester ethnics course. Request came from students and teachers. This course is the introduction to the experience of ethnic communities that are rarely represented in textbooks. It also examines race, ethnicity, nationality, socioeconomic, and cultural groups in the United States. The course equips students with the critical lens to see the world and then place in it. By understanding system and power at root American society and motivate students to actively engage in our democracy. For the same reason, I urge the State Board of Education approve ESMC today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Kathy McKnight. I'm with Citizens for Parental Rights. And the ESMC directly violates California's Constitution and the Education Code. Therefore, the board should not even consider approving this curriculum. Article 1, Section 31 of our Constitution says that the state shall not discriminate against or give preference to any individual or group on the basis of race, color, or ethnicity. Ed Code Section 220 says the same. However, the curriculum portrays anyone with light skin as being part of an oppressor group. How does this promote harmonious relations as required by Ed Code 233.5? EC 51501 says the board cannot adopt instructional materials that reflect adversely on anyone based on race, ethnicity, or religion. The ESMC discriminates and reflects adversely on a large number of students and their parents. Legally, the SBE cannot approve this curriculum, and our state and our students don't need to be further divided. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Alice Tulua, and I'm a Pacific Islander advocate living in Monterey, California. I'm urging the State Board of Education to not pass this version of the SMC because it has not been fully inclusive of the contributions of Arab American educators. While we're happy that our Pacific Islander lesson plan has gone into the SMC, we're very concerned that our brothers and sisters in Arab American studies have not been consulted by the CDE, and any lesson plans inclusive of Palestine has been erased. The status quo today is that we yield power to dominant culture. The education system built upon that has promoted the society we're seeing today, one that is currently terrorized by white supremacist racism. The historical whitewashing of our education has contributed to the racism and systems of oppression that we're fighting to undo and walk back today. You must make sure this guidance document provides an accurate and proper guidance that includes all people in California, and that must include what Arab American educators have contributed.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Nora Russo. I am an attorney in Los Gatos. I am the proud daughter of Holocaust survivors from Greece who survived the war in Greece and immigrated to the United States in the 50s. I would like the lesson in the proposed lesson plan on Jewish Americans, I would like to add that Jewish Americans emigrated from Western Europe as well as Eastern Europe. I am sick of comments that suggest that any criticism of ethnic studies come from, quote, white right-wing activists, or that Jews have tried to erase Arab Americans from the curriculum. That is not true. The lesson 7 on redlining says nothing about the practice as employed against Jews. It's a lost opportunity. My husband's own family was restricted from where they could live in New Jersey in the 1960s. I urge that lesson to be amended. Finally, not all Arabs
Thank
are
you,
full of
caller.
color.
Your time
Not
is
all
up.
Jews are.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Amin, and I'm a Persian Jewish student at Beverly Hills High School. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism has always been a part of my life, from having someone break into my place of worship and vandalize it, or having a random person spit on me because I was speaking in Hebrew and call me a dirty Jew. While I am grateful for the work that has been done to revise the ESMC, more changes are needed. I ask that you please do not retract line 100 and include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressure to remove it. This definition reflects the lived experiences of Jewish students and is being used by the Biden administration. It does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California and around the world. I'm a strong believer in the power of education. Should children learn about the history of the Jewish people and the way both the Holocaust and anti-Semitism have impacted us as a people,
Thank you, caller.
I believe there will be significantly less hate.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Leah Renson, and I'm a California parent. The critical ethnic studies approach has corrupted the ESMC, forcing a narrow ideological agenda rather than fostering student inquiry. Please remove the critical ethnic studies lens from the guiding values and principles and the subsequent chapters in the ESMC, replacing it with a balanced, constructive approach. There is some evidence that well-designed ethnic studies curricula have positive academic and social outcomes for students. The curricula in these studies had nothing to do with critical race theory or critical ethnic studies ideology, which serve to divide children rather than fostering understanding across differences. It is not necessary to sacrifice inquiry or impose a political ideology for ethnic studies to have a positive impact on all students. The only exploration allowed in the current ESMC is within the framework of critical ethnic studies ideology, never questioning its dogmatic underpinnings. Please revise and remove the critical ethnic studies lens from this model curriculum before approving the ESMC.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Usama Muqaddam, and I'm the Policy and Advocacy Manager for the Sacramento Valley and Central California chapter of the Council on American Islamic Relations, the United States' largest Muslim civil rights organization with over 25 offices across the nation. I urge you to vote no on this proposed curriculum and advocate for the inclusion of Arab American Studies under the category of Asian American Studies before any true progress is made. As the author of a highly regarded bullying report and a partner with the Islamophobia Studies Center in Berkeley, as well as the representative of almost 1 million Muslims in California, I'm surprised and concerned that organizations like ours were not consulted by either the IQC or CDE when it came to revising the originally recommended model curriculum. I was also concerned that the experts that were responsible for the original proposed curriculum pulled their support for the revised model. As an alumnus of UC Berkeley's African American and African Diaspora Studies program, I worked with other scholars in the field of ethnic studies to determine ways to ensure our most vulnerable communities and their children can see themselves in their school curriculum. Many have said in response to Arab American Studies
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Fatima. I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement based in Southern California, as well as a recent graduate of UC Irvine. I'm calling today to oppose the current model of the ethnic studies curriculum. The current model waters down the guiding values that ethnic studies has historically rooted itself in by discarding anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, and anti-racist frameworks in favor of bland multiculturalism that does not criticize power. Critical terms such as revolution, capitalism, right-wing, and even ethnic studies have been removed from key sections. Arab history has been marginalized and dismissed, and Palestine, which plays a central role in Arab history, has been wiped off the geographic map. While systemic racism is mentioned, there are no lesson plans around it. The lack of critical analysis in the last draft is so great that the entire advisory committee and the designated writers of the original ESMC requested that their names be removed from the document. It is also especially telling that the veterans of the original 1968 Third World Liberation Front and Black Student Union strikes that led to ethnic studies as a discipline have spoken out in opposition.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed, caller.
Okay. My name is Akhil Gopal. I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace LA. And I think it's extremely ironic that you spent the last couple hours patting yourselves on the back about inclusion when you're purposefully excluding Palestine. And then you've been patting yourself on the back for speaking truth to power when you, the IQC, are that power and have been ignoring Palestinians speaking truth to you. This model curriculum is fundamentally not ethnic studies, which is about anti-racist, anti-colonial, and anti-capitalist education with youth. And what it is actually colonial multicultural propaganda. So I immediately demand that you include Palestine and Arab American studies in Asian American studies where it belongs. And then you restore the original guiding values of ethnic studies that actually made it the academic discipline it is today, and reinsert the key terms and definitions of ethnic studies, including capitalism and ethnic studies, which you actually deleted in some places from the curriculum. So what's happening right now is actually a complete shame and a sham, and I don't know.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, Rosemary Campbell, African American, graduate of HBCU and parent of 4 children in California public schools. These comments illustrate what will be the results of this program. More division, not unity or empathy. You must vote no today. Easily be troubled by a movement to create a program whose goal, though titled ethnic studies, seems to focus more profoundly on divisive education, prejudicial concepts, and indoctrination in cultural Marxism as represented by the comments. With Orwellian use, the ethnic studies like anti-racist and other modernly invented terminology actually mean.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Regina Waldman. I'm a Jewish woman from the Southwest Asia and the president of JIMENA, Jews Indigenous to the Middle East and North Africa. Anti-Semitism in Libya forced my family to escape to the United States. I'm concerned that the lesson titled Anti-Semitism in Jewish Middle Eastern America is the supplemental bridge lesson, but the lesson on Islamophobia is placed in the Asian Studies section. Please do not retract line edit 100 from slide 55 and show equity and fairness and move the anti-Semitism and Jewish Middle Eastern American lesson to pair with the Islamophobia lesson as equally important. Jews of the Middle East and North Africa are recognized as Asian, and we belong in the Asian section. Please include our lesson in the Asian studies, and please include the definition of IHRA. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Rama Awad, and I am a community advocate with the Arab Community Center in San Diego. I work with a community base of Arab immigrants and refugees here in San Diego, and we have thousands of Arab youth in the public schools here. I find the current version of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum deeply concerning because it does not include lessons that are reflective and inclusive of their lived experiences. Our students, all students, but especially our Arab youth and students of color, need and deserve a curriculum that sees them and equips them with the knowledge of racism and systems of oppression, which affects their everyday lives. Claims that education on Palestine or racism or colonialism is divisive or quote-unquote spreads hate speech is a denial of historical facts and the realities of minority communities in the U.S. That being said, I urge the State Board of Education to vote no on this current Ethnic Studies model curriculum, and I urge for the rewriting of this curriculum so that it includes Arab American Studies within Asian American Studies, and so that it aligns with the guiding principles of ethnic studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Diana de Rueda. I'm a first-generation college graduate and proud alumnus of Latinx Studies at San Francisco State's College of Ethnic Studies. I encourage the board to vote no on the current model curriculum because it does not because of the Zionist and white supremacist false narratives given by previous scholars, but because this curriculum has been defanged of its foundational liberatory and decolonial tenets, like critical race theory and analysis of global racial capitalism. Particularly alarming is the erasure of Arab American studies from the model curriculum. I cannot advocate for an ethnic studies curriculum that represents my ethnic community, yet marginalizes the experiences and contributions of Arab and Muslim diaspora communities. Furthermore, all the Jewish folks that called in have proven the urgent need for the inclusion of Arab American studies in the model curriculum. Anti-Zionism and critique of brutal Israeli occupation of Palestine is not anti-Semitism, and their gross assertions illustrate the dire need to set the record straight for future generations of California students. I demand that the Zionist IHRA definition of anti-Semitism not be included, and that Jewish American studies be...
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live.
Hello?
Yes, you're live. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Yavar. I'm a member of the Arab Resource and Organizing Committee in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I'm calling to say that you must vote no and reject the current curriculum and rewrite the curriculum to include Arab American Studies and Asian American Studies. This is a watered-down conservative draft that panders to right-wing and Zionist organizations, and you're deleting Palestine and silencing Palestinian voices. So you'll be guilty of really taking the right-wing side, taking the Zionist side in this critical moment in history. And I think you all should take a hard look at yourselves when you use these words of inclusion instead of liberation, and really understand that you guys are at a critical moment where you cannot continue to silence Palestinian voices. And I think Palestine is the major issue here. So that's what we want to see, is that you rewrite this draft to include Palestine. And I keep hearing inclusion instead of liberation. You guys have defanged, is a great word. You guys have defanged the original types of studies.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Ha Tran. I'm a California parent and an Asian American. I have concern regarding the critical ethnic study. Students should not be identified as victims or oppressor based on the color of their skin. All of us, including students, are born unique. When the students are being labeled, we deter their growth and make them not accountable for their action. It also would cause division and vulnerability. Labeling students is equivalent to name calling. Name calling has not been used and should never be accepted in school. Please remove the critical ethnic studies before approving the ESMC. I hope you all would do the right thing for our students. Remove critical ethnic studies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Skylar Clark, and I'm a UC Berkeley student. I'm calling in support of the CARE Ed suggested edits to the model curriculum in order to remain true to the core values of ethnic studies by openly discussing the legacies of racism and systems of oppression. I also wanted to respond to claims mentioning institutionalized racism as divisive or that it puts students as victims and oppressors. Acknowledging racism and its effects is not racist, and this claim is an attempt at erasure. Feeding white guilt or exaggerating BIPOC victim narratives is not the goal of ethnic studies. It helps white students situate our histories, understand white privilege, and also learn to become better allies with white BIPOC communities. White students might have uncomfortable moments, but discomfort encourages growth, reflection, and transformative academic engagement. And it also encourages BIPOC students to take ownership of their histories and become more empowered to actually be liberated by this curriculum. So please encourage and incorporate these edits in order to remain true to the values of critical ethnic studies. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Malor Lele, first honor to the First Nations of California, California Department of Education, and all present. My name is Talfa Setefano, and I am a product of Hayward Unified School District. I urge that you do not pass the current draft of the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. It does not censor Black, Indigenous, and Native narratives. The CDE's vision is, quote, all California students of the 21st century will attain the highest level of academic knowledge, applied learning, and performance skills, end quote. The highest level of academic knowledge requires curriculum that reflects our times. I urge to reinsert Arab American lessons, including Palestine, with content and pedagogy developed by Arab American educators. Applied learning requires schools to be the space for analysis and all critiques of all systems of oppression. I urge that all original guiding values and
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
Be restored.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Gabrielle Dimick, and I am a UC Berkeley graduate. I would like to start by saying that Elie Wiesel, Holocaust survivor, says that it is memory that will save humanity. And this is essential when we're considering an ethnic studies curriculum. It is absolutely imperative to include the truth of history of colonialism, slavery, genocide of Native Americans, and continued erasure and abuse and white supremacy. To heal as a country, all students must learn about the truth. This empowers and is necessary to connect. I support CARE Ed's edits to the model curriculum that promote critical ethnic studies and conversations that include the truth of the history of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Joanne Donsky. I'm a California parent and retired educator. I support ethnic studies, but the critical ethnic studies approach has corrupted the ESMC, forcing a narrow ideological agenda and predetermined answers rather than fostering student inquiry. Critical ethnic studies actually inverts traditional American ideals of individual merit, opportunity, and success It interprets all social interactions through the lens of oppression. If America's traditional narratives are designed to encourage social mobility and prosperity, ESMC's proposed Marxist narratives are designed to encourage intergroup conflict and perpetual upheaval in existing institutions. That's clear in student assignments, such as drafting a manifesto of demands for the Third World Liberation Front. The ESMC is not in the interest of ordinary Californians of any ethnicity. Please revise and remove the critical ethnic studies lens.
Thank you, caller.
Yes.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Samina Usman. I'm the Government Relations Coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations, the San Francisco Bay Area office. I'm a mother of a high schooler and a middle schooler. And like many parents of children who face Islamophobia and xenophobia and bigotry, I was truly looking forward to my children learning about ethnic studies that would reflect their history and background, and because I recognized the transformative effect of ethnic studies. Unfortunately, the current draft is stripped from its original model that included Arab American studies and Palestine. This removal marginalizes Arab history and Arab people. The current draft lacks analysis and critique of racism and other systems of oppression. I urge the State Board of Education to vote no on the current model. It needs to be rewritten by ethnic studies educators of color to reinsert Arab American studies lessons, including Palestine, within the Asian American Studies section of the ethnic studies model curriculum with the content developed by Arab American educators. And I want to reinsert the key terms and definitions aligned.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Penina Eilberg-Schwartz, and I'm a white Jew, daughter of rabbis, and member of If Not Now. Vote no on the current ESMC. It must be rewritten by educators of color to reinstate Arab American lessons, including Palestine, within Asian American studies, and to restore the original principles of ethnic studies. The current revision totally erodes these principles. As a white Jew who grew up in California public schools, I heard my story often. It was not the same for fellow students of color. So the revision suggestion that Ashkenazi Jewish experience fits into Asian American studies is deeply misguided. As Jews, we need to contend with the real anti-Semitism embedded in white nationalism. But we can't listen to the false definitions the curriculum suggests by referring to the supposed leadership of the ABL, a group that targets social justice movements and does not represent us, and the IHRA definition, which equates and does equate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. This is so harmful to Palestinians and other students of color, including Jews of color, whom the curriculum should support. It's harmful to any student asking good questions about Israeli violations of Palestinian human rights. These revisions only push a right-wing agenda and silence critique.
Thank you,
the right thing and vote no.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Armin Sahakian. I represent the ASA Western Region, the largest nonpartisan Armenian American grassroots organization. And as a sibling of also my brother and sister who are in California public schools, I'm calling to tell that, I'm deeply concerned that the Armenian American experience is being erased from the ethnic studies model curriculum. Even though we've submitted thousands and thousands of comments in this process, the Armenian American studies must be included in the main curriculum under Asian American studies together with all other West Asian American studies. The status of the bridging section, now named sample lessons, is unclear, and it also must be clarified to the public and added in the main curriculum. The SB must bring in ethnic studies scholars who specialize in studying West Asian communities as a racial group within the United States. We cannot be erased. Our histories and struggles are often ignored, but we won't allow them to be in the state with the largest Armenian American community in the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Aloha, my name is Levalasi, and I'm a Pacific Islander ethnic studies educator that was fortunate to take ethnic studies in high school with Sonoy Educational Partnerships in San Francisco. In these radical spaces, I learned more about ethnic studies, which in its origins addresses how Black, Indigenous, and communities of color experience white supremacy and heteropatriarchy on and from stolen lands. This is why I urge the State Board of Education not to pass this version of the ESMC. One, the full document is not ethnic studies. It needs to realign authentic ethnic studies guiding values and principles and include key terms that were removed, such as revolution, capitalism, and systems of oppression. Two, it does not include Arab American lesson plans written by Arab scholars that engage content on Palestine, which should not be excluded. If we think about the terrorism that recently happened in Georgia, climate change, police brutality, and racialized experiences due to COVID, the context of a multicultural education is not going to provide the critique for our youth to address these issues. Please reconsider how you have privileged certain voices in this process and pass a real liberatory, anti-racist ethnic studies model curriculum.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Tammy Kim, Vice Mayor for the City of Irvine and Managing Director of the Korean American Center. We've seen an alarming increase of anti-Asian violence, including the massacre of Asian women in Atlanta, and we continue to be viewed as perpetual foreigners. A solution to eradicating violence against Asian Americans and other peoples of color is through comprehensive ethnic studies. The AAPI curriculum provides the knowledge for students to begin to understand our diverse communities and our Asian American contributions to the fabric of this nation. It is critical to move forward with the PISMA's position to approve the ethnic studies model curriculum today so that more districts can implement ethnic studies locally. Let's use this as an opportunity to empower our students by giving them the tools they need to build connections and to be catalysts of anti-racism and social justice. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Berjini Tulumian. I'm with the Armenian National Committee of America Western Region. Although thousands of our community members submitted their comments on this, Armenian Americans are still being erased from the ethnic studies model curriculum. I urge you to reinsert Armenian American Studies in the draft and it be included in the main curriculum under Asian American Studies within the West Asian American category. I also urge that the CDE consult with ethnic studies scholars who specialize in Armenian American Studies. Item 9, Attachment 2, should also be rejected. The status of the bridging section, which is now named Sample Lessons, is unclear and should be clarified to the public and added in the main curriculum. Armenian American students deserve to see their histories reflected and uplifted in their classrooms, so I'd like to see a more inclusive version. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, are you there? Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Nicole Katangay. I'm a student from UC Berkeley. I strongly support the CARE Ed suggested edits for the ethnic studies model because we rarely learn about Asian stories of resistance, let alone how American colonialism and imperialism has prompted our migration patterns and the ongoing fight against deportation, discrimination, and other forms of anti-Asian violence. The only exposure I had to the history of my own people, of the American occupation and colonization of the Philippines, was exposure that I had sought out myself. We never discussed the impact of the model minority myth in school, which erases the struggles of the Asian community. If we want to give our students the agency to actively work against racism, we need a critical ethnic studies curriculum that names and combats the origins of this racism that includes colonialism, imperialism, and white supremacy. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello.
Yes.
My name is Marcos Aguilar. I'm a Sewali Mexicano, an indigenous educator in Los Angeles, and I'm a co-founder of Anahuacalmecac World School, a community-based indigenous peoples K-12 school in LA. I've advocated for and redefined ethnic studies since 1988, including through a 2-week hunger strike to demand the creation of what is now the Chicana and Chicano Latino Studies Department at UCLA. As a student activist, I was willing to sacrifice my life alongside dozens of other students. We knew that the lie of public education was that it could be more complete, more correct, and more advanced without us. And I've taught Native American and Chicano studies in public schools since 1994. I urge you to create ongoing protocols that respect the rights of Indigenous peoples to free, prior, and informed consent regarding this model curriculum as drafted and as implemented. As an Indigenous educator, I know that in its current form, it will continue to perpetuate deculturalization and assimilation upon Indigenous children and youth. I uplift American Indian Studies Center Director Dr. Shannon Speed's letter to you by way of context.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Nora Abdullah, and I work with Arab youth throughout the San Francisco Bay Area, largely displaced by U.S. wars and who face anti-Arab racism in their schools by teachers and students alike. The State Board of Education must vote no on the current ESMC. Instead, the ESMC needs to be rewritten by ethnic studies educators of color to reinsert Arab American lessons, including Palestine, within Asian American studies, and restore the guiding values and principles of ethnic studies. As a working-class Palestinian whose family was displaced by racist Israeli policies, I am disappointed that pro-apartheid groups like the ADL and JCRC have been centered in this process while we have been sidelined. Arab Americans and Palestinian Americans deserve to be recognized. Vote no because this draft is not ready, and recenter ethnic studies scholars and educators. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Yes, hi, my name is Stephanie Hansen. I'm a mother of 3 school-age children in Orange County, California. I'm strongly opposed to adding this ethnic study framework and curriculum for K through 12 and including it as a high school graduation requirement. As educators, you are tasked with teaching our children how to learn and think for themselves, not guiding them what to think. Educators have no business teaching critical race theory, creating social justice environments in classrooms, and using biased, harmful material. The State Board of Education touts diversity and inclusion, yet is taking a path that fuels racial tension and discrimination, further dividing our children and this nation. This radical curriculum is inflammatory, traumatizing, indoctrinating, and dangerous. You are transforming California schools into factories for far left-wing political activism, and not even touching base with the religious aspects of this, children chanting to ancient gods, and it's beyond disturbing. I urge you all to reject this curriculum and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Just a moment. I've been waiting for an hour and a half. My name is Colleen Meyer.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. The religious element of the ethnic studies curriculum, which with direct appeals to Aztec gods, is almost certainly a violation of the First Amendment's Establishment Clause. Public schools are prohibited from leading state-sanctioned Christian prayers. They must similarly be prohibited from leading state-sanctioned chants to the Aztec god of human sacrifice. My name is Colleen Meyer. I am on the board of South Coast Republican Women's Federated. I am a product of public schools all the way through UC with my bachelor's degree in ethnic studies. In the year 2000, I support ethnic studies, but not in this form. You must remove the chanting to the Aztec gods. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Miriam, and I'm a South Asian immigrant student in California. Ethnic studies, when taught constructively, as in the LAUSD ethnic studies curriculum, can build empathy and understanding while combating racism, which is great. And understanding our dark history is important as well. But unfortunately, the proposed DSMC is based on critical ethnic studies, which pit students against each other by defining them as victims or oppressors based on the color of their skin. And I've seen firsthand how this ideology divides and tears people apart and establishes new hierarchies, no better than before. Don't push this version of the curriculum in the name of progress when it represents me and my community as victims and as being less than. To avoid this, please replace the critical approach with a constructive ethnic studies approach. and reinstate the LAUSD curriculum as a resource for users. I want an ethics studies curriculum that inspires students and doesn't make them feel guilty for things they have no responsibility for. Please don't corrupt the valuable teachings of ethnic studies and the pride it can give to all people of all colors in their heritage.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Remo. I'm a recent graduate of UCLA and a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement. I'm calling today to urge the board to vote no on the watered-down ethnic studies model curriculum. As a Palestinian growing up in the California public school system, I never learned anything about my ancestral homeland, except that the topic was too taboo to touch. I never learned anything about the roles that imperialism, capitalism, or Islamophobia played in producing the conditions for Palestinians around the world today. I'm disappointed that the current heavily sanitized iteration of ethnic studies does no more justice to the Arab American students of tomorrow than it did for me, and I grew up without ethnic studies. We demand an ethnic studies curriculum that is true to the original guiding values and principles, which are anti-colonial, anti-racist, and liberatory. You must not let yourself be bullied by right-wing, pro-racial interest groups who abhor critical thinking as they have admitted today. The curriculum needs to be rewritten to re-include Arab American lessons, including Palestine, within Asian American studies. Please do better. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Ann, a Filipino-American, former preschool teacher and member of Daly City for Black Lives. This draft is not ethnic studies. I urge the State Board of Education not to pass this version of ESMC. This draft does not fully represent an Arab American lesson plan inclusive of Palestine written by Arab American studies experts and educators. This erasure is unacceptable in a document like this. I also want to name the inequitable process that this has been, having people wait on a call for more than an hour and a half, for public comment for 3+ hours, for presentations and your lunches, and charging per minute is unacceptable. We have jobs, people to take care of, and it's infuriating that through all this we only have a minute. Shame on you. We have mass shootings not because Bibles aren't taught in schools. It's because white supremacist culture and violence is not enabled, but embedded in our systems.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Yes, hi. Hello, my name is Asai Azna, and I've been a Black woman my entire life, as well as a resident of Santa Clara County. Ethnic studies is supposed to be about making space for communities whose knowledge has been erased, ignored, and excluded, not be some quack ideology that is based on social vengeance disguised as social justice. It is not okay to pass something that represents my community as victims just to say you passed something. If you want to prevent representing people of color as less than, then you need to remove the critical ethnic studies approach and replace it with a constructive approach. Our children, students, and community members deserve to have California's leaders stand up against this left-wing politicization of education. Under the current ESMC curriculum, racism is being normalized and our children are being indoctrinated. We're supposed to be making progress, not a return to the pre-civil rights era. Please revise and remove the critical ethnic studies lens before approving the ESMC. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Rosa Kim. I'm a Korean American educator and also a school board member for the Fremont Union High School District. We've seen an alarming increase in anti-Asian violence and xenophobia for the past year. I believe that one solution to eradicating violence against Asian Americans and other peoples of color is through comprehensive ethnic studies curriculum. It is critical that the State Board of Education approve the ESMC today so that more districts can implement ethnic studies locally. The more our students understand about marginalized groups, the more inclusive our community will be. Now is the time to empower our students by giving them the tools they need to build connection with our diverse community. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller.
Oh, hi. This is Jill Silverman, a San Francisco parent of two. While I strongly support ethnic studies, the current critical ethnic studies approach harms the model curriculum, forcing a narrow ideological agenda and predetermined answers rather than fostering student inquiry. Please replace the critical ethnic studies lens currently in the guiding values and principles and the subsequent chapters of the model curriculum and replace it with a balanced, constructive approach. To be very clear, a constructive approach would include the inspirational stories of heroes like Fred Korematsu. It would promote racial justice and fight all forms of hatred. It would include the many brilliant contributions of Blacks, Asians, Latinx, and Native Americans. It would do this without setting students against one another. It would do this without promoting violence or one political viewpoint. Please revise and remove the critical ethnic studies lens before approving the model curriculum. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, caller, you're live.
It's David Mullins calling. I'm a resident of California. And I would want to ask, why would California's education department want to replicate the same bias that marginalized groups have been subjected to for over 200 years in California? Redirecting hatred will not make that hatred go away. And the people who are calling in, whether they are pro-Arab or pro-Jewish or pro-Armenian, almost all of them are telling you the exact same thing. Do not adopt this version of the ethnic studies program. Last but not least, the only beneficiary of the current critical ethnic studies program will be the charter schools in California. And it's hard to understand why California's Department of Education would want to adopt a program that will further weaken California's public school system. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Lori Myers, and I'm a California teacher. I agree with Shanine Coates that we need to end hate, Karen Korematsu about teaching respect, and Dr. Asante that we should see people as human beings with no racial ladder. But this won't happen when the ESMC is based on critical race theory as a key framework in pedagogy. The ESMC does not present critical race theory as one tool to examine race. It's presented as the only tool. Listen to the originator of critical race theory, Derek Bell, who says that whites continue, consciously or unconsciously, to do all in their power to ensure their dominion and maintain their control. Will this pedagogy end hate and teach respect? Does this pedagogy see people as humans with no racial ladder? No. As we see in real classrooms and more lawsuits, this pedagogy causes division and discrimination. Trustees, please review the HSS framework that says ethnic studies must help students to respect cultural diversity and see the advantages of inclusion, and then remove critical race theory as a key pedagogy from the ESMC. Our students and ethnic studies deserve better than this. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Angela De Ramos, and I am representing the California Teachers Association. CTA strongly supports ethnic studies, but we have concerns with the document that's in front of the board today. The model curriculum needs to be one that teachers can use meaningfully, intentionally, and effectively. Our practitioners are concerned that there's insufficient guidance for educators to develop an ethnic studies curriculum, especially if they've never taught an ethnic studies course before. There are still many gaps in the document, including dilution of content, limited portrayals of events in history, inequitable representation of the four ethnic groups, and a lack of coherence for a TK through 12 curriculum. Based on the concerns outlined in our letter, CTA is unable to support the approval of the ethnic studies model curriculum. Thank you for your attention and your diligence to this.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Max. I'm an educator from Los Angeles.
The ESMC covers the origin story of ethnic studies, the Third World Liberation Front, or TWLF. That movement fought for a just cause, including communities of color and their stories in our education system. And yet, there's another side of the story the ESMC doesn't cover. The leadership of TWLF promoted anti-Semitism. They celebrated dictators like Mao and Lenin, whose actions killed tens of millions of people and led many more to flee to this country. My own family suffered for decades under the anti-Semitism of the Soviet Union, the regime that Lenin created. The ESMC should not be blind to the story of my family and so many other Americans who suffered under similar regimes. There's a simple way you can help schools avoid replacing one set of uncritical narratives with another. Wherever the ESMC discusses TWLF, make sure to cover not only its contributions, but also its very real flaws. Movements can and often do have good ideas about some issues and bad ideas about others. Students deserve to learn about that complex reality.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is David Room. I'm a father of 3 girls from Irvine. And while I appreciate all the work to revise the ESMC, I urge you to make further changes and resist pressure to make the curriculum worse. Please include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject the pressure to remove it. This definition reflects the real-life experiences of Jewish students. It doesn't prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California. Second, please keep all the guidelines for critical thinking in Chapter 1 and repeat them throughout the curriculum, just like the language about values and outcomes. Lastly, please do not retract line edit number 100. And one more thing. Each group of people needs to be able to tell our own story. So the people at Jimena have come forth with their own story. Please make the changes requested by Jimena and include the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Last, if we characterize people as oppressors and vilify them that way, it lays the foundation in children's minds for hate, and that can lead to tragedies like the Holocaust. So please.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Arshia Mufti. I am an educator and a extended family in California. I'm here to support the API School Board Members Association's position that the SBA approved the ESMC today. While we understand that it is not perfect, we also know history is living and there will be opportunities to incorporate changes when implementing locally. The API community consists of about 50 ethnic groups with over 100 languages. Thus, the breadth of sample lessons in the AAPI section of Chapter 4 is critical for the relevance of ESMC in local communities. With the rise in anti-Asian violence and xenophobia, now is the time to say yes to enabling our students to build bridges and connections.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live.
Hi, my name is Charles Taubman, and I am a California grandparent and voter. Please remove the critical ethnic studies lens from the guiding values and principles and the subsequent chapters of the ESMC, replacing it with a balanced, constructive approach. We have 2 choices. We can divide and tear down, or we can unify and build up. We can use critical ethnic studies and define each other as victims or oppressors, or we can apply constructive ethnic studies and highlight role models from the core ethnic groups, inspiring students and fostering pride in their heritage. Let's educate, not indoctrinate. Please revise and remove the critical ethnic studies lens before approving the ESMC. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Emma Reed, and I am the Government and Legislative Affairs Manager for CARE California, the largest Muslim advocacy organization in the nation. And I'm calling to urgently request that the State Board of Education not approve this version of the ethnic studies model curriculum. The reality is that this is simply not an ethnic studies curriculum. And that has been illustrated by the ethnic studies experts who the California Department of Education have brought together and initially asked to create this draft, who later then requested that their names be removed and continue to have that request. Since this is not ethnic studies, and since it goes out of its way to exclude folks like Palestinian Americans who make up one of the larger populations of Arab Americans in California, it doesn't actually meet its mandate or its intentions that have been illustrated earlier during the speeches previous. And so it's for those reasons, outside of the many others that have been illustrated by my various colleagues here today, that you do not pass this forward, as it simply excludes folks and doesn't meet its mandate, and is not ethnic studies as illustrated by the very experts.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Joe Berra with the Promise Institute for Human Rights at UCLA School of Law. I work with local land-based tribes and the large Native American and indigenous population of LA. California Assembly Joint Resolution 42 endorsed the principles of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This board must embrace those principles, including the free, prior, and informed consent of Native American and indigenous peoples. Many Native people I work with have critiqued the lack of tribal consultation in this process, and I endorse the new provision explicitly mandating tribal consultation. The current ESMC has succumbed to pressure to eliminate a Native perspective in the model curriculum, which is troubling and harmful to Native peoples. If the board moves forward, at a minimum it must adopt recommendations put forward by the Native community, such as the inclusion of a complete list of California tribes, amendments to the references to the model curriculum on human rights and genocide, and inclusion of a full lesson giving historical context to the Native American genocide. This would begin full incorporation of the Native perspective through tribal consultation prior to any implementation. To do less would abdicate this body's.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Oh.
Yes, caller, you're live.
I'm Warren Smith, Santa Rosa. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. The resistance to openness in the projected ethnic studies curriculum, as evidenced by the governor's initial veto, highlights the one-sided resistance by the pro-Zionist camp. A plea for Holocaust observance and the dangers of anti-Semitism cannot be isolated from the actual history of the creation of Israel. Ethnic studies have led the celebration of Israel's Independence Day against the Palestinian Nakba. It should include the preceding events of the 1800s to 20th century, highlighting Western intervention in the Middle East, the beginnings of the Zionist movement, and true exposure of the League of Nations and subsequent UN decisions to lead to Israel's creation. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Malalele, my name is Dr. Sinau Sinatovo, a product of the California public school system from grade K all the way to 20, and I am an educator right now at the College of San Mateo. As an educator in the field of Pacific Islander Studies, I urge the State Board of Education not to pass this version of ESMC. This is not about appeasing the we cannot add everyone right now, or this is the beginning, and this draft. This is about addressing the deliberate watering down of the ESMC. This current draft does not align with all components of original ethnic studies concepts and principles which were founded in naming and critiquing structures of oppression, such as capitalism and white supremacy. This draft does not fully represent an Arab American lesson plan inclusive of Palestine written by Arab American studies experts and educators. This erasure is unacceptable in a document like this. In this current state, this ESMC document is not ready to serve teachers in teaching a full ethnic studies curriculum. I therefore urge the State Board of Education to not pass this
Thank you, caller.
ESMC.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Sarah Kim. I'm an educator and a founder of TV Next, representing Asian and Korean Americans in California. As a Korean American, ethnic studies is very important only if it's taught without political propaganda and without provoking students. The critical ethnic studies must be revised further because it still forces a narrow ideological agenda and predetermined answers rather than fostering students' inquiry. Multiculturalism is not ethnic study. Teaching to honor Aztec God and human sacrifices are certainly not ethnic study. So please remove the critical ethnic study lenses from the guiding values, the principles, and the subsequent chapters of the ESMC, replacing it with a balanced, constructive approach. I'd like to see an ethnic studies curriculum that inspires students, not evoke feelings of guilt or helplessness or anger toward each other. The ESMC should foster inquiry, not indoctrinate, fight racism, not define people by the skin color, unite and inspire students, not divide them, and should never evoke guilt, anger, and helplessness.
Thank you, caller.
So please revise and remove the critical.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Angie Thaw. I've got a PhD in ethnic studies. I'm a former school board member. We need to be clear to school districts across California that ethnic studies acknowledges differences by race and the experience of Native American, African American, Asian Pacific American, and Latin American communities, the four core groups. When students have school lessons that acknowledge racial differences that they have experienced, it has a profoundly positive impact on increasing student success. The staff edits that say that Jewish American Studies is part of Asian American Studies is not fair to either Jewish American Studies or Asian American Studies. The lesson plans that are not about groups dealing with racial differences belong somewhere else in the California curriculum. The Fox News article does not belong as part of the ethnic studies curriculum. Thank you so much for all your valuable work and making sure that the four core groups are the central piece of ethnic studies.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Victoria. I'm a former teacher from Colombia who moved to California as a young adult. Approving this narrow ideological agenda because it is a starting point is wrong. The pushback is not against ethnic studies per se. The pushback is against the critical ethnic studies approach being used, especially since there is another more positive approach. I ask that you remove the critical ethnic studies lens from the guiding values and principles and the subsequent chapters of the ESMC, replacing it with a balanced, constructive approach. We should not lead the nation in teaching violence. We have given copious feedback to all drafts regarding the critical ethnic studies approach, which has gone unheeded. A critical ethnic studies approach narrows the focus of ethnic studies to the victim-oppressor narrative, while ignoring essential contributions of the core ethnic groups, both political and non-political, that would inspire students and foster.
Thank you very much, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record, please. Your time starts now. Thank you, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi.
Yes, you're live. Please proceed.
Hi. Is that me?
Yes, it's you.
Oh, okay, great. Hi, my name is Marge Sussman. I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, and I'm here to urge you to vote no on this version of the ethnic studies model curriculum. It is not ethnic studies. One of ethnic studies' core values is decolonization. This calls for teaching about the role of colonial conquest in the U.S. and in other parts of the world, and how that's impacted indigenous people, previously enslaved Africans, and later immigrants to the U.S. Every Arab country has been affected by European colonialism, as well as by harmful U.S. policies. This is why Arab American studies, including Palestine, belongs in the ethnic studies curriculum within Asian American studies. As a U.S.-born white Jew, I don't support Jewish American studies within ethnic studies and can't even imagine how the people who created this current curriculum rationalize including Jewish American studies within Asian American studies. The IHRA...
Thank you, caller. Your time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Claire Diane, and I've worked as a specialist in education for more than 12 years, and I'm a mother. My ancestors have been in the Middle East in between expulsions and slavery for over 50 generations. My family came to this country to flee persecution, only to be met with the murder of my great-grandfather in a hate crime. Since then, in California, my children and myself have experienced anti-Semitism directly and via social media, causing great harm. California's hate crimes toward Jews stand at about 68% of all religious-based hate. So it would make sense to include anti-Semitism and Jews under the core groups. I encourage you to reinstate the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism into Jimenez's lesson plan. I'm not interested in erasing Arab Americans from the ESMC. I'm not interested in erasing anybody. Now there's a second lesson plan for the Arab community most currently. Have you noticed how many folks have spoken to exclude anti-Semitism and Jews? This is exactly a reason why anti-Semitism and Jews must be included. Hate is hate. Hate is our common enemy. Education.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Sarah Levin, and I'm the Executive Director of Jimena. Jimena exists to protect the heritage and the rights of the 1 million Mizrahi Jewish refugees from the Middle East and North Africa and their descendants, 200,000 of whom live here in California. Given that Middle Eastern Jewish communities comprise one of the largest Southwestern Asian communities in California and continue to be targets of rising anti-Semitism, it is perplexing that Islamophobia is defined and addressed throughout the Asian American Studies section of the curriculum, but anti-Semitism is not. Along with 15,000 members of the Jewish community, I request that the lesson plan Anti-Semitism and Jewish Middle Eastern Americans be moved to the Asian American Studies section of the curriculum. I implore the State Board to treat our Jewish communities equally to other communities from Southwest Asia. It is in this vein that I am asking you not to retract line edit 100 from slide 55 that was presented to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Christian Shin, and I am a Korean American college student in California and a product of the Californian public school system. We have seen an alarming increase of anti-Asian violence and xenophobia because, as Asian Americans, we are viewed as perpetual foreigners. A solution to eradicating violence against Asian Americans and other peoples of color is through comprehensive ethnic studies. The AAPI curriculum provides the knowledge for students to begin to understand our diverse AAPI community and our contributions to the fabric of this nation. It is critical that the State Board of Education move forward with the API School Board Members Association's position to approve the ESMC today so that more districts can implement ethnic studies locally. Let's use this opportunity to empower our students by giving them the tools they need to build connections and be a catalyst for inclusion and social justice.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Jamal Kanj, a parent from San Diego.
From my experience, systemic racism is the result of cultural dehumanization and programmed ignorance. By approving a model curriculum purging the Arab lessons plan, including Palestine, the board unwittingly perpetuates the anti-Arab Islamophobia and ignorance. Why a parochial special interest groups targeted the removal of a plan prepared by bona fide educators from the ESMC draft. The powerful and well-connected must not define educational priorities for our children. Formalizing the marginalization of the Arab American story will indulge our sons and daughters, knowingly or unknowingly, in the bigotry that breeds Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. I urge the board not to promote.
Thank you, caller. Your time's up.
I call the board.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is John Wyndham, a California parent. The critical ethnic studies approach has essentially corrupted this curriculum. It forces preset answers rather than having students research and think for themselves. And it picks certain narratives to highlight while ignoring those that don't match its predetermined conclusions. The critical ethnic studies approach should be removed from the guiding values and principles and from the balance of the curriculum. Students should be exposed to multiple perspectives, taught to think critically and form their own opinions based on a diversity of facts and opinions. Please ensure a more constructive and balanced approach to ethnic studies in California public schools. Leave the critical approach to college electives rather than forcing it onto our high school students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record, please. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, great. Hi, I'm Dara. I am a California resident. I am a mother-to-be. I am a wife of a Israeli immigrant who comes from Mizrahi heritage, which is of Yemen. I'm also a daughter and a sister, and I am my own person. I came through K through 12 in public school in California in the Bay Area, and I have always wanted to send my children to public school as I find the diversity to be very enriching and very important for a child's education. Unfortunately, if anti-Semitism is present in our public schools, I'm afraid I will have to take a second job to shield my children from what could be very dangerous. I'm hearing on this call talks of Zionism and pro-whiteness of these pro-Israel groups, which is so offensive given the Jewish experience. This draft of the EMC,
thank you, caller. Your time's up now.
How was that?
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, you're live. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Natalie R. Batman, and I'm a junior at Mountain View High School here in the Bay Area. I'm a daughter of Soviet Jews, and I spent my whole childhood hearing stories from my parents about the rampant anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union. Anti-Semitism that was no doubt encouraged by school curriculums and by teachers who propagated the same Marxist ideals that persist in the ethnic studies model curriculum. While I'm grateful for the work that has been done to revise the ECMC, more changes are needed. I urge you to please reject demands that you remove language that encourages critical thinking instead of one-sided political agendas in the curriculum. It is crucial to include guidelines that will help prevent hatred and bias in our schools and repeat them multiple times throughout the curriculum. Critical thinking and objectivity are the only things capable of keeping hate and anti-Semitism out of our schools. Please don't let my parents' experiences become my own. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Lori Fong, a Chinese American teacher representing the API California School Board Member Association. I was a high school principal, a teacher, and am now school board president in Santa Rosa. It's imperative now that SBE pass CSMC. As a student growing up in California and as a teacher, I'm embarrassed and saddened that I did not learn nor teach this. It is necessary to have a strong resource for teachers to use to enrich the curricula written for the AERS path, ones that do not represent all of our current students. The recent anti-Asian violence is the one manifestation of keeping ethnic groups the other and allowing, even promoting, siloed experience and zero understanding of each other's histories and lived experiences. As Ms. Huerta, Ms. Weber, and Ms. Korematsu pointed out, this model curriculum is due, it is time, it is necessary, and it's a step in the right direction for California schools. Please adopt it now to empower school districts and teachers to be agents of inclusivity. It's not perfect, it's a start. We must start. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live.
My name is Lennon. I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement. I call on you to vote no on the current curriculum and to reinsert Arab American lessons, including Palestine, within the Asian American Studies section of the ESMC, with content and pedagogy developed by Arab American educators, and which is true to the discipline of ethnic studies. Palestinian and Arab Americans like me experience anti-Arab racism and Islamophobia, and the current whitewashed, racist, and offensive curriculum will only continue to harm Arab American students. The CDE's decision to purge Arab American studies from the Asian American Studies runs against decades-long tradition in Asian American studies and ethnic studies, and is shaped and supported of the experts in the field. These actions marginalize Arab history and Arab people. They ignore the fact that Palestine is an intrinsic part of Arab American history. I call on you again to reinsert Arab American lessons, including Palestine, within the ESMC, and I also call on you to include Armenian American history in the main curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, caller.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Hitchcock, a former San Mateo Foster City School Board member, and I'm calling today as an early education professional, lifetime supporter of building a better tomorrow by educating our children today, and to support the Asian American and Pacific Islander School Board Members Association's position that CDE approve the Ethnic Studies model curriculum today. It's essential our children learn about the richness and diversity of the AAPI community, which consists of over 100 languages and 50 ethnic groups. California's curriculum needs to be representative of our communities. Thus, the breadth of sample lessons of Chapter 4 in the AAPI section is critical for the relevance of the ESMC. The longer we wait to approve and adopt an ESMC, the longer we wait to heal. While we know it's not perfect, we also know that history is living and there will be opportunities to incorporate changes when being locally implemented. Let's step in the right direction by adopting now, making these imperative resources available to our educators, empowering them to be agents of inclusivity so more school districts can implement ethnic studies and move California school districts and our culture towards a more inclusive and respectful society.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Christina Smelser, and I'm a mixed-race Asian American resident from San Luis Obispo, California, and a student at UC Berkeley. I wholeheartedly support the adoption of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum, but the current draft is insufficient. I instead support the CARE Ed edits. The goal of critical ethnic studies curriculum is not to be divisive, but transformative through exposure to narratives and knowledge which are normally suppressed. Engaging issues such as white supremacy or systemic racism is only divisive if you choose not to recognize the legacies of oppression which are being discussed. The goal of critical ethnic studies is not to place students into fixed social roles. In fact, it's quite the opposite. The very word critical already implies that students are expected to think about how their identities situate themselves in society today, that they can change from what their ancestors' roles in society were in order to build community and dismantle oppressive systems.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Joshua Washington, Executive Director of the Institute for Black Solidarity with Israel. It is mind-boggling to me that there are many on this call who are calling for the original ESMC draft to be reinstated, as it is a gross misrepresentation of history, including much of the Arab studies portion that misconstrues historical truth and omits the centuries-long Arab slave trade of Africans. The Black American part of the curriculum also dismisses Dr. King as weak and docile and erases others like him, including Thurgood Marshall, Bayard Rustin, and Rosa Parks. This is by design of critical race theory and critical ethnic studies. Furthermore, it is angering to hear how many on this call are equating ahistorical teachings about Jews in Israel to Palestinian human rights. It isn't human rights to malign, demonize, and erase the indigenousness of the Jewish people. That is not ethnic studies, and it has nothing to do with human rights. The first draft needs to stay dead, and its current draft needs to be completely revamped to reflect a much more of a diversity of thought. Lastly, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is not a censorship tool, no more than the Civil Rights Bill was a censorship tool. And
Thank you, Caller. Your time's up.
Version of the truth.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello.
Yes, caller, you're live. Please go ahead.
Hello. My name is Linda Levis, and I am a California voter. The critical ethnic studies approach has transformed the ESMC. It favors a narrow ideological agenda and predetermined answers rather than fostering the student's inquiry. The ESMC should foster inquiry, not indoctrinate. It should fight racism, not define people by skin color. Unite and inspire students, not divide them, and evoke guilt and helplessness. Please take out the critical ethnic studies lens from the guiding values and principles and the subsequent chapters of the ESMC and replace them with a balanced, constructive approach, which we all agree we need and want. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Gabby. I'm a Moroccan Jew and a current student at a university in California. I also have a younger sibling in a California high school. While I'm grateful for the work that has been done to revise the ESMC, more changes are needed. Please include the full IRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressure to remove it. This definition reflects the lived experiences of Jewish students and is being used by the Biden administration. It does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California and around the world. Also, please do not retract line edit number 100. I ask that you make important changes to ensure our experiences are represented in the ESMC. Please ensure a curriculum that my sister and her fellow students can learn from and that we as Americans and California residents can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello. My name is Alon Abi, and I'm a first generation of Iranian refugees in California. To paint people of Jewish descent as a privileged white class, although they are on the receiving end of the most ethnic hate crimes, is a joke. When Jews demand that they be represented by the widely accepted IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, who are we to deny them? And yes, singling out the sole Jewish state is a representation of centuries-long racism. As a first-generation American of Iranian immigrants, I fight for the rights of our Jewish, Asian, Arab, and Armenian brothers and sisters. While in middle school in California, my peers and I studied 2 units, which is 4 chapters on Islam. This includes 2 projects and 2 essays on learning Muslim prayers and history. We learned of no other religions. To act as though Arab history is being unrepresented in this model is untrue, and many anti-Semitic callers are painting a false dichotomy between the inclusion of Jews and the representation of Arabs. These 2 populations are not mutually exclusive. Similarly, by painting the governments of the PA and Hamas, which kills gays, subjugates women, and glorifies martyrs, as paying for youth for the sole purpose of killing Jews as quote-unquote liberators, you're working the truth and radicalizing an entire generation while ignoring the plight of Uyghurs, Jews, in Middle East and North Africa.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yasmin Abed, and I'm an ethnic studies graduate in the Advocacy and Campaigns coordinator with the Arab Resource Center in San Diego, where we work with thousands of Arab families and youth. I'm calling in strong opposition of the current model ethnic studies curriculum. Ethnic studies was the only space on campus I was heard and seen as a Palestinian student. But let's be real here. The most recent draft is not ethnic studies. It's a whitewashed version of ethnic studies that's made to ensure Zionists don't get uncomfortable by the bloody history of Zionism. Actual ethnic studies curriculum centers folks of color and talks about capitalism, enslavement, and settler colonialism as tools of oppression. Those are key terminologies to ethnic studies. They're not optional. Please make sure to reinsert these terminologies, and we demand that you vote no on the current proposal and reinsert Arab American lessons, including Palestine, within the Asian American Studies section of ethnic studies model curriculum. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Zach Blumenstein. I'm a law student at Berkeley School of Law. I am yet another Jewish American here to say that the JCRC and the Simon Wiesenthal Center do not speak for me. I strongly urge the board to vote no on this curriculum. This ethnic studies curriculum has made a mockery of the original mandate in AB 2016, seeing as the entire advisory committee requested their names to be removed. Ethnic studies in its very foundations involves resistance to U.S. colonial conquest and the legacy of slavery. Yet this curriculum seeks to erase those very narratives, most notably by erasing the struggles of Arab Americans and Palestinians. A lot of people here have expressed concern about the Atlanta shooting, but what does this even-handed diversity rhetoric do? It means that we can have a black Secretary of Defense calling for increased belligerence against China and a Jewish Secretary of State saying the same. We need to understand the struggles of Asian Americans against U.S. imperialism and the role that it plays in growing white supremacy.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Ana Hiroshagan. I am a first-generation Armenian American, great-granddaughter of Armenian genocide survivors, product of the public school system, attorney, and mother of 4 children, including 2 middle schoolers. I am also a board member of the Armenian National Committee of America Western Region. I'm grateful for all the work done by the CDE to include ethnic studies in the model curriculum. As a former public school student, I did not learn Armenian history. I want to ensure this changes. While the ethnic studies curriculum is critical and empowering to some, it continues to ignore and marginalize Armenian history and falls short. The Armenian Americans are being embraced from the ethnic studies model curriculum, even though we have submitted thousands and thousands of comments to the CDE. Armenian American studies must be reinserted in the draft and be included in the main curriculum under Asian American studies with the West Asian American category. The status of the bridging section is unclear and must be clarified for the public and added in the main curriculum. The CDE must consult ethnic studies scholars who specialize in Armenian American studies.
Caller, your time is up.
Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, hi, my name is Michael Ehrenberg. I'm a businessman and someone who advocates for equal rights towards all people. As a Jewish guy living here in Southern California and the son of a Holocaust survivor surviving the Nazi death camps, I stand for all people to be educated by facts, and I think that the critical ethnic studies program as it stands now actually creates division and pits ethnic groups against each other. I was delighted, of course, to learn that the California Education Code, the State Board of Education, had started to rewrite some of these statements, and I also believe that no discrimination should be tolerated based on religion or nationality. I implore you to also include California's Middle Eastern Mizrahi Jewish communities to the Southwest Asian communities.
Thank you, caller. Your time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Lara Kiswani. I am the Executive Director of the Arab Resource and Organizing Center. I urge you all to not adopt this curriculum and follow the lead of legal organizations and experts in affirming that this draft does not meet the mandate of AB 2016. It is not an ethnic studies curriculum and is not written by experts. Today, CDE has put on a production to mask over the mass opposition to this curriculum. Shame on all of those who have enabled racist, anti-Arab tropes to dominate the discussion in order to justify redefining ethnic studies. If 77% of California students are in fact students of color, why continue to center whiteness and allow white right-wing interest groups to shape this curriculum? This is an insult to the legacy of 1968 strike veterans. That is why they oppose this curriculum, as do experts like Cornel West and Angela Davis. You have erased us and displaced us, absolutely relegated us to an appendix, and then whitewashed the entire curriculum. You've allowed those
your time's up.
From
Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Speaker, you're live. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Bella Yadigar, and I'm a sophomore at Brentwood School in Los Angeles, California. I strongly support a curriculum that represents the experiences of different communities, and I'm grateful for the work that has been done here. But I'm here to share more concerns about some of the problems that still remain. Number one, I ask you to please move Jimena's lesson plan about anti-Semitism to the AAPI studies section and approve all changes requested by Jimena. Second, please do not retract line edit number 100. Third, please add the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism to the curriculum. Anti-Semitism is a real and harmful part of daily life for Jewish students, and this needs to be put to an end. As a first-generation American, my parents and grandparents faced persecution in Iran and were forced to flee from the country due to their religious beliefs. They experienced anti-Semitism in the classroom and in daily life and were forced to live with these horrific experiences of being called pigs and dirty Jews from a young age. I think we have seen enough people today putting down the Jewish community, and this is hate we need to end, which is why we need the IHRA definition.
Thank you, caller. Your time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller.
Hello, my name is Nadia, and I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement. I'm calling to urge the SB to vote no on the current SMSC. It is completely unacceptable for the CDE to allow predominantly white, right-wing interest groups to define ethnic studies, and you've heard this time and again on this phone call. I've been on the entire time and waited a long time to get these comments, as have so many who I know are dropping off because they don't have the time to sit and wait for you to call on them, nor can they pay the fines or the cost in order to sit here minute by minute. This is not accessible whatsoever. Ethnic studies emerge as a discipline in order to resist the history of U.S. racism, colonial conquest, and enslavement, and to center BIPOC communities who have been most impacted. The CDE enlisted non-ethnic studies scholars and succumbed to pressure from right-wing institutions, and as a result has completely sanitized the curriculum to exclude any analysis and critique of racism and other systems of oppression. For shame. We demand a true ethnic studies curriculum that is anti-racist, anti-colonial, and liberatory.
Your time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Sarah Farouk, a community advocate at the Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus and a mentor at the Arab Resource Center in San Diego. The current version of the ESMC is not ethnic studies. There is a lack of analysis and critique of racism and other systems of oppression. How is ensuring that the historical truths of this country, such as racism, white supremacy, divisive? Our students need to understand the historical reality of our communities. This is why I asked the State Board of Education to vote no on the current ESMC and instead have it rewritten by ethnic studies educators and reinsert Arab American lessons, including on Palestine, restore the original guiding values, and reinsert key terms and definitions aligned with ethnic studies scholarship. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
This bar graph shows how
Caller, are you there?
spend time to practice before a call starts.
Okay. All right, and the next one.
Caller, are
now,
you
is
there?
the following claim supported or not supported based on information in the bar graph? And the claim is band members spent the...
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Elena Junawabi. I'm the administrator for CARE San Diego. Please vote no on this draft. I can tell you from the numerous calls I received from work, people call me in for various reasons, such as Islamophobia, xenophobia, racism, hate, and violence. All of them are correlated to one thing. Their identities have been eliminated, our narratives have been hijacked, and our dignities have been trampled by right-wing white supremacy like the ones you have heard in support of this draft. I urge you to please reinsert the Arab American lessons, include Palestine within the Asian American Studies sections of this ethnic studies model curriculum, with content and pedagogy developed by Arab American educators and true to the discipline of ethnic studies. I really, really thank you for giving me the time, and I do encourage you to please reread everything that we have worked on and support our communities. Don't trample our identities, our dignities, or hijack our narratives. This is very important to us because we are exposed to violence and so much hate. You have no idea. The AAPI are one of the people who experience this.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, I'm Mariah, and I'm an Apacasi Latina student at CCSS for Critical Pacifica Studies. Please vote no on this draft. What is being offered disregards the fundamental orientation of ethnic studies. It lacks the analysis critique of racism and other systems of oppression, and it does not fully represent an Arab American lesson plan inclusive of Palestine written by Arab American educators. Throughout this meeting, I'm hearing this framework is meant to serve our educators as a blueprint on how to run the curriculum. However, this draft is providing directions on how to sanitize and protect white supremacy. And I'm hearing that this curriculum is not appropriate because it will encourage hate. For this education to be valuable and unifying, courses need the critical studies lens to engage all students in constructive learning and invoke healing from the atrocities that have transpired. White supremacist culture and white violence is not only embedded, but especially deliberately enforced when you leave historically oppressed people out of your curriculum. This education needs to be honest and completely truthful of lived experiences of all.
Thank you, caller. Your time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, please proceed.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Hi. Sorry.
No.
My name is Jennifer Holden. I'm a parent from Marin County, a proud Zionist, and a daughter and granddaughter of North African Jews. While I appreciate all the work to revise the ESMC, I urge that you make further changes and resist pressure to make the curriculum worse. First, please include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressure to remove it. This definition reflects the real-life experiences of Jewish students and is being used by the Biden administration. The IHRA definition does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California and around the world. Regardless of what you may hear today, polls show that the vast majority of Jews agree that anti-Israel rhetoric sometimes crosses the line into anti-Semitism. On a more personal note, my family was forced out of their Arab and Muslim majority home, and no other Arab or Muslim majority country would welcome them because they were Jews. Israel is a welcome home to Jews of color like mine. Second, please keep all the guidelines for critical thinking in Chapter 1 and repeat them throughout the curriculum.
Thank you so much. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Jonathan, and I'm a parent of two. I had my own facts to bring today, but I think the previous callers brought me more than enough evidence. As you have heard multiple times, many people are advocating for the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism to be included in the main section of the ESMC. A section present in the Jemena Mizrahi section. I have heard people calling us Jews white, powerful, controlling, right-wing. This is absurd. This is the ignorance that leads to anti-Semitism, grouping Jews under stereotypes. This is why we are pushing for this to get approved. Jemena is Jews from the Middle East. I can show you my skin. There is no white. We are pro-Israel because we are Jews, not because of the color of our skin, not for our control. But personally, I support Palestine. I want a resolution. But for this to happen, we need both Palestinian and Israel perspectives, not just one. Zionism is not anti-Palestine, as some say, but instead just promotes the idea of a home for Jews. And apartheid in Israel? Not possible. There are Arabs in the Israeli government. Once the other side realized there would be more equality of perspective, they now want to cancel this draft. Critical thinking. That means equality of perspectives. Please, no stereotypes, no hate.
Thank you, caller. Your time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you on the line?
Hi, my name is May. I'm a civil rights activist and educator, a mother of 3 children currently in the California public school system, a product of the school system myself. I'm a woman of color, a minority, a refugee, and yes, a Jew. Over 60% of your constituents, your students, are non-Arab, with the majority being Mizrahi refugee Jews of Middle East and North Africa. Over 200,000 of them live in our state. Jews are only 2% of the population, yet subject to over 68% of all ethno-religious hate crimes, making us the number 1 targets of ethno-religious crimes. We make up one of your largest percentage of your constituents, yet we were given 0 representation within the main body of your curriculum. And we're left to be once more marginalized and left in the margins, in the back, in the addendum section. How is that fair? How is that just when every day Jews are in pain and cannot walk outside without being persecuted? Jewish students cannot go to school and they have to hide their identity.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Clayton Reynes. I'm from Mission Viejo. I got 3 kids in school. I am a product of the California school system as well. So it was brought to my attention some of the critical race theory parts of this program that are the most troubling, and really it ties back to the origins of critical race theory, and I challenge the board members to really think about how they interpret really the civil rights movement of the 60s, which has been invoked by other people speaking here as well. So in looking at the work from Derek Bell, Alan Freeman, and Kimberly Crenshaw, who really did Mapping the Margins, it really culminated in Richard Delgado's work, Critical Race Theory, an introduction. It says, and I quote, "Unlike traditional civil rights, CRT questions the very foundations of the liberal order, including equality theory, legal reasoning, enlightenment, rationalism, and the neutral principles of constitutional law." My challenge to you is, do you really reject the liberal order, the foundations of the liberal order? Do we reject equality? Are we rejecting
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
I'm Luna Martinez, a Berkeley Law graduate and attorney at the Center for Constitutional Rights. I want to urge the board to resist the conservative forces pushing aggressively for the current curriculum. People today have called the curriculum a good start, but I ask the board to consider good for whom? Not for the Arab American voices and histories the curriculum erases, not for Palestinian students targeted by the same groups pushing this curriculum, not for Muslim students already facing state repression who won't see themselves reflected in the study materials. No, the curriculum is only good for the right-wing actors that benefit from silencing these vulnerable voices, and it contradicts the principles and mandate of ethnic studies under AB 2016. I urge the board to resist pressures to carry water for reactionary groups like the ADL, whose agendas stand at odds with the anti-racist, decolonial, and libertarian mission of ethnic studies. For these reasons, the board must reject the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
They haven't done anything so far. I think
Caller, you're live.
website.
Caller, you're live.
I haven't gotten any pushback on it.
Hello?
Yes, you're live, caller.
Oh, hi. Yes, I am Dr. Roberto Hernandez. I am the current chair-elect for the National Association for Chicana and Chicano Studies. And while I respect the work of then Assemblyman Alejo that got us here, I actually worked on the very first iteration of AB 100 that preceded the model curriculum. Nevertheless, I'm here to urge you to vote against it. This current version does a disservice to ethnic studies. There is no critical ethnic studies and constructive ethnic studies. There's only ethnic studies as created by ethnic studies scholars over the last 50 years and a celebratory multiculturalism that is what we're hearing touted as this constructive ethnic studies. Moreover, it's important to note that ethnic studies is not about the history of groups. It's about processing the racialization and domination.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
I'm Denny Asnis, retired public school teacher of 20 years, member of QUIT, Queers for Palestine, and a Jewish anti-Zionist, urging you to vote no on this current version of ethnic studies. It is not a liberatory ethnic studies curriculum. As queers, we know the importance of fighting the attempt to silence our voices and our support for intersectional liberation. Arab American lessons, including Palestine, must be reinstated into Asian American studies. As an educator, I know that all our students would benefit from a critical analysis of racism as they seek ways to effect systemic change. Equating anti-Semitism and hate speech with criticism of Israel and support for Palestine is bad pedagogy and undermines the original intent of ethnic studies. Vote no on this ethnic studies. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Louise Lipsy. I am a grandparent of several grandchildren here in California school system. I am extremely concerned about the growing anti-Semitism that is occurring in all the schools and in the state. And I really call upon you to please include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, and please approve all the changes that Jim and I have made, and do not retract, please, line edit 100. I urge you to make these changes, appreciate all the work you've done, but please, let us not create more divisionness and more hatred and more anti-Semitism. Let's work constructively to have critical thinking and positive ethnic studies that promotes positive feelings among students and does not create more hate and is not creating more anti-Semitism in the school system. We've had too much already, and it's time to move forward and eliminate this and go forward in a more inclusive manner that will include all.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, please proceed.
My name is Hidayah Anaya, and I'm a Palestinian Muslim Arab American student. I'm a youth leader at AROC. To the speaker from ING, you said this isn't about marginalized groups. It's about all American perspectives. From my understanding as a student, one of the main purposes of ethnic studies is to avoid using a racist, colonialist American perspective. For more than 10 years that I have attended school in America, every history lesson or description of ethnicity was an American perspective, one that described us Muslims and Arabs as a darker-featured people. The American perspective will always be one of stereotypes and uses a white savior complex. To the board, the American studies of the Arab American studies of the curriculum should center Arabs, our perspectives, our narratives, and our histories of resistance. Also, please include Palestine. Ethnic studies centers those who have been pushed aside, like Palestinians. It makes that intentional choice to center those voices, because if you don't, then you won't.
Thank you, caller.
Not adopt this curriculum.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. caller, you're live.
Hello, this is Amy.
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, hi. My name is Amy Koo, and I'm the API Director for CSBA, Northern VP for APISMA. I urge you to adopt the ESMC today. While we understand that it is not perfect, there will be opportunities to incorporate changes when implementing locally. The AAPI community consists of about 50 ethnic groups with over 100 languages. Thus, the breadth of AAPI sample lessons is critical for the ESMC's relevance in local communities. I'm a fourth-generation San Franciscan, and my first memory of racial bullying was at the age of 5 when a group of kids circled me in a swimming pool and sang, "Chungking Chinaman," like it was "Ring Around the Posy." I fear for the safety of my elderly parents when they walk the streets of San Francisco, and my in-laws, Vietnamese refugees who live in Sunnyvale, asked whether they should get pepper spray for protection. With the rise in anti-Asian violence and xenophobia, now is the time to say yes to enabling our students to build bridges and connections through ethnic studies.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. The time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, please proceed.
Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. My name is Mi-young Kim. Hello? My name is Mi-young Kim, Dason Korean School Principal in Sunnyvale, California. I have a 30-year teaching experience and 2 children and 2 grandchildren. Ethnic studies is very important for the students to understand systems and power at the root of American society and to motivate them to actively engage in our democracy. I'd like to support the API School Board Members Association's position that the SBE approved the ESMC today. The AAPI community consists of about 50 ethnic groups with over 100 languages. Thus, the breadth of sample lessons in the AAPI section of Chapter 4 is critical for the relevance of the ESMC in local communities. With the rise in anti-Asian violence and xenophobia, now it is time to prove enabling our students to build bridges and connections through the ethnic studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. My name is Daniela Schwartz. I am a Jewish Mexican American and a product of the California school system. I would like to request that the school board please adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and please implement all of the suggestions requested by the Jimena organization. As a Jewish Mexican American whose ancestors fled genocide and persecution both from Europe and from Northern Africa, I request that you please include these edits into the curriculum and please allow everyone to be inclusive. I'd also like to add that over 50% of the population that exists in Israel today are refugees from Northern African and Arab countries, all Mizrahi Jews.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Amy. I'm a resident of California, and the comments over the past few hours seem to be a bit of evidence as to how much division ethnic studies creates. But having a more robust history, as mentioned by a few speakers, is great. The ESMC is not that, and I respectfully ask that you reject it. The ESMC is loaded with Marxist ideology, already sowing deep division among peoples, and generally maligns people of European UK descent, European UK cultures, and Christianity. This does not heal societies or build community. As previous members of the public have stated, the ESMC also includes chants that appeal to various gods, including an Aztec god of human sacrifice and cannibalism. If prayer is no longer allowed in public schools, how is this okay? This would train Christian and Jewish children to violate the first commandment and commit a horrible offense against Almighty God. And a previous speaker this morning equated conservatism with racism and white supremacy. However, a conservative or someone of European descent or a Christian does not make someone a racist or a white supremacist. Conservatives identify with many different races and cultures, as do Christians. Thank you for your time, and please reject the ESMC.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Ernie Nishi. I'm an ABC School Board member, Tuna Canyon Detention Station member, and everything else. I'm here to support the API School Board Association's position that SBE approved ESPN now. We can't hold back. Every delay means another generation will witness more intolerance, more cases for kids, more treating of African Americans as others, and more Asian hate. My mom was a victim of this. She was incarcerated for no reason because she was the other person. My daughter is never going to get to see this tuition because, frankly, she's going to graduate out. We can't let this delay anymore. More delay means more hurt. We need to start. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
So can I do it by logging in? Or is there paper I can
Caller, you're live.
So how do we do?
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Callers, just a reminder, if you're waiting on the line to speak, you're only allowed to speak one time for 1 minute. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, I'm Hulun Lee, Executive Director of APT. We wrote a letter asking for state leadership to stand up to the typical power dynamics of influence, to ensure the authenticity of ethnic studies, to combat systemic racism, and to create a state system of continuous improvement. 2 days ago, 8 people, 6 of whom were Asian Americans, were murdered in 3 different locations in Atlanta. On June 17, 2015, 9 African Americans were murdered in Charleston. On October 27, 2018, 11 Jews were murdered in Pittsburgh. The common thread is that all these murders were conducted by white men acting on white supremacy. We need to acknowledge and critique these realities based on race. The marginalization of people of color in our education curricula train most Americans to not see people of color as equals. Our education system owes a debt to students and people of color to be seen, heard, and valued. Ethnic studies is supposed to elevate the narratives of the marginalized, to combat the legacies of racial injustice. When the current ESMC dilutes the naming of systemic racism, white supremacy, and exclusion of people of color, it continues to advance whitewashed narratives while failing to advance marginalized.
Thank you, caller. Your time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
I'm Hiba, an educator in SoCal. I use an alias because this space is not safe. Anyone who speaks critically of Israeli colonialism and its institutions, according to the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, are witch-hunted and are targeted on the blackmail website Canary. The current draft contributes to an already dangerous education environment for BIPOC and Palestinian students. As an indigenous Palestinian Semite, the European supremacy movement co-opting the Semitic identity, like the Mizrahi, continue the cleansing of my community through this new corrupted curriculum, erasing indigenous Levantine Semites and fueling identity politics in support of genocidal Israeli apartheid, and even the Armenians from the curriculum is a form of Zionism from the region carried out in this new corrupt draft of the curriculum that pro-Israel groups perpetuate. State decision makers should not fall into the chaos of internal identity politics of the pro-ethnic cleansing Zionist community that's hiding behind multiculturalism while they scramble to rescue Israel's reputation as it comes under investigation for war crimes. This is all connected and all very scary. That is not the role of the state. Support the original draft of ethnic studies, reinstate urban...
Thank you, caller. Your time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Callers, we still have a number of people on the line. Once again, if you've already spoken, please disconnect from the phone line. Next caller.
Hi.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm a mother of 3 in the public school system, and it is as a daughter of a granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor, and 2 parents, Israeli parents. One, my father was born in Palestine, I find that this ethnic studies is very, doesn't tell their side from a personal aspect, and I'd also really like to have the definition of anti-Semitism that was adopted by included, and I feel that every nation has a voice, and that narrative is not there when you don't have the ability to have critical thinking, and that is where it comes to indoctrination as opposed to education. So if we can please make sure that those voices are heard.
Your time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, is that me?
That's you. You're next in
Great,
line on the
thank you.
process right.
All right. I want to say that the ethnic studies model curriculum needs to be rejected. It's formed in critical race theory, and it's a Marxist-Leninist tactic that separate and out and demonize a race to assign the oppressor role to. This is completely divisive. And there are many state and federal laws that are being violated with this curriculum, and we're not going to stand for this. You're going to have so many lawsuits, it's never going to even get off the ground. So I think you need to stop wasting Californians' tax money and time with this radical indoctrination attempt. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Speaker, you're live. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Speaker, you're live. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
As a parent of an African American child, I do not want my child being taught that he is a victim. Any psychologist will tell you labeling will frame that child's future. Likewise, white children should not be taught that they're evil because of the color of their skin. That is racism. Clearly, this will foment racism, create further divisiveness, and create a generation of individuals who hate themselves and harbor grievances towards others. Reject it outright. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the call. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
I'm Paul Kuyovsky. The model curriculum is still infected with critical race theory, the belief that every person, interaction, and institution must be viewed through the prism of race. Teaching this neo-racism is harmful for many reasons. Here's one. In 1967, 3% of U.S. marriages were interracial marriages. 50 years later, the percentage of interracial marriages had risen to 17%. In California, almost 25%. These millions of mixed-race couples have had millions of mixed-race children. Many of them are in California's schools. Thus, California's children increasingly know other multiracial children or are themselves multiracial. But just when this is liberating them from the constricting racial boxes of the past, critical race theory would drag our children back into those mental cages. Please don't inflict critical race theory on our children.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, please go
Hello?
ahead.
Yes. My name is Laura Messian, and I'm a teacher. I'm also the descendant of Turkish and Persian Jewish refugees. My brother-in-law was present when the Poway synagogue was attacked, and he could have been murdered simply for being a Jew, murdered by a white supremacist. So please move both the Middle Eastern Jewish American lesson and the Armenian American lesson into the main Asian Studies unit. Please place the analysis of anti-Semitism along with Islamophobia. This is equitable and inclusive. Covering one and not the other shows bias, as Jews and other Middle Eastern people have been and continue to be excluded, marginalized, silenced, stereotyped, and scapegoated. Specifically, in a time of rising hate crimes directed specifically at American Jews, we cannot afford to sideline anti-Semitism, which affects all Jews, simply because of one's opposition to Israeli policies, or because one erroneously considers some Jews white.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
Foreign conflicts.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead and proceed, please.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Erican. I'm a City College of San Francisco student and daughter of Vietnam War refugees. I'm in full agreement with all the previous speakers that are denouncing white supremacy, and I'm here in solidarity with the Arab American students asking that the State Board of Education must vote no on the current ESMC. Instead, we're asking for them to reinsert Arab American lessons, including Palestine, within the Asian American Studies section of the curriculum, restore the original guiding values and principles that make ethnic studies the academic discipline it is today, and reinsert the key terms and definitions with ethnic studies, scholarship, and pedagogy. The anti-Asian sentiment and need for being anti-racist has been centerfold currently. We address violence, build upon our communities, upon histories and critical analysis through education, especially public education. Can you imagine what creating a fuller picture of ethnic studies is on a curriculum, being the entry point for our youth can do to influence not just how someone thinks, but how they act? Please think about the current events that unfolded. The violence has to end, and I fully believe as a student, as someone that spoke with educators, that this has to.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, are you available?
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
But wonderful. I just wanted to ask all of you kind people who have done for, hello?
Yes, caller, if you have a secondary device with the meeting, please turn down the volume. We're getting a lot of feedback.
Okay, give me 10 seconds to take care of that. Okay, is this better?
Yes, thank you. Your time starts now.
Okay, thank you so much. I really wanted to ask all of you who are in positions of power, and this is a very powerful position that you're holding, to really consider your legacy. Do you want to perpetuate more hate, or do you want to create more unity? I hope you will do everything in your power only to bring about good for the state of California and love and appreciation for one human being to another. And the best way to do that, I think, is to foster unity and not divisiveness. And so please, please do put the anti-Semitism alongside Islamophobia. That's where it deserves to be. And please also eliminate all anti-Israel sentiments in this curriculum. Thank you so very much.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Zelma Maya. I'm a freshman enrolled at Bonita Vista High School in San Diego, California. Although I am grateful for the work that has been done to revise the curriculum from its original draft, more changes are needed. I urge you to include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressure to remove it. This definition reflects lived experiences of Jewish students like myself and is being used by the Biden administration. It does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California and around the world. The definition of Islamophobia is mentioned in the Asian American section of the curriculum and has every single right to be there. Therefore, there is no reason why anti-Semitism isn't just as important to mention. I also urge you to not retract the line edit 100 of the model curriculum. Keep the Jews at the Asian section of the curriculum. Please make these changes for the sake of California students. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Allison Bowe. I'm calling on behalf of VitRise in Orange County. As a community organization of Vietnamese refugees, child refugees, and immigrants, we stand in solidarity with Palestine and unequivocally calling you to vote no on the current ESMC. We're calling you to vote no because ESMC needs to be rewritten by ethnic studies educators of color to, 1, reinsert Arab American lessons, including Palestine, within the Asian American Studies section of the ethnic studies model curriculum, with content and pedagogy developed by Arab American educators and true to the discipline of ethnic studies. Palestine is an intrinsic part of Arab American history and has been central to the international perspectives at the root of ethnic studies as a discipline from its roots in the late 1960s. Second, restore the original guiding values and principles that make ethnic studies the academic discipline it is today. And third, reinsert the key terms and definitions aligned with ethnic studies scholarship and pedagogy and correct erroneous information about ethnic studies. Ethnic studies is necessary to fight against white supremacy and institutionalized erasure of globally oppressed people.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Tracy Law. I'm a Vietnamese American and director of an organization named VitRise in Orange County, California. I'm calling to urge you to vote no on the current curriculum and for it to be rewritten by ethnic studies educators of color. With the rise in anti-Asian violence surging through our communities, one of the biggest reasons why this violence continues to happen is the erasure, lack of education, and true histories of our communities of color. This current draft perpetuates an incorrect and dangerous version of history that will not prevent further violence and be complicit in the history, in the erasure and violent attacks in our communities. It is Islamophobic, it is marginalizes Arab history and Arab people, and it is anti-Black. On behalf of my organization, I'm demanding that the ethnic studies curriculum be rewritten to insert Arab American lessons, including Palestine, within the Asian American Studies section of the curriculum. I call on you to restore the original guiding values and principles that make ethnic studies the academic discipline it is today, and I call on you to reinsert the key terms and definitions aligned with ethnic studies, scholarship, and pedagogy. Anything less would be an attack on our communities, and I urge you to vote no.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
My name is Mahmoud Arakat, and I'm an Arab Resources and Organizing Youth Leader. I'm a senior at Westmore High School, and as a Palestinian, I believe in dignity and liberation of all oppressed people. This curriculum goes against all of that. The curriculum doesn't center the experience of youth of color. It completely erases Arab and Palestinian history. The critical edge of ethnic studies has been sanitized by removing critical ethnic studies terms such like revolution, right-wing, capitalism, and even ethnic studies from key sections. Palestine is an intrinsic part of Arab American history and has been central to the international perspectives at the rule of ethnic studies as a discipline from its root in the late 1960s. The actions of the CBE marginalized Arab history and Arab people. The actions mirrored the racist policies of the Trump administration and the shameful history of anti-Arab racism.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
All right. My name is Yasmin, and I'm a teacher and a parent from Irvine. The AAPI community consists of about 15 ethnic groups with over 100 languages. That's the breadth of a sample lessons in the API section of Chapter 4 is critical for the relevance of the ESMC in local communities. With the rise in anti-Asian violence and xenophobia, now is the time to say yes to enabling our students to build bridges and connections through ethnic studies. I highly encourage you to add lesson plans from Pakistani American and Bangladeshi American ethnic studies into the main curriculum under the Asian studies. And I feel that all ethnic groups should be included. Otherwise, it's not a complete one. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Once again, callers, if you are on the line, this is the public comment line. Please hang up and listen to the webcast if you just would like to listen to the meeting. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Sally Tamayo Lee. I organize San Francisco Students Rising, and I'm a student at City College of San Francisco. I'm a proud Asian American product of public schools in California, and my aunt fought for and implemented the College of Ethnic Studies at SF State in 1969. We see what happens when history is not taught from the standpoint of the systematically oppressed. We get something like the attacks on the D.C. Capitol on January 6th. While I personally see that day as a funeral for white supremacy, I know it derives from generations and generations of people in America told a very different narrative, a lie, in their schools about the history of genocide, imperialism, and slavery, and who was responsible for those atrocities and that oppression. Maintain ethnic studies as a pedagogy of the oppressed. Vote no on this version of ESMC. I'm also in a thread with 100 other people on this call. We're timing ourselves and know you're cutting us off, so please stop that. It's deeply disrespectful to the democratic process.
Thank you, caller. Again, callers, we appreciate your patience. There have been many people wanting to comment, so thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Tony Ubaldi. I'm president of Vallejo's Unified School District. I urge the State Board of Education to approve ethnic study model curriculum today to benefit all students in California. Ethnic studies course is designed to give high school students an introduction to the experiences of ethnic communities that are rarely represented in the textbooks. It is also a compelling way to examine race, ethnicity, nationality, social economics, and cultural groups in the United States. The course equips students with a critical lens to see the world and their place in it by understanding systems and power at the root of American society, and has goal to motivate students to actively engage in a democracy. To the ethnic study course, students are supported to discover and use their own power for the benefit of not only themselves, but also that of their community and society at large. I urge the State Board of Education to approve the ethnic studies model curriculum today. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Number 2038, 39.
Oh. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi there. My name is Talia Lavi, and I'm a student residing at California and UCLA. And I just want to say no to the ethnic studies curriculum because it creates a complete erasure of Jewish identity with a lack of representation. I just want to say that it should be going under Asian studies next to our Arab brothers and sisters. I feel as though there is a lack of just word on Judaism and Israel and the indigenous roots of our people, and we're extremely scared on campuses right now because the main consensus is anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism has become the norm. And I just want to say that it's making me scared, it's making other students scared, and it's as early as middle school that people are being taught these values that are just anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. which subsequently creates anti-Semitic rhetoric on campuses, just disguised as progressivism. Please do something about this. Please, as a Jewish student and a colored person, I have no space.
Thank you, caller. Your time's up. Thank you,
Thank
caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Fayaz, and I serve as the Policy and Advocacy Manager at CARE LA. I am calling for the board to reject the current ESMC because of the erasure of Palestine and Arab American Studies. I urge the CDE add Palestine and the Arab American Studies within the Asian American curriculum plan. I also urge that the curriculum be created by ethnic studies experts. Once again, I urge the board to vote no on the current ESMC.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Lisa, and I'm a student at UCLA. I'm calling for the board to vote no on the ethnic studies curriculum. Jews are a minority, and anti-Semitic acts continue to rise. My Jewish ancestors and history should be included as well. First, please include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressure to remove it. Second, the IHRA definition does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California and around the world. Regardless of what you may hear today, polls show the vast majority of Jews agree that anti-Israel rhetoric sometimes crosses the line into anti-Semitism. Lastly, please keep all the guidelines for critical thinking in Chapter 1 and repeat them throughout the curriculum, just like the language about values and outcomes. We need critical thinking, not just one-sided political agendas. Please make these revisions today for the sake of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Ilan Abi, and I'm a Persian American, and I'm standing up for the rights of our ethnic people to be valued as an ethnic ancestral minority who took place in Judea, and erasing this only warps the truth. Jews are subject to higher than normal ethnic racism, and by targeting this and trying to make it a false dichotomy between Arabs and Jews is hurtful to peace. So we need to wake up and smell the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
My name is Farida Ericat, and I'm a former student at UC Irvine and a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement. We must vote no on the current ESMC curriculum, which constitutes the censorship and whitewashing of the history of Arab Americans, which is reflected in part by the erasure of Palestine from the curriculum within the Asian American Studies section of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum. The removal of terms such as capitalism and revolution reflects the clear desire to ignore the systems of power and control rooted in white supremacy and colonialism that are inherent in our society. This watered-down version of ethnic studies effectively silences students of color and deprives them of their rights to learn and actively engage with their histories, which reinforces the status quo of white dominance. The argument that critical race theory creates a biased, hostile environment for white students urges us to ignore infrastructural racism and power imbalances at the expense of students of color in order to preserve these inequities and ignore the reality that history is already biased in favor of these oppressive structures. In crafting the curriculum, the SBE must honor the voices of Arab American educators by utilizing content and pedagogy developed by them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, yes. My name is Alan Fisher. I live in San Mateo County. My two sons, now in their 30s, are graduates of California high schools. I have carefully read the latest draft of the ESMC. I commend its substantial improvement over the initial version, but I am concerned that its goals still reflect the underlying ideology of critical race theory and critical ethnic studies. I value an ethnic studies curriculum that exposes students from various backgrounds to the histories and personal stories of their peers to enhance mutual understanding in our diverse state, and as Chapter 1 states, to help build bridges of intergroup understanding. However, the chapter goes on to list 6 goals that are heavy on jargon and go beyond teaching concepts to the promotion of race-centered activism in a way that magnifies differences among groups. I understand the impatience to finally approve a curriculum, but getting this right is more important than getting it today. Please replace the ideological agenda of critical ethnic studies with a more balanced approach.
Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Arshia Mufti. I'm an educator. I really thank the school board members for doing what they're doing. The AAPI community consists of more than 50 ethnic groups with over 100 languages. Thus, the breadth of sample lessons in the AAPI section of Chapter 4 is critical for the relevance of ESMC in local communities. I highly encourage you to add lesson plans for Pakistani American and Bangladeshi American ethnic studies. We need to be all-inclusive to do justice to this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Marianne Mejia Leone. I'm a first-generation Hispanic American, a mother of a child in California, also previously a teacher, now work for a corporation. I would like to strike this down and please vote no. I believe this is a sham. It's very shameful. It's clear indoctrination. This has a Marxist narrative to it, moving our country closer to a communist country. So again, I would request that you please vote no. Do not adopt this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi there. My name is Kate Chavez, and I'm a Hispanic Jew. I attended an LAUSD school, and I'm a proud first-generation product of the California State University system. First, I'd like to say thank you for positive steps. However, there are still shortcomings. Please include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressure to remove it. This definition reflects the real-life experiences of Jewish students and is being used by the Biden administration. The IHRA definition does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California and around the world. Regardless of what you may hear today, polls show the vast majority of Jews agree that anti-Israel rhetoric sometimes crosses the line into anti-Semitism. Second, please keep all the guidelines for critical thinking in Chapter 1 and repeat them throughout the curriculum, just like the language about values and outcomes. Lastly, please do not retract line edit number 100. Please make sure these revisions happen today for the sake of all of our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Fanny Wellman, and I'm a parent of 2 Jewish students enrolled in California high schools in San Diego. And I'm very grateful for all the work that you have done, but there are still more changes that need to be made. I urge you to include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressures to remove it. This definition reflects the lived experiences of Jewish students and is being used by the Biden administration. It does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California around the world. A definition of Islamophobia is mentioned in the Asian American section of the curriculum and has every right to be there. Therefore, there is no reason why anti-Semitism isn't just as important to mention. I also urge you not to retract line edit number 100 of the model curriculum. Please make these changes for the sake of California students. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Carla Schick. I'm a Jewish queer educator for over 30 years. I, along with thousands of community members, demand that you vote no on this current, watered-down version of the curriculum. This version bears no resemblance to ethnic studies. It is like a body that has been operated on by a doctor and returned with its heart cut out. The removal of key ethnic study guidelines and of key vocabulary such as racism, and the inclusion of a definition of anti-Semitism as criticism of Israel underscores how right-wing Zionist organizations took control of a public process, cutting out ethnic studies experts and communities of color. A pedagogy of hope presented by Paulo Freire would give tools to those facing racism and colonialism to find a path to liberation.
Thank you.
Arab American studies with Palestine is an essential part of a resistance narrative to colonial injustice and violence.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Carlin, and I am a senior in a California public high school. And I urge for the ethnic studies model curriculum to protect Jewish students and do better, to address the history and persecution that the Jewish people have faced, to prevent it from happening on a daily basis. As I have a friend in the California public school system who was called anti-Semitic slurs in 2021, and the administration did nothing about it. How can we prevent bigoted anti-Semitic attacks like this if we do not first acknowledge it in the classroom and teach it? Anti-Semitism can only be stopped if we address it in its totality. Therefore, include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and approve all changes requested by Jimena to include the lesson plan in the Asian American Studies section, and do not retract line edit 100. Protect Jewish students and all ethnic minorities, and do not let the history of my people, repeat itself. For the sake of California students, I urge you to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, good morning. I am Kiamir Shoki, a first-year student at UC Santa Barbara. My parents were both immigrants who left Iran about 36 years ago under strict religious persecution, and the same thing happened to my grandfather fleeing Iraq. I've seen anti-Semitism come across my path, and so many of my friends and family have. And all I ask is that this curriculum makes all students feel inclusive and feel like they belong to the world and California, and that all ethnicities are being understood and heard. So with that, I ask that you approve all changes requested by Jimena and move their lesson plan to the Asian American Studies section. That section rightfully addresses Islamophobia, but sadly, it doesn't give you the crucial lesson about anti-Semitism. Additionally, I ask that you do not retract the line edit to number 100. And lastly, I ask you to include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject that.
Time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Oh, hi, my name is Shirin Yadigar. I'm a mother of 4 children in the LA Unified School District. Quite frankly, I'm appalled to hear all the anti-Semitic rhetoric I've been hearing all afternoon. I could not believe my ears. I'm calling today. First, please include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressure to remove it. This pressure is unwarranted. This definition reflects the real-life experiences of Jewish students and is being used by the Biden administration. The IHRA definition does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California and around the world. Regardless of what you may hear today, polls show the vast majority of Jews agree that anti-Israel rhetoric sometimes crosses the line into anti-Semitism. Second, please keep all the guidelines for critical thinking in Chapter 1 and repeat them throughout the curriculum, just like the language about values and outcomes. We need critical thinking, not one-sided political agendas and hate in our classrooms. Lastly, please do not retract line edit number 100. Please make sure that these revisions
Your time is up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Melina Ferraduni. I'm a student from Woodland Hills, California, and the child of immigrants from Iran. While I appreciate all the work to revise the ESMC, I urge you to make further changes and resist pressure to make the curriculum worse. First, please include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressure to remove it. This definition reflects the real-life experiences of Jews, students, and is being used by the Biden administration. The IHRA definition does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California and around the world. Regardless of what you may hear today, polls show the vast majority of Jews agree that anti-Israel rhetoric sometimes crosses the line into anti-Semitism. Second, please keep all the guidelines for critical thinking in Chapter 1 and repeat them throughout the curriculum, just like the language about values and outcomes. We need critical thinking, not one-sided political agendas and hate in our classrooms. Lastly, please do not retract line edit number 100. Please make these revisions today for the sake of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Elena Maya, and I'm a parent of 2 Jewish students enrolled in California High School in San Diego. Although I am grateful for the work that has been done to revise the curriculum form, its original draft, more changes are needed. I urge you to include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressure to remove it. This definition reflects the lived experiences of Jewish students like me and is being used by the Biden administration. It does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that the hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California and around the world. A definition of Islamophobia is mentioned in the Asian American section of the curriculum and has every single right to be there. Therefore, there is no reason why anti-Semitism isn't just as important to mention. I also urge you not to retract line edit number 100 of the model curriculum. Keep Jews the Asian section of the curriculum. Please make these changes for the sake of California students. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Lara Kiswani, and I'm a faculty member in the College of Ethnic Studies. I would just like to say that this is an insult to all the legacy of the 1968 strike veterans. That is why they oppose this curriculum, as do all writers of the original Ethnic Studies model curriculum and experts like Cornel West and Angela Davis. As Arabs, as people of color, you've erased us, displaced us, relegated us to an appendix, then whitewashed the entire curriculum. You've allowed those who have historically benefited from racial hierarchies to define a discipline intended on eradicating racism. I hope none of your children have to experience what we as Arab youth, as Arab communities have had to witness today, including people of color. They are way too smart for this nonsense and deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Sarah Tanagasa, and I'm a Pacific Studies, Ethnic Studies educator in San Francisco. Unfortunately, due to language removal and the drift from Ethnic Studies guiding principles, this current document in its entirety is not Ethnic Studies. To remove critiques of systems of oppression, including capitalism, and to silence Palestinian histories and content, among other changes that are reflected in this draft, demonstrate a lack of commitment to ethnic studies as a field, its history, its power, its possibilities. There is growing evidence that ethnic studies courses have positive impacts on student outcomes.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Kayla Globerson, and I am the project manager for the San Diego Jewish Teen Initiative. While I appreciate all the work to revise the ESMC, I urge you to make further changes and resist pressure to make the curriculum worse. First, please include the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and reject pressure to remove it. This definition reflects the real-life experiences of Jewish students and is being used by the Biden administration. The IHRA definition does not prevent criticism of Israel. It simply acknowledges that hate speech about Israel harms Jews in California and around the world. Regardless of what you may hear today, polls show that the vast majority of Jews agree that anti-Israel rhetoric sometimes crosses the line into anti-Semitism. Second, please keep all the guidelines for critical thinking in Chapter 1 and repeat them throughout the curriculum, just like the language about values and outcomes. We need critical thinking, not one-sided political agendas and hate in our classrooms. Lastly, please do not retract line edit number 100. Please make these revisions today for the sake of students. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Mohammed Erika. I'm a junior at Valhalla High School and a contributing writer at Arab American Organization. As a Palestinian, I believe in dignity and liberation of all oppressed people. This curriculum goes against all of that. The curriculum doesn't center the experience of youth of color. It completely erases Arab and Palestinian history. The critical edge of ethnic studies has been sanitized by removing critical ethnic studies, terms like revolution, right wing, capitalism, and even ethnic studies from key sections. Palestine is an intrinsic part of Arab American history and has been centered to the international perspective at the root of ethnic studies as a discipline from its roots in the late 1960s. The actions of CDE marginalized Arab history and Arab people. Their actions mirror the racist policies of the Trump administration and the shameful history of anti-Arab racism. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live.
Hello?
Yes, you're live, caller. Your time starts now.
Hi. I just wanted to comment about this whole curriculum and everything. California K through 12 schools are failing in academics also. I know the ethnics is important, but this seems like very bad timing to force this on the American people. American and California parents especially are waking up to what is going on. So just to let you know that, and we don't need our kids to be taught how racist our country is or is not. It's not the role of the school system. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. This concludes public comment.
Thank you so much. Before we launch into board discussion, I think we need to take a little bit of a break, get ourselves refreshed so that we can engage with all of our brain. It is 3:25. Let's take 15 minutes and come back at 3:40, and we'll start our board discussion at that time. 3:40? Yes, let's take a 15-minute break. See you at 3:40. All right, we are back, and I want to thank all the stakeholders who took time to call in today. We've heard many, many views about the curriculum. Most of the comments.
Linda, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I believe we need to reestablish the quorum.
Oh, thank you. Let's reestablish our quorum.
Thank you. Member Burr.
Here.
President Darlene Hammond.
Here.
Member Fatah.
Here.
Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Navo.
Here.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Rucker.
Here.
Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Sun.
Here.
Have a quorum.
Terrific. I was about to say that we've heard many questions and comments about the curriculum, many of which were considered by the IQC and by the CDE staff, and I'm sure they would be pleased to answer questions that you may have about specifics that were raised in the comments. I've heard a number of people say don't pass the ethnic studies curriculum yet, but I will remind everyone on the board that we have a statutory expectation that the curriculum will be adopted in whatever form it is to be adopted by March 31st. So there is a time frame that I wanted everyone to be sure you were aware of. I also would just like to start us off with a couple of comments. The passion that we hear about this topic illustrates why ethnic studies is so important. Much of what we hear is the quest by each person and group for a sense of belonging and acknowledgement, an affirmation of personhood and of the struggles each has been through. Belonging is the most fundamental human need, and that is part of what ethnic studies offers. It's a way to acknowledge the experiences of individuals within their cultural context and to embrace rather than fearing or punishing diversity. At the same time, ethnic studies demands that we understand the forces that stand in the way of our shared humanity so that we can address them. We need the more complete study of our history that ethnic studies provides and the attention to inequality that it stimulates. And this is where the issues we've been hearing about regarding critical race theory come in. This is a concept that is often misunderstood as creating divisions among groups or setting people against one another. That is not the point or the goal of critical race theory, which as I reread the document, I realized was never defined in the document. And so I'm going to offer a definition. Critical race theory emerged from critical legal studies that have examined how racism has been embedded in our laws and policies. It refers to critical thinking about race, not to criticism of specific individuals based on their race. An article published by the American Bar Association this year defines critical race theory as a practice of interrogating race and racism in society. Critical race theory recognizes that race is not biologically real, but is socially constructed and socially significant. It acknowledges that racism is embedded within systems and institutions that replicate racial inequality, codified in law, embedded in structures, and woven into public policy. Because there is so much misunderstanding of the concept, I will ask that this definition be added as a footnote to the ethnic studies model curriculum text at the first place where it is mentioned, so that at least we'll have a common understanding of what is meant by criticality. If we use this analytic lens, we can see how inequalities we still struggle with in our own field of education have been constructed, and we can take steps to address them. For example, even after the horrific institution of slavery was ended, which affected both African Americans and Native Americans in California, the legacy of discrimination persisted in Jim Crow laws and school segregation that affected all people of color across many states, including our own. While we all know about the Brown versus Board of Education lawsuit, Mendez versus Westminster was brought here in California in the 1940s, when Sylvia Mendez was turned away from a California public school that identified itself as serving whites only. Represented by Thurgood Marshall, who later litigated Brown versus Board of Education, the lawsuit addressed legalized segregation in 4 Los Angeles school districts in 1947. But even when schools were officially desegregated, de facto segregation continued, reinforced by segregated housing and lending practices, also encoded into law and policy, the setting of school district boundaries, and the unequal funding system that spent more money on the education of students in wealthier districts than on those serving concentrations of students of color. And despite decades of equity litigation, in which some of us on this board participated, it was not until 2013 that Governor Brown proposed and the legislature enacted a more equitable funding formula that begins to redress these disparities across school districts that are so tightly tied to race. And still to this day, California schools are the most segregated in the country with respect to Latinx students, and the second most segregated with respect to African American students. The 17% of schools that are more than 90% low income in this state are on average also more than 95% African American and Latinx. And in these schools, the remaining students are almost always Native American and Pacific Islander students. These schools also have 4 to 5 times as many uncertified teachers as schools that serve few students of color, They are among the schools that were most likely to lack computers and connectivity when the pandemic hit. They've also been among the schools for many years with the least access to A through G courses, high status STEM opportunities, including computer science and quality facilities. And while we hear concern every year when test score data come out showing disparities, a critical look at law and policy shows how these differentials have been embedded in housing, zoning, and school assignment policies that have exacerbated segregation, while funding formulas, grant allocation rules, and the ways in which we recruit, pay, and treat teachers have distributed resources in ways that take advantage of this segregation to maintain inequality. The same inequalities have been rooted in school systems that have allocated different curriculum opportunities to different students. Since I'm sad to say, Stanford professors Elwood Cubberley and Louis Thurmond, an early eugenicist and IQ test developer, declared that different races had different levels of intelligence that should be handled by creating different opportunities to learn that are now codified in tracking policies, with which I've struggled for my own children, who often found themselves to be the only Black students in honors classes after they'd been initially denied entrance to them. And I expect to continue the struggle with my grandchildren when they get to school. So critical race theory allows us to look for the root causes of these stubborn inequalities and address them so that we can finally make progress toward the inclusive, equitable society we desire. It is not a means to demonize any individual person or race, but a way to find the roots of inequality and correct them. 70 years ago, in the height of the McCarthy era, W.B. Du Bois wrote, "Of all the civil rights for which the world has struggled and fought for 5,000 years, the right to learn is undoubtedly the most fundamental. The freedom to learn has been bought by bitter sacrifice. And whatever we may think of the curtailment of other civil rights, we should fight to the last ditch to keep open the right to learn." And that is what this conversation is about. How do we ensure the right to learn for all of our children in ways that move us increasingly towards the inclusive, diverse society that is a California for all, and that moves us beyond the places where that promise has been denied. With that, I do want to open up board conversation on this topic. I know that our members of the CDE staff and of the IQC leadership are still here with us if there are specific questions as well as commentary. And looking in the participant queue, I see that Member Rucker is ready to launch the conversation, followed by Member Sun. You are on mute, Patricia. You're talking to yourself on mute.
First of all, Dr. Darlingham, I wanted to thank you for taking the time to make the opening statement that you just made, because I also noted the number of times, not only today, but in previous conversations, both with the IQC and here at the board, that we have heard this critique about the role and the definition of critical race theory, or how it was being interpreted in the draft curriculum. So I'm glad to see your suggestion about crafting this definition into the content. However, I think that it's more important not to just have it in the content as a footnote. It may be important for that content to be added as a direct part of the main content itself, either as an introduction or in the opening chapter, but in the opening explanation about the intent of this where it's appropriate. I think a footnote becomes just that, a footnote, and it doesn't help us to refine or resolve this very critical dispute. I also think it's important to recognize that as we go forward on this, in my family, we have this saying that iron sharpens iron, just as one man sharpens another. I think that that's what this conversation has done, and that's what this conversation is about. And in many ways, the conversations and the dialogue and the discussion and the testimony we've heard is an explicit example of how critical race theory works as a conversation, because it does these things and allows people to have these conversations, to agree not just to agree to disagree, but to really take a look at what their stance is, why it's there, and how to resolve those conversations and concerns. So I think it's very important for us to have this discussion. It's very important to look at this document as a living document, to understand our intent, and to move forward with the effort to create this opportunity and this very important policy.
Thank you. Member Sun.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment that I was very inspired by the distinguished guests at the very outset of this item who spoke. They very passionately and articulately told us the urgency, or provided the urgency, the urgent need, the intent, and the purpose of the effort here. So while the legislation requires us to adopt a, quote, ethnic studies model curriculum, any teacher or educator will tell you that this document isn't a curriculum per se.
That's right.
It's a guidance. It's a collection of sample lesson plans upon which local agencies, schools, and districts can develop their ethnic studies courses or not. So I do feel comfortable supporting the staff's recommendation on this item. And also I would agree with President Darling-Hammond's suggestion of adding that footnote on the critical race theory definition.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the staff to put that on paper if we want to see it at some point as we get closer to a vote. Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. And as I stated a little earlier, anytime we have conversations about the lived experiences of people of this country and in our state and how we've been impacted by policies and systems and practices, those are difficult conversations to be had, but they are important conversations that must take place. And the guidelines do ask and request and demand that students have opportunity to engage in that rigorous analysis of those systems and of those systems of oppression. So I also applaud and thank you for bringing forward the definition so that it can be clearly understood what it is and what it is not. One other piece I do want to add, and I think we would be remiss if we don't continue to emphasize this, is that the ethnic studies model curriculum is a first step in conversations that should be engaged in at the local levels. We've heard very passionate comments, not just in today's meeting, but also past IQC meetings on where there are some desires and some needs. And I would encourage those conversations to continue at the local level so that as courses are developed, they are representative of the demographic communities in which those LEAs do serve. And again, this is the first step. There is a lot more to be done, but I think we need to continue to move forward in this very important work.
Thank you. Member Navo.
Just a couple of comments and a question for Shanine. First of all, Shanine, I'd like to thank you and the CD staff for an intense and laborious work on this ethnic model curriculum, because it's been a labor of love on your behalf and that behalf of your team. And I know that there's been many hours put into this, and I appreciate that. I also want to recognize and appreciate all our callers. And what was very clear is that we all have strong beliefs and convictions about ethnic studies, what it should be and what it should not be. And such is the dilemma for California when we're trying to design and provide a balanced, reflective model curriculum that meets the needs of all people in California. That being said, it is a model of which I appreciate Dr. Korematsu's comment at the beginning of our session today, where she commented that this is a model that will continue to evolve. And I appreciate Superintendent's statement about the magnitude of this project and Board Member Glover Woods about the time and energy that's been put into it. And so I see this as a conversation that will evolve over time, and that I also believe we could continue to work on this project for many, many years to come and never come to complete consensus and agreement in the state of California about what ethnic studies should be. With that, I'm going to support this. Shanine, the question I have for you is around the critical thinking. And I heard that come up in several calls, that there's a belief that critical thinking element is only highlighted in chapter 1. So with respect to that question, could you expand on that just a bit?
Sure. So in terms of critical thinking, it's actually woven throughout. So I'll give a couple of examples. We have in chapter 3 is where we introduce the 4 themes, sample themes, and within that we have various questions. They're open-ended questions designed for student inquiry and again, critical thinking. Throughout the draft, we also have some concrete connections back to the history social science framework, again, including open-ended questions and the ability of students to, for example, look at primary sources, as well as to connect the narratives of a variety of ethnic groups and identities. And then additionally, each of the lesson plans that are in chapter 4 connect directly to the history social science framework shifts, as well as the English language arts, English language development standards. And again, the lessons are developed and shaped in a way to promote critical thinking as well.
So it is laced throughout, essentially, the document is what I hear you saying. So I appreciate that, Shanine.
Okay. Member McQuillan.
Yes, thank you. It's been a long day. I just want to thank the staff also for their dedication to this item. It's been more than meaningful to be a part of it and give input to this particular item. I'm one of the newer members on the board, and I just have to say that it's been very meaningful. And the opportunity that this ethnic studies guideline provides for our students throughout California to understand each other. And many of these students will be our voting members and our adults very soon out in the community, and we want a better understanding in our community of each other and of the different people throughout the world. So I want to thank Director Coates for her work on this. And what helps me on this item is it is a guide. It's not mandatory. LEAs and each region can develop their own program that reflects their community. I like that part of it and can add to it. We have very diverse communities throughout California, and we need those programs on ethnic studies to reflect the communities that they're in. So I really like that part. And my heart goes out to all the callers. I wish they had more than 1 minute to share out, but of course we would have been here all night long if that was true. So I appreciate all the patience and all the callers who were frustrated with the 1 minute timeline. So again, thank you. And thank you to all the staff.
I'd just like to add a thank you to you, Member McQuillan, for participating in the educational series of seminars that were, developed to help people understand the history and roots of ethnic studies. So we appreciate you representing us in that really important part of the process. Vice President Strauss.
So I just want to follow up on the comments that were made. Throughout this entire process, we've had thoughtful written comments, amazing public comments. lots of units and lessons being submitted, lots of groups helping us to look at a variety of resources. And I think we're a lot better off than we were when we first started this process many years ago. But we know, as Member McQuillan and everyone has said, that this now moves to the local level for really how to address ethnic studies at the local level with the local context. And I think it's so clear from all of our keynote speakers that we had this morning about how important it is to understand the context of each group and the challenges of each group. We heard it passionately in our speakers today with lots of emotion, worried for their kids, worried for their community. And we have a responsibility to support the educators who will be charged to deliver this curriculum. So I appreciate that Governor Newsom has a proposal for investment in teacher capacity training, professional development, and continued work to help provide resources and support, and really how you engage in these really challenging conversations in classrooms and schools. So I think it really is representative of our diverse state and the challenges of our student population that we as public school educators and leaders provide the resources, the guidance, and the flexibility for local districts to address the challenges that they see as they help craft coursework that will support their students. So I just want to thank the CDE team, particularly and the state board staff that supported all the vetting of the 100,000 comments, of all the lessons and resources. We know we have a lot more work to do, but I feel like we've heard a lot of voices and can ensure that we are committed to continuing the work forward to provide the right support so students get thoughtful dialogue and deeper critical understanding in their classrooms as high school students. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will note before I call the next couple of folks that the department has put together a resource website that will allow folks to get access not only to more lessons that have been submitted, but also to places that do this kind of work routinely, teaching tolerance, facing history in ourselves, and other curriculum sources that will help the process that you described, Eileen, in local communities. Member Patillo Bronson, and then I think I saw Member Fatah with his hand up. Did you still want it up? Okay. Member Patillo Bronson.
So I also wanted to join in the chorus of thanks to the civil rights heroes who joined us at the top. I feel like whenever we get to see Dolores Huerta, it is a good day. And to also just recognize how fortunate we are in California in some ways to have some of the leadership that we do that is homegrown and able to help us chart a path that really, I think in many ways is charting a path not just for California, but for the rest of the nation. The number of states that are looking to us to actually launch this and launch it well, I think is significant. And that's a responsibility that California has always, I think, stood up to that moment and actually met that moment. Also, tremendous thank you to the staff, to the many committee members who volunteered countless hours, to contributors from our own California community, but also from across the country who also clearly were taking an interest in contributing, and to the many folks who clearly not only had a labor of love, but also of patience to join us for public comment today and in past iterations. I was definitely struck by the numbers that were described earlier of what the path of this document has been, of 4 years, 4 drafts, and 100,000 comments. It has been a democratic process, small d democratic process, that definitely, I think, indicates both the importance of this work, but also really the tenderness and closeness to person that this work actually brings up. I also just very much want to align myself with the comments that our board president offered at the beginning around the importance of actually helping people understand what critical race theory is and is not, and how much it anchors first and foremost in a notion of critical thinking, which is something that we should be aspiring for our kids to do in every subject matter, not uniquely or pigeonholed in critical race theory. It is very much, I think, the process of interrogating assumptions and also of ensuring that the history of our present and of our past that we're telling ourselves is not so surface and uncritical that we both erase and make invisible just, you know, immense parts of our civil society who have contributed to making our present day. The last thing I just wanted to comment on that is just that this work has been described as being aimed at dividing us. And I think it's really important to be very transparent that addressing structures of systemic inequality is ultimately about uniting us and putting us in better connection to one another, rather than actually trying in any way to distance us. The last thing I'll just harken back to is at the beginning of the meeting, I think Secretary of State Weber very appropriately commented that the perfect should not be the enemy of the good. I think this is a good document to begin with, and California has to start this journey. And I have every hope, aspiration, and expectation that successive versions of this will be better. They have to be better because we will have lived experience at how the rubber meets the road, and how locals will implement this, and how it will come back in subsequent iterations. And I look forward to this being a journey of progress rather than assuming that everything is bottled in a frozen moment, and that we have no aspiration to be better in the future.
Thank you. Member Fatah and then Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. I just wanted to first and foremost thank Shanine and the team, the IQC, and Superintendent Thurmond's office for really setting the stage of today's discussion. I think it's one that's really been a long time coming, and one that we all really were excited about coming into this board meeting. And I also wanted to extend a great thank you for all the public comments we heard from extremely and incredibly passionate young people and peers who really stepped up and wanted to see change in their education system, from all the way back last year when we first saw this ethnic studies model curriculum brought before us. And just really quickly to echo what Board Member Patillo Bronson just said, and what we heard earlier from Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, I think that this really sets the stage for today's ethnic studies model curriculum. As Voltaire once said, we ought not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I believe that today's ethnic studies model curriculum truly is good. And I believe that when LEAs adopt it, it will be great. And that's something that I truly look forward to. I also believe that it's time for us to move forward in approving this item, because every moment in which we sit here and discuss it is a moment in which we are not providing students with the option or even the opportunity to be introduced to ethnic studies through this model curriculum, through their LEAs. And it's something that we've been just tirelessly working on to develop over the past the numbers of years. And I think that the spirit of today's proposal is to provide just a collection of ideas and samples that we hope will get the conversation started at a local level about ethnic studies, racism, and the lack of acknowledgement we collectively as a state have had for the generations of marginalized individuals who have contributed so greatly to shaping the society we live in today. And so I stand for us taking this incredibly important first step, and I stand for the fact that we are not mandating this for school districts, but are rather guiding school districts. And in that light, I stand by this.
Thanks. Member Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you so much, fellow members, for all of your comments. I echo everything that's been said and feel tremendous gratitude to Dr. Coates and the IQC team for all of the work that you've done. And of course, he hasn't barked all day, and now he's going to bark because he agrees with that. And I want to also acknowledge the callers, because as you were speaking, our shared humanity was just really, I was really touched by everything that you were saying, because I know what it's like to be excluded. And I know what it feels like to want to, just voice like, please, let's all be a part of this. And so I heard you, and I also really support the comments that have been made about moving forward. And I want to say that this morning, as we were listening to the incredible team that came forward to talk about this ethnic studies curriculum and how their support of it, I was reminded of a great friend of mine and mentor, Jimmy Cannon, who was a jazz musician and jazz teacher in Hope, Arkansas. And Jimmy moved out to where I live to become a band teacher. And a lot of students didn't want to be in his class because he was Black. And this is in the 70s here in California. And so Jimmy, in addition to being a great friend of mine, was also an amazing teacher who built the great Spartan Band that was recognized all over the world, actually. And the Friday before I was going to become a teacher, I asked him, I said, Jimmy, do you have any advice for me? And he said, every child has something beautiful inside of them. A good teacher can see it. A great teacher can show it to them. And as I was hearing the speakers this morning, I thought this ethnic studies is the mirror. It's the mirror with which as teachers we're going to show our students all of the beauty, all of the cultural beauty that they have, the humanity, and create a place for them to speak to each other and to listen to each other. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Member Burr, you are on mute.
Sorry. Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. I didn't want to leave out my wishes of appreciation and gratitude for all of the work done by Shanine and her team, the IQC, our partners at Wested, all of our state board staff. As I said to Vice President Strauss, this has been an incredibly heavy lift. And I just want you all to know how much we appreciate your diligence, your persistence over these last several years, actually, that it took us to get here. The other thing, I just wanted to reinforce this notion that this is not mandatory. I know we've heard some of that in the public comments. I've seen some of it in some of the press reports, which are, as we all know, are not accurate. But it's certainly much needed, as everyone has already said. I don't need to reinforce that or repeat that. I also wanted to just make sure that we nested this in a lot of the other work that's been done by Shanine and her team and the IQC, and that's the adoption of the history social studies framework. The ethnic studies model curriculum does not exist in isolation, but it is a supplement to what I think is a really robust history social science curriculum framework that's also available to districts to use. So I will just close by saying both how proud I am and how humble I am to be part of a deliberative body like this that spends the amount of time necessary and dedicates the amount of resources needed to create a model curriculum that is the first in the nation. Thank you very much.
All right, I think we've heard from everyone. And Member Rodriguez, your hand is still up, but I'm assuming that that's just because it didn't come down. Okay, very good. Well, I think at this point we can entertain a motion. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to make the motion if possible.
Member Glover Woods, please do.
I move that we adopt the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum draft with the recommendation from the CDE with the line edits, and also recommend that the State Board authorize the CDE staff with the approval of the SVE Executive Director to prepare revisions, correct typographical errors, and non-substantive clarifying edits.
Sorry, do we want to include Linda's?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, with the inclusion of the definition of critical race theory as was shared at the beginning of our conversation.
Okay.
I will second that.
Thank you very much. And I know Member Fattah had his hand up to, would you like to third it?
I'll third it.
Okay. Well, is there any further discussion of the motion? Hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote.
Member Burr.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
Member Fatah.
Aye.
Member Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Aye.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Sun.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, and thanks to all who helped us get to this place. We appreciate it. All the staff, the members of the IQC, and the members of Wested's team and others who are here to help us celebrate this moment. With your indulgence, we're going to power on ahead. We have one more item, actually two items, but they may not take us as long as the last one. And so we're going to go ahead to reopening item 1 to take action on the preliminary report of actions draft February 2021 meeting minutes and to report on our liaison assignments. So the public comment slide can go up. There it is. And while we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, do I have a motion from a board member to approve the February 24th, 2021 State Board of Education draft preliminary report of action meeting minutes? Member Rodriguez, I have a motion for you. And is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll let the folks watching figure out who was first there. Are there any public comments on the minutes?
There are 4 people waiting to make public comments. I do not know if it's on this item, so
we're taking comment on the minutes of the February meeting.
Caller,
I'm here
please.
for a comment on item 10. Is it item 10?
No, this is not item 10. Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Are you there, caller?
Maybe people realized they're not so interested in commenting.
Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Are you there, caller?
I'm guessing people are in line for item 10.
Okay, that is the end of public comment.
Okay. So we have a motion and we need to take the roll.
Pardon me, President Darling Hammond, hold on just one moment. We had an issue where the whole phone line dropped. We need to just hold on one moment. Apologies.
Okay.
Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Are you there, caller? That's the end.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion, we have a second, and is there any further discussion of the motion? we can call the roll call vote.
Member Burr.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
Member Fatah.
Aye.
Member Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Aye.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Member Rucker, are you there?
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Sun.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Now I'm going to invite state board members to report on any liaison activities that are not related to any items on our March agenda. And I'm going to begin by calling on board members in reverse alphabetical order based on last name. So, Member Sun, you know that puts you up first.
All right, thank you very much. So the charter items and the assessment we covered at this meeting, so we don't need to go over that anymore. Just wanted a quick report that the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee, we did have a meeting set for tomorrow, which I'm very relieved to say that it has been canceled, and our next meeting will be in May. CDE has had some staff changes, and we expect to continue our work on the California plan for career technical education.
Terrific. Vice President Strauss.
Yes, so I have some activities to report. First of all, for IQC, both Member Rucker and I are liaisons to IQC. So we had an orientation for IQC with a new member, Danae Popovich, who's a principal in Arcadia Unified. And we elected a new chair who you saw today, Dr. Manuel Rustin, and our new vice chair, Dr. Deborah Costa Hernandez. So you got to see them today. You'll hear some more in a minute. The California Subject Matter Project has a concurrence commission, which are all the leaders of the subject matter projects, and they met on January 27th to talk about professional learning. And we welcomed IQC Commissioner Christina Andre as the representative from IQC to the concurrence commission. The concurrence commission talked about maintaining, expanding capacity to provide quality services right now. And I just want to share one particular excitement that actually started yesterday. The Subject Matter Project and the California State Leadership Academy, CSLA. So it started yesterday on how leaders can foster equitable access to inquiry-based instruction. So it'll have 6 synchronous workshops and 3 asynchronous presentations with individual coaching. Very, very exciting as well. And then they're also working the subject matter projects with Sacramento County Office on the distance learning project, which you'll hear at our May meeting. On February 8th, the Teens in Government in Westchester had a panel, Finding Common Ground. Dr. Deborah Duardo, who was the LA County Superintendent, myself, and Zaid Fatah, our student board member, were on this panel. I just would say, you've heard how articulate Zaid is. He represented us so well, and I hope he'll share a few in his comments about that panel. We were very, very fortunate to have his voice at the state level. The Special Ed Advisory Commission, AXE, met on February 17th and 18th, looking at their commitment to have a coherent approach to assistance to LEAs. We heard that some in the plan that was presented as part of our agenda. And WestEd did a really wonderful presentation on special ed funding and findings in California, all the different levels of the system and economies of scale. Very thoughtful and really focused on differentiated funding and looking responsive to the particular populations. Our CPAG, our California Practitioners Advisory Group, met on February 19th. We didn't have an accountability item this meeting based on the 3-day meeting, but you will hear in May about the growth model. We had tremendous support. It's 5 years of work that the CDE's been doing, and we are one of the last 2 states to adopt the growth model. It's really strong. There's a broad level of support, and you'll hear more about that in May. And finally, on March 4th and 5th, the California Collaborative on District Reform had a 2-day meeting with state policy and district leaders on how to accelerate learning to promote equity and the challenges in the midst of the pandemic. So very thoughtful. Oh, actually, I had one more, I'm sorry. The Quantitative Reasoning Steering Committee, which is part of CSU and looking at the 4th year math requirement, which can be met by a quantitative reasoning class as a senior or a computer science class, is going to have an independent research to look at this process to see if it would be helpful to student. Is it helpful? We discussed the shortage of math teachers and staffing as a challenge. CSU is committed to doubling their output of math science teachers, understanding the challenge to meet this. The CSU trustees is committed to this, although they haven't changed the Title V regulations yet. And one exciting thing is to know that there's a Mathematical Reasoning with Connection, MRWC, a 4th year math course taught online by 162 certified teachers in 72 schools that we believe will be helpful. And it's a collaboration with higher ed and K-12. So very exciting to hear about this. I'm sure you'll hear more as we deal with the math adoption going forward. And that concludes my liaison report. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rucker.
Thank you very much. I want to begin by just talking about the African American Advisory Committee. I want to take advantage of the context of the conversation we had today to remind this board that we once had an African American Advisory Committee. I believe we urgently need to find a way to resurrect that panel. From laws to implement the Williams settlement to the bill that created the ethnic studies curriculum that we approved today, and even now with AB 1361, a bill addressing preschool and child care suspension and expulsion, California legislature has examined multiple facets concerning the issues of equity, race, and the controversies of the disparate impact and unintended outcomes of public policies that affect communities of color in this state. So as this work continues to unfold, we've made a commitment to the department, to the community, and to the schools that are going to be implementing this ethnic studies curriculum. I think this is an opportunity to again emphasize that there's a need for this advisory panel, and it has never been more important than the conversation today has demonstrated. Concerning the math framework, I'm happy to announce the mathematics framework has now been out for a 60-day public comment period. That was one of the actions from the last IQC meeting. 2021 revision includes current research based on new learning in mathematics, such as data science and categories of investigation. The revision details effective strategies, such as the integration of standards for mathematical practice, understanding and learning the math progressions, identifying pathways for studying and thriving in mathematics. I believe the research cited and the framing language around it will help our local educators as they learn to improve math outcomes for all students, and especially those that have historically struggled to successfully access math content and skills. Grounding in this work and research and best practices is very important. The educators who do choose this framework, and I do want to remind you the framework is not mandatory, the use of it is voluntary. Educators who do choose to use this framework to guide the development of their courses and pedagogy will rely on this information when weighing options around issues such as the middle school courses and the high school pathways. I also want to remind my colleagues that the early math conference has been set for Friday, June 25th. I know my colleague Eileen Strauss participated in the conference last year, and I'm looking forward to supporting the department staff for the state board and the department staff and as they do the work to put this conference together this year. I don't want to steal their thunder by previewing some of the presenters, but probably in May I actually will. I'm also the liaison for the California State Council for the Interstate Compact on Educational Opportunity for Military Children. We've had several meetings this year and since our last board meeting. Since January 2021, the California Compact has conducted multiple trainings and increased outreach to stakeholders and increased their transparency in the work that they do to support children who are military dependents and attending our public schools. The national director, in fact, has commended California as recently as March 12th, stating that California has led the nation in creating model practices and in creating plans that other state councils can use to observe the way California is bolstering and supporting their work. One of those examples is the way that we're conducting training on an ongoing and consistent basis to support the contacts and the agents in the program who work with the schools and the military families who are transferring into our state or leaving our state. They have conducted trainings on compliance committee matters, a town hall on the pandemic and its impact on schools. And they've also conducted 2 very specific trainings for liaison officers to help them understand how their work and interagency activities with the schools can look. There are a number of links that are already available on the Compact website, so I invite you all, if you're interested to see that work, to visit their website. And then finally, I'm going to report briefly on my involvement with the National Association of State Boards of Education. They have a whole child study group. On February 19th, the study group met to focus on teacher preparation. It was an opportunity for members across the state to reflect on opportunities to partner with state education agencies and educator preparation programs to revise their licensure standards. We discussed state actions to address the impacts of COVID-19 on teacher preparation programs. Last March, when our schools closed, a lot of people just assumed that we would return in a few weeks, and that didn't happen. So while we understand the problems it created across the board for K-12 education and for businesses and employers, there were over 80,000 candidates in California who were enrolled in teacher preparation programs. That's a workforce in many states. And approximately 26,000 of those candidates were in their final year of their preparation. We were asked to, California, when I say we, were asked to speak briefly about the letter that had been prepared jointly by the department, the State Board of Education, and the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, which offered guidance to the field, particularly teacher preparation programs and the districts where we send to student teachers to address these massive concerns. And so we focused on the key points of effective practices, how to keep the pipeline moving, and how to encourage pre-service programs to find effective and creative ways to place student teachers in situations where they can learn and get the most out of their placement. Now, it's a good thing that Board Member Ting Sun announced that our meeting for the workforce pathways is canceled tomorrow, because tomorrow the NASB study group will be meeting. The focus of that meeting is on service learning. In California, service learning is a teaching and learning strategy. Today, elementary, middle, and high school schools across California do participate in service learning with the support of state, federal, and district funding. It is worth noting that the CalServe initiative, which was originally signed into law in California, is no longer monitored or supported here in the department. So it will be very interesting to hear a national perspective on service learning activities. And I'm looking forward to being able to report about that at the next board meeting. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Member Rucker, for mentioning the teacher preparation, because I'll expand a little bit on what you just said. So as you know, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing.
I'm sorry, I did mean to steal your thunder. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. It was a good segue. The Commission on Teacher Credentialing works arduously to ensure that all California students have the best prepared teachers. February's meeting was no exception. Here are some highlights. A concern exists that current teacher candidates haven't benefited from in-person teaching and have experienced gaps in their preparation in order to be classroom ready. So to address this issue, CTC staff convened a collaborative group in June of 2020 comprised of commission staff, a commissioner, representatives from major stakeholder groups, such as teacher prep programs, induction program leaders, AXA and CTA, to develop guidelines to address the issues that new teachers will be facing, which are beyond the scope of the CTC. So the recommendations made by this group were presented at the meeting. They noted that to address the critical needs brought on by the pandemic and to ensure the success of all teacher candidates, it will take all stakeholders to make a concerted effort to support the candidates along every step of the process. Specific guidelines were recommended for preliminary programs, induction programs, employers, site administrators, human resource personnel, mentors, and other veteran teachers, and the commission. The role of the site administrators and the induction coaches will be crucial in this process. And it's, very detailed, the report that was presented, and you're welcome to take a look at it. I won't go into it here. Additionally, Governor Gavin Newsom has proposed one-time funds to help support teacher recruitment with the proposed expansion of the teacher residency that President Darling Hammond mentioned, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, classified school employee credentialing program as well. His proposal includes CTC administered grants for teacher residency programs, which support locally sponsored one-year intensive mentored clinical teacher prep programs dedicated to preparing and retaining teachers in high-need subject areas in high-need communities. In the realm of child development, CTC has been working with the field to implement the provisions of the preschool development grant renewal on a statewide basis. The governor has established a coalition to develop a master plan for early childhood education. Currently, the master plan has identified 4 policy goals that set high standards, create cohesion, fill gaps, and foster sustainability. The master plan provides a detailed roadmap of implementation steps and agencies responsible throughout the ECE system for each of these objectives. Commission staff will be moving the following work in the area of ECE during 2021. Lastly, there was a robust discussion about the bilingual authorization. It lasted 2 days. It was actually tabled for the following day. That's how robust it was. And while commissioners didn't vote, they did direct staff, commission staff to continue the work with the bilingual panel to address clinical practice requirements for current credential holders. And this is a segue into, as I'm also the English learner liaison to the board, and I wanted to share some very exciting work happening to strengthen educators' ability to support English learners through the statewide system of support. The regional EL specialist, they've worked to curate resources for the field on an integrated and designated ELD. These resources, they're a hub for educators as they navigate ELD supports in a distance learning environment. And there are also 7 geographic lead agencies which offer generalized continuous improvement supports to the county offices of education within their region. And lastly, the arts education instructional materials. Adoption virtual review training will take place the week of Monday, April 12th through 16th. And I plan to make a few of those meetings, hopefully all of them. So thank you. That concludes my report.
Terrific, thank you. Member Patillo-Brunson.
So I just want to actually start by reflecting how delighted I am to hear Board Member Rodriguez name the Early Care and Learning Master Plan. That's so exciting to hear someone else on the board talking about it here. Actually, I think there's been 3 mentions, so I'm just over the moon. So actually, I'll start there, and the Early Childhood Policy Council has also met to dig into the master plan, and again, the components I think that have the most overlap and connective tissue really with the state board's work obviously are the components that deal with school districts, county offices of ed, and transitional kindergarten. One of the major tenets of the master plan that was announced in December was a universal pre-K program and to eventually have a targeted preschool program also for 3-year-olds. It starts with this idea of expanding access to all 4-year-olds and starting to expand access in the highest need, high poverty elementary schools as dictated by LCFF. So bringing again these systems that have really historically been more in parallel and actually starting to interweave both systems of targeting, priority, and also cohesion around how professional development and teacher training works. Also notably in the governor's budget that was announced in January, there are proposals also to support expansion of transitional kindergarten and also workforce development grants, both of which align very much with the earlier comments. The last thing I'll just note on that is that subsequent to the early learning Early Childhood Policy Council's meeting on that, where there was a discussion of both the master plan as well as the budget that was proposed and the beginnings of discussions with the legislature. Also, we have now had the federal relief package passed, which will drive about $3.8 billion to California's early childhood system, in addition to all of the funding that will go to traditional K-12 functions and LEAs, as well as all of the pandemic relief required for contact tracing and testing and everything else related to health. Notably, that $3.8 billion has quite a bit to offset both challenges to the childcare industry, but also includes childcare development, the childcare development block grant from the federal government, which becomes available for school districts' early ed programs, and also has a segue to the TK side of the world. I will also add on to Board Member Rucker's presentation about the Whole Child Policy Study Group and say what she was too modest to say, which was, it was a really lovely moment also both to hear Board Member Rucker's presentation, but also really to hear the degree to which other states are watching what California's model has been. We're heartened to actually see some of the leadership and ongoing support for partnerships for teacher training programs, and also a desire to see their states actually follow this same. The last thing I'll end with is just to support, to voice support for the proposal that Board Member Rucker suggested of reinvigorating an African American Achievement Committee. I feel like there's been a number of board items in this board agenda that have touched on some of the gaps that we are seeing across multiple issue areas, certainly in the ethnic studies conversation, but also in the literacy conversations around how do we do better and how do we concert our focus to do so. Thanks.
And I was so engaged with the conversation, I forgot to look at my list. Member Navo, you are up next.
No worries. So I will build on much of what was part of day 2, which was the supporting inclusive practices project that you heard about. And it was such a joy to hear such a robust conversation around students with disabilities. So I'll highlight a couple of resources and professional learning opportunities that are priorities right now for the CCEE. They have just recently highlighted 5 resources around supporting inclusive practices for educators, 2 of which I'll highlight. One is the Disability Collective came out with resources that focus on literacy and inclusive environments, early learning, and positive behavioral intervention and supports. You also heard a little bit on day 2 about Captain and Marin County SELPA created a back-to-school Padlet to support students with autism, which is available in both English and Spanish. And the Padlet includes guidance documents that are curated around evidence-based strategies for families and educators, which I think is just a tremendous effort that was made by the Marin County SELPA and Captain to get those resources out. A couple of professional learning that I'll highlight. CCE is now packaging every Friday resources to support LEAs as they re-engage students for in-person instruction. Those resources you'll find on the website. And also they have a new partnership with the American Federation of Teachers under sharemylessons.com, where they have 25, I believe, new items that were posted to support educators around various topics. They also have free professional learning that is important to note. Coming in the next couple of weeks, you have assessment for learning in extraordinary times as a topic, supporting student interactions with complex texts, hybrid and online classrooms, and what educators and school leaders can do now to accelerate learning. And lastly, at our last board meeting on February 4th, we thanked Sandra Lyon, Superintendent of Palm Springs, who has served graciously the students of California and the state of California for over 30 years. She will be retiring from her position. And so that'll vacate a position on our board. We will be looking for replacements. Also want to commend CDE and CCE for their continued collaboration for the students of California and coordination of resources. Thank you.
Terrific. Member Woods? No, Member McQuillan.
Thank you. I don't have a lot to report on. I'm happy the CTE Joint Workforce Task Force is not happening tomorrow also. That's good news. The past couple of months in giving input to the ethnic studies curriculum, I've learned that there's a couple of new proposals coming down the line. It was so good to see Assemblyman Ramos this morning. One of those is coming from his office to add additional curriculum to various grade levels on American Indian history and culture that's being proposed, that's coming down. And then the second one is on school attendance. We know our American Indian student population has quite a history of missing school and high percents of absenteeism. But there's a proposal coming out from Assemblyman, I think it's Deal, Assemblywoman from the 1st District on school attendance, where it's kind of an oversight in the Ed Code where American Indian students are not given an excused absence for attending ceremonies or cultural events. And this new legislation will try to, correct that oversight. It's new, it's got a ways to go yet also, so a couple of new things. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. I don't think I need to give any report on the ethnic studies model curriculum. I think we're all caught up to speed on that one. I just wanted to share in relation to the world languages instructional materials adoption, that work continues to be underway. The last week in April will be the reviewer trainer training, and it will be held virtually. So that work is progressing as well, and I'll have more for you our next meeting. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. Member Fatah.
Yeah, thank you, President Darling Hammond. I think I'll start at the top based off of what Board Member Strauss was talking about a little bit earlier. I participated with Board Member Strauss at the, I think it was called Finding Common Ground panel. It was with the Westchester Family YMCA's teen and government leaders, LA County Office of Education Superintendent Deborah Eduardo, Eileen and myself. And there we discussed everything from school reopening to student leadership and the importance of risk-taking and just trying things for student leaders. Another thing to, report on is that I've accepted the position of hosting the 2021 Ed 100 Academy for Student Leaders, which is a 3-day virtual conference held from June 21st to 23rd. And it's bringing together 400 plus California students, education policy leaders, and EdTech entrepreneurs. So I'm super excited about that because it will really help put California students in the same room with California experts and education leaders who really have deep experience and context and can kind of serve these students and give them an interesting perspective to learn from. Also on Monday, I'll be at the NASB 2021 Legislative Conference for the National Association of State Boards of Education, speaking on their panel, Voices from the Field, Perspectives from Teachers, Students, and Families on Education in the Pandemic. And then just in other news, my school and school district recently returned back to campus yesterday, which is incredibly exciting. We're currently in the hybrid model. And I also, recently my school district also approved and began the process for having a student member sit on our board of trustees next year, which is something that I petitioned for during my junior year. So super exciting. And with that, that concludes my, my report.
Thank you. I will keep my report short. During the period of time from November until just this last month, I have, worked on President Biden's transition team, and to make Member Patillo-Brownson happy again, the plans for federal investment in early childhood education dovetail nicely with the master plan in California to get to universal pre-K for 3- and 4-year-olds, as well as substantial investments, as you already noted, in childcare and early learning. One of the happy moments for me in the last couple of weeks was when the American Rescue Act was indeed passed, because it was something we worked on quite a lot in the transition. And that will be sending about $15 billion to California for not only PPE and ventilation support and other things that enable reopening schools, but for educator stabilization. We have severe and growing shortages in California, as do other parts of the country. Member Rodriguez mentioned the way in which there was disruption in the teacher pipeline coming out of last year and into this year. So that will provide resources for things like recruitment and retention of teachers, or residencies, among other things that have become an important part of California's approach. It will provide opportunities for learning, recovery, and acceleration. And I think one of the interesting things for our state will be figuring out how to use the summer to create joyful, active, engaging, reattaching experiences for students, and then on into the fall, so that we can accelerate learning. And then finally, there's a lot of resources for social emotional supports, mental health supports, and community schools, which may reinforce the efforts we're making in California to create sort of an integrated set of wraparound services that really enable kids to have all that they need to be ready to learn each day. So I look forward to, our efforts here to figure out how to take advantage of those investments that can make a huge difference, I think, in our educational system. And Member Burr, you get the last word.
Clean up hitter. Quick things. One, I just want to reinforce what my colleague and co-liaison on accountability said, Vice President Strauss. We did have a robust discussion with staff about accountability and the growth model, and decided it probably wasn't a good time to talk about it at this meeting, but it will be up in May. And just wanted to commend to everyone's attention a very thorough memo that's posted on our website. It's a February memo about the growth model. So encourage you to take a look at that before our May meeting and refresh your memory about where we are over the last several years. And just to close with, as the historian of the group and in my former role as executive director of the state board, did oversee the work of the African American Advisory Committee. They did complete their work, and they actually issued a set of recommendations, which were quite helpful. We turned those recommendations over to then Superintendent Torlakson and the Department of Education for implementation. So just a little heads up, Stephanie. It might be helpful to at least dig those out, because I think there were some very helpful things there, and see what happened with those, and that might be a good springboard for a next iteration of work. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. And now we're going to take up agenda item 10, which is general public comment. Public comment is invited on any matter that was not included on the printed agenda. And we will open up the phone line for the public comment queue. Members of the public wishing to provide comment may do so by calling the number on this slide and using the participant access code. Please remember to turn down the volume of your computer or live webcast to avoid background echoes. Is there any public comment?
Yes, we have people waiting for public comment.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 moment or 1 minute. Your time begins now. Are you there, caller?
Sorry. Okay, I'm here. So, hello. My name is Jonathan Pratt. I am a 9th grade student from Wilmington, California. I am autistic and have an IEP, an individualized education program. As a student with exceptional needs who has an IEP, I would like to say that I support the plans made to address the outcomes of students with exceptional needs across the state. But I am concerned about students not being included in these plans as part of stakeholder engagement. I am aware of work groups and other stakeholder groups that are meeting to discuss issues that are important to students with exceptional needs, yet these students are not included. To increase outcomes to students with exceptional needs, student feedback must be included in decision-making. Per IDEA, students with exceptional needs are part of the IEP team to the best of their ability. The state should recognize the voice of students with exceptional needs in the decisions being made about their education and the support that they need to reach their potential. See us, hear us, and include us in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now. Are you there, caller? Are you there, caller? Caller, we are live now. If you have a public comment, please make it now. That concludes our public comment.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will hereby adjourn our March 2021 State Board of Education meeting at 5:02 p.m. Thank you all, and I look forward to seeing you at our May 2021 meeting. We did it.